Hello everybody and welcome! My name is Ketchup and I'm joined as always by Mustard on commentary, and this is week number 2 of the European qualifier for the Quake World Championship.
So we are now week number 2. Week 1 is done and dusted. We obviously had our 700 entrant Duel Cup last Thursday, and this is a continuation of that. So right now you can see we have had our first team qualifier. Our second team qualifier is yet to come, but this is week 2 of Duel. And for Duel, there is 4 total chances to compete on the Thursday to qualify for the weekend show, to then make it to the regionals where you can play for your spot at the Quake World Championship.
Now when it comes to sacrifice, there is only one more chance. We've already seen 4 teams move into the regionals, and they're going to be playing for their shot at the Quake World Championship. However, this is the final week for you and your sacrifice team to get on deck and try and play for one of those spots at the regionals. When it comes to Duel, obviously, as Mustard said, we have 4 streams in total, and this is week number 2 of that. So week number 1, we saw 8 players move on in our Duel bracket, and that was Zron, Noctis, Neutrino, Agent, Vu, Cooler, Claws, and Cypher. So a lot of Russian talent, some Belarusians in there as well, and a couple of EU heads. A pretty sort of fair, accurate representation, I think, of what the top dogs in EU currently really are looking at when it comes to Quake. However, speaking of top dogs, we have a whole bunch of them in this bracket ready to play today to try and make week 2's qualifier. So we have our first match, which we're getting ready, up and running ever so slightly. However, I think we've seen a combination of different team compositions, different champions, which I think is really, really important. These players aren't just sticking to one set team. You know, we're seeing a lot of Anarchy, we're seeing a lot of Nyx, but we are seeing some spice thrown into the mix with Galena, with Clutch, and they're really trying to mix it up. I think sometimes it's map dependent, but it's nice to see variety, I think.
Well, I'm just happy we saw that so early in the qualification stages too, right? I mean, week 1, we had an amazing show Agent. You know, Agent sort of being the unsung hero of Clutch last week, and won't be seeing him today because all these players that have already qualified for the regionals cannot enter again this week.
Yes.
So that does not mean that there are position that they did beat. I mean, for example, we had Zron versus Toxic, our first game of the night on Sunday, which was probably our closest, and I'd say our best series of the entire night.
It was unbelievable.
It was incredible, but you know, that means we'll probably see Toxic again today, and that's kind of the point I'm getting at. All these guys that came so close but unfortunately dropped at the final hurdle, we're probably going to see them again today running, you know, most likely some of them the same champion compositions, maybe some of them will try and switch it up. But for our first series, we do have Demon versus Polterizer. Now, we're in the earlier stages of the bracket today.
I mean, this is like straight up round 1. We had over 500 players sign up for today's tournament, so the numbers are still, you know, plentiful, plenty of players out there that, bear in mind, these are free to enter tournaments, right? The only thing you lose is your free time, but it's the shot at the Quake World Championships, which has a $1 million prize pool across Duel and Sacrifice respectively. So obviously a lot of these guys are coming out and they're playing the game a lot, and they're getting pretty good at it, and they're now trying to sort of test their strength against the rest of the top competition. Because bear in mind, this EU region, there is a lot of dangerous players. Even though we've had 8 go through to regionals already, looking at some of the players we have this week: Toxic, Rel, Faz, Base, Sturmy, Evil, Avec, Kilson. Like, the list will go on of players that are still yet to make it.
That's what I mean. A lot of players that we saw last week, some of them that unfortunately weren't able to, and this is like their first week competing, but you said it yourself, right, how good some of these players are getting already. You know, Quake Champions as a game is quite young. These guys haven't had as long with it, anywhere near as long with Quake Champions as they had with, you know, some of the more classic Quakes that sort of brought them to where they are now. But as every week goes on, a week makes quite a big difference when a game is as young as Quake Champions is. So you think these guys are going to be getting better and better every single week. We're going to see them get stronger and stronger as we go on. And that can be for multiple different reasons, right? Like you said, it could be champions, it could be they start to favor different ones, maybe the meta kind of shifts a little bit. But at the very least, you know that the longer these guys play, the better they're going to get, which ultimately means these qualification stages are going to get a lot more stressful.
But that's the champion element, I think, which is very exciting to me, is that Duel's meta is it's Duel. It's the way Duel has always been, right? You know, timing pickups is no different. Being able to sort of predict where an opponent's going to go is no different. Learning the maps, a lot of fundamentals will apply, but it's the fact that the champions themselves do really force a change of pace. And obviously when we saw Agent going with his unique team, really sort of bringing Clutch to the table so shortly after the recent patch that changed Clutch the way they did, and he pretty much went in full force, not just to learn the matchup, not just to learn how the champion works. He went in with that team and qualified qualified with it. But on the flip side, we recently had the Cooler Cup, which was on, I believe, last Saturday, where we had more top EU competition. Agent took that tournament first place with his team of Clutch, but he wasn't the only Clutch in top 3. We had Vishtal taking 3rd place, who also is a prominent Clutch shooter that once again I'm pretty sure we'll see him.
That neon yellow
today.
Clutch that I'm sure we'll be seeing return today.
A favourite of yours, I think. But we also saw Faz taking 2nd place there, and I believe he actually had the 1 map advantage. He was in grand finals on the winners bracket there. So, you know, clearly, just because some of these players haven't qualified, that doesn't mean, you know, they don't mess around. They're still here to play, and a lot of these series that we saw were close. You couldn't call it until the very end. I think Zron versus Toxic really was one of those sets. It was our first set, but I think it was our greatest set on that first, you know, regional playoff we saw on Sunday.
I think so too. But however, the first map we're going to be seeing today will be Blood Covenant, a very popular map as the sort of evenings have went on. Obviously, we go, the way this actually format works is we play through Duel on Thursday. We play through to our top 16, who we will then see again on the weekend show where they have their do or die, make or break game. So everyone today is just playing for that top 16 spot. And then on the weekend, we'll then go back to that top 16, and every match that is played out there will be the difference between who qualifies for the regionals and who has to try again in week 3. But that being said, we saw a lot of, I believe it was Ruins of Sarnath was kind of the map we saw the most on Sunday. That was kind of the designated, predetermined first map they all had to play on, which was obviously quite big, quite open-spaced. Blood Covenant being a map that was in the game just as long as Ruins of Sarnath, really, for the most part. What kind of draft are we going to be seeing? Because Nyx very popular on this, Anarchy very popular on this, even Ranger, right? We see a lot of Ranger on Blood Covenant.
Speaking of popular, we see Scalebearer and Ranger both getting picked. Scalebearer, I think, one of the favoured big bodies on this map in particular. As you can see, Visor getting selected as well. Nyx, to the surprise of no one, I think, very popular champion on this map. And Blakovic just going in for, I guess, the ability to just do the crazy damage. Really regardless of what champion we see. Speaking of which, final pick,
there we go.
Clutch. We're wasting no time. We're going straight in with Clutch. But interestingly, we did see Clutch get selected last. Now, that could have been, bear in mind, you're not locked into a certain champion when you
didn't have to play them in the order
you
you place them, right? You get to choose when the map starts, you then get to swap around.
But I think that really opens up. The draft phase can be one of the most important phases because you see the opponents picking these different champions, but sometimes a champion is picked as a direct answer to something that you saw. So what we could have totally seen there was we might have seen Clutch get selected because the final champion, I believe it was Demon that selected with the Blaskovic. Clutch is, in some ways, a complete direct answer to Blaskovic's dual wield because he basically soaks up all damage. Bear in mind the shield is completely invincible, lasts a very similar amount of time to the dual wield, so maybe it's a matter of going, well, I've now got this final selection. I've seen a champion you've picked, almost like your trump card, to do this crazy damage. Here's a champion to just shut that down completely.
Well, we actually see that a lot from Clutch specifically, and why we see him get picked.
He just works against so many champions.
I mean, I don't want to go as far as to say that he's like anti-meta, but at the same time, a lot of popular champions that we see almost every map, he does very well against. Being able to see Nyx through her Ghost Walk through his barrier, being able to counter Blaskovic's dual wield damage, being able to chase down characters like Anarchy and Nyx particularly who want to just run away from him as fast as possible. He really does a good job of dealing with that.
Already, Demon's been able to sort of control that rail location. Even though Polterizer did manage to collect that rail, he did take damage in the process, and right there would have potentially walked right into that, but Polterizer shooting the floor by mistake. Yeah, gonna have to try and really bait him into collecting that armor. Maybe try to tie.
Slow pace start, obviously controlling over the rail. Can't really play around that too much. I mean, the damage from a rail is damage. We can see Polterizer already taken down to quite low, but managing to stock himself up a little bit.
Yeah, they're going to trade that Mega Health, the heavy armor once again. But I feel, as you know, it's actually Demon picking Blaskovic last. However, gets the combo, doesn't kill it, tries to chase it down, and does land that rail. Bear in mind, there's a lot of downtime in between those rail shots. If that missed, Demon would have been in a heap of trouble, but very confident gameplay. Polterizer on Visor already.
Speaking of Visor, though, we do see him quite a lot on Blood Covenant. Seems very effective. I mean, let's not forget his ability, that piercing sight. We can hear he's just
we just heard
exactly. A piercing sight basically gives him that kind of like X-ray vision through walls. So the way on our spectator cam, we can see X-ray through the walls. He basically sees that himself.
Now, Polterizer, he is caught in a very bad spot. He does manage to get one rail off. Bear in mind, 70 HP of Demon. If he caught that rail, might have actually traded the frag, but I don't think he was going to try and commit to that. The last thing you want to do is give up 2 champions so early on. Bear in mind, I think Blazkowicz as well with that natural passive where he's going to regenerate to the next 25 health if he's ever so slightly under it. But right now, Demon, he's been really sort of commanding that long range with the rail.
It's because he's just putting a lot of emphasis on making these fights rail focused, right? We're not really seeing any other weaponry from him right now, but it's been quite comfortable for him. But he's picked up that heavy armor, be good for him. But now we can see Polterizer getting the better of these trades, starting to connect a bit more rail shots himself now.
Yeah, I feel like Polterizer's been missing quite a few rails though. Like he's getting some good read on where he, clearly knows Demon's going to be, but he's not getting the payout. Accuracy's kind of letting him down somewhat here. Nice prediction, going straight in with the Duel, waiting no time, catches him going left, going in for another rocket. Can he survive though? 85 HP is still more than enough to get the job done. However, at this health, he can't tank a rail, but then again, I spoke too soon. This is Blazkowicz we're talking about, straight back up to 100.
Yeah, and he has already managed to, unfortunately, I don't want to say waste that dual wheel, but definitely didn't get as much mileage out of it as normal. But
that rocket jump was just to not take a rail, I think. Get around as quickly as possible, doesn't quite
also
get the rail.
Just being up here, we can see the mega health is up very soon. Looks like Demon's, is he heading towards it now? Yeah, it looks like he might be. Yeah, indeed, knows Polterizer's over near rocket, so he hasn't got to worry about getting contested from this range, but...
I don't know, actually, didn't look particularly sure where Polterizer was going to be. As we saw, he was super far away, heading towards rocket, but he was looking almost near LG in that situation. But
or missing these rockets though, Demon getting a little bit more predictive with these shots as opposed to reactive.
Going down in for that heavy armor once again, and so far, Demon doing such a good job of just controlling both of these major health pickups. Bear in mind, 3 minutes left. Remember guys, you can time out in Quake Champions. If you've got more champions than the opponent, by the end of that 5-minute mark, you will go up a round. That's 3 out of 5 rounds.
Well, actually, took speak back in time though.
Oh, caught him on the jump pad, but Polterizer actually not committing.
I was actually just about to say, neither of these players so far are really committing to these fights. They're quite content just poking each other down with damage here and there, but they're not quite full committing at the moment. But at the same time, as they're sort of playing this sort of passive style, Demon's definitely going
misses a rail.
And unless he gets taken down, Polterizer gets that champion kill. Now it's evened out, so Demon was playing super slow, but had the champion advantage. Now no longer the case.
Now let's take a look at this matchup, right? Nyx versus Visor. Normally that Ghost Walk is such an ace in the hole, being able to get away. Wow, walking straight into the Tri-Bolt, taking a little bit of damage there. But I think it's almost be an uncontested mega health.
But it's like you said, that Visor piercing sight goes through that Ghost Walk, that Nyx invisibility.
Oh wow, being really aggressive.
Yeah, there we go, and the Ghost Walk is forced out, but he doesn't have piercing sight up, so he can't chase her.
Yeah, in this one instance, he's not going to be able to use it. Does manage to get a rail now. Demon in a very bad situation, misses the rail. That could have been a frag, misses a second one, and now Polterizer forced to get out of there. Might be kicking himself over a couple of those misses, I think, especially with that 1-minute warning. 45 seconds and this round will be over. If he frags Demon right there, he could have potentially just ran away from Scalebearer for the rest of the round.
But, at the very least, we are still in this round 1 of, let's not forget, it's first 2 maps in the series, but 3 out of 5 rounds per map, so they have all the time in the world to figure this out. So they're taking it slow right from the off. It means at the very least, maybe we have quite a passive set ahead of us. But Polterizer is getting a lot of...
Oh, he's got that read.
Nearly killed. Oh, what comes out the rocket? Doesn't quite connect for max damage, but taking away the majority of that armor.
Actually, right here, Polterizer really nicely loaded up on weapons, especially against Nyx with that low health pool. There we go.
Polterizer finally has control of mega health. Demon getting a little bit of sort of a glancing rocket, but not quite enough to take off this mega health. That one, on the other hand, is doing quite a lot of damage. Demon able to force him away again, but Polterizer doing a good job of just topping himself up in between. Now armor though. Demon can get a good rail here.
I wonder if Demon's going to try and chase this. No, being super passive, even with the armor advantage. Kind of surprising to see. So last minute, I mean, like...
Perhaps Demon thought he'd already picked up the heavy armor though, because he was potentially fighting near it.
Now we are in sudden death, bear in mind. Next frag's going to win. Catches him mid-rocket jump, so he does damage to himself already. Demon's in big trouble, but Polterizer again. Not looking to chase too hard. I think he maybe predicts that he's up top, but he was underneath him the entire time.
He doesn't need to predict. He has the piercing sight. He could have popped that there and got the chase on, but I think he's, again, this passive style. I think he's waiting overtime, though, so next frag will win.
I think Polterizer is just waiting for that Ghost Walk. He's saving the piercing sight for that last minute when he manages to get a fight that goes well, eliminating that ability to run away for free that Demon otherwise normally would have been able to do without having to predict it. Looks like they're both going head-on into each other. Sitting there, can't wait for him to see. There we go. Opting not to go for piercing sight again, though, saving it. Really surprised.
Oh, missed that rail. Demon's going to predict him coming out of the teleporter. Goes towards the mega health, picks it up for free. Polterizer, I think he's almost being a bit too passive at this point. You know what I mean? Like, he has the tools to deal with Nyx. He has that visor, he has that piercing sight. He does catch Demon in a few sort of negative situations, but isn't quite content just really pushing it.
I would definitely like to see Polterize be a bit more confident. Did not catch sight of him. Wow, took unnecessary damage. However, kind of minimal damage, really. Could have been much more, seeing he's got ambushed with the rocket launcher. That 58 rocket's going to be good. Can tank a couple more rails. If he goes in right now, he might get it, but takes the damage on that rail himself. And now, with 100 HP, going back towards that mega health. However, the race begins. Nice prediction from Demon, heading him off, and just confident he was going to go for that mega health when the fight went bad.
Indeed, but Polterizer almost went like the majority of that overtime without using the piercing sight.
It was really, I really expected to see it more. I don't know why he held on to it for so long, but I'm sure he has his reasons.
Well, it's like you said, right? He might have just been waiting for that ghost walk, but unfortunately, it didn't quite work out for him. But back on this Ranger now, and Demon back on the Blazkowicz.
Didn't even get a chance to see the final champions. Haven't seen Demon Scalebearer, haven't seen Polterizer's clutch just yet.
Well, that's the nature of overtime, right? If the match is going slow enough, you don't really need to see the whole roster.
Demon tries to get a mid-air right there, doesn't quite land it. He's got to be kind of careful though. I mean, he hasn't really got the fast-firing, almost like hit-scan style weapons. Only had a rocket launcher on hand, but still did really respectable damage, just confidently standing there and controlling the location.
Oh, wow.
Nice, getting a frag really quickly. Polterizer on visor already.
That was a good shot. But that's the nature of the rocket, right? I mean, we can see he's just picked up the mega health, and Demon sees the power-up's not there, so he just knows Polterizer's gone for it. But he himself is controlling the heavy armor, though. Oh, there's the dual wield, shredding him down very quickly, and he's chasing this too.
He's taking big damage, dropping to stay on the ground, gets hit by one rail. Bear in mind, he did actually manage to pick up a rail before he walked into that dual wield.
Oh, miss it again, though. Oh, Polterizer gets that one. This could be the even out, but no, Polterizer isn't quite connecting them.
He has to try and dodge these rails for days. He can't afford to take a single one. And Polterizer actually meeting the rail with the default SMG and managed to win that fight. Polterizer now so weak, and Demon on the chase. All he needs is one rocket, catches it, but again, Polterizer with a sliver of health left takes it again. He's still alive.
Oh, Demon unfortunately fumbles the rocket kill and commits suicide. Polterizer throwing a lifeline, able to secure that mega health in the middle of that 1v1. He did survive.
That was just really unfortunate. Demon did so well in all of those exchanges, but just couldn't get that final bit of damage he needed. And at the last minute, accidentally blew himself to pieces.
Oh, Demon trying to control him off that heavy armor. Doesn't want to let him pick it up for free, but unfortunately he damages himself again. Polterizer shoving him all over the place with that lightning gun. Demon does opts to just get out of there, pick up the mega health, and on a big beefy character like Scaleberry, you can see how much health he actually gets from that.
Yeah, just short of 200 at this stage. That's more than enough to survive. As you can hear, actually Polterizer predicting the teleporter, but no patience from Demon actually to wait it out. Almost second guess it.
Polterizer was still there. He is patient till the end. He knew he was going to take that fight. But Demon still 125 HP. All a fight with heavy armor though. LG.
These giant champions they really can tank these heavy fights. But then again, on 17 health at this stage, Polterizer, does he have his piercing sight available? That's the question. Definitely heard him running away, but it's going to take quite a while for these larger champions to stack up compared to some lighter ones. Just that extra split second it takes to pick up a health item might be the difference between getting chased down and finished off or not, basically.
Indeed, but once again we can see Demon here. The mega health is up. Needs to play. There we go. I think Polterizer must have just picked it up, weighing along the edge. Hops straight into a little bit of a rocket.
Again, a very sort of slow-paced game. Oh, doesn't walk into it. Walks straight in front of him right there.
That point-blank rail, you can see just how punishing that can be, though. Not being able to swap away from the rail until it's sort of, I don't want to say cooled down, but ready to fire again means you can't quite snap to it. Or snap away from it, I should say, as you have been able to before. Gets a nice rail this time, though. Killing 90 damage, 80 damage, adding up and 3 in a row. Demon with 3 shots back-to-back for a clean kill. And Polterizer forced on this clutch for the first time.
Now we'll see what his clutch has to offer. Trying to catch him up top, but again,
he's caught early. This could be an early kill.
That's a terrible spot to get caught. No shield wall either. Polterizer just kind of letting that one rock. Maybe expecting to run away, but either way, we didn't even get a chance to see his clutch in action there, just completely destroyed.
It does seem a little bit like Polterizer is being a little bit too, I don't want to say greedy, but he's clinging on to these abilities a little bit too much. Like you pick a champion for the utility, you know, because you want that passive, you want that ability, mainly the ability. But right now, Polterizer just isn't getting as much use out of them as he probably could have. And, you know, on the other side, Demon always ready for that dual wield.
That is definitely one of the answers to clutch, is to almost like rush him down. If you catch him on a good spawn, do not let him don't let him get the weapons he needs to become the headache that clutch can become when he's fully ready to go.
Oh, and there's the LG, gets the dual wield out. This is bad. The Polterizer almost manages to even it out with that rocket, but once again, Demon just prevails in the 1v1.
Ultimately, I think it's a matter of Polterizer being unbelievably passive, and Demon just knowing when to go in. You know,
well, this is how Demon was playing at the start, but as Demon's getting more aggressive, Polterizer remains to be this careful. Which is understandable. It's definitely better not to rush these duels, but at the same time, there comes a point that you just need to take those fights and have a bit of confidence.
Well, I mean, if you can just do the math right, you know how much health or armor your opponent is likely to be on, you know what pickups have been taken. Just doing the math of how much damage you've done, knowing when you can chase or can't chase. There's been a couple of instances there where Polterizer really has been able to chase it down if he wants to, but he's been a little bit held back on doing that, and because of it, he's let some frags go kind of unpunished.
It's the health regen of Blazkowicz though, on the way up. Oh, he gets caught with the dual wield on the way up. Yeah, this could be a guaranteed kill. Once again, Demon with that dual wield. As soon as he sees Polterizer there, he's Visor. He has no quick way to get away.
Once again, he's got that really, really good respawn. Polterizer forced in a terrible situation. Demon is right near him, and Clutch with just a regular nail gun. He does not have what he needs to survive this fight, especially when he's getting railed from distance. He needs to make something happen, but at this stage, yeah. Actually, at the last minute, I don't agree with the option to use the shield wall to go into the orbital drill. We saw the drill used at the last minute, almost to try and contest with that range. But in that situation, I really would have liked to have seen the Clutch shield saved and just used to get out of there, rather than going in for the drill and trying to fight back in a fight that he just couldn't win with the health he had.
I mean, it's understandable, though. Like I said, it's always better to be careful than to rush in duels, but there does come a point that you kind of just need to realize this isn't going my way. Clear the momentum, because that's another thing, right? Momentum and control. It's so much beyond just the straight-up 1v1, just shooting each other. You know, you've got to worry about, I've got to control the pickups, so I need to be able to be aware of where they are, you know, not to run around too fast, not to be too loud when I'm picking stuff up. And there's just so much to think about at the time that as soon as you start to let that snowball roll and your opponent really has that much over you, then you kind of just have to swap something up if it's not working out. But that was just map 1, Blood Covenant, and did go comfortably in the way of Demon. Would you like to see a different champion selection perhaps, or I mean the map? Because that's going to be the big thing now, is we're going to see that Polterizer is going to be able to pick his own his map now, right? So we can pick what he is comfortable on.
So when you get sent out of one map and you're one map down, you now have the option to choose. That's pretty much part of, I guess, losing that last map, that you now have the chance to give yourself an advantage if you see fit. So normally, actually, Blood Covenant tends to be a map that we see picked too when things go sour. But in this first stage, where it's a predetermined map, Blood Covenant was that map. So there's always going to be the chance of, like, that was the comfortable map, and now you're kind of like, well, what do I feel comfortable on after this? There's not much you can do. But to be honest, I don't think it came down to champion picks. I think it did just come down to a general game plan, because Polterizer, like, even though he clearly, you know, had a grasp on certain things, it was just too passive. I feel like it really was too passive. Demon kind of just got away from every fight and was able to just kind of stack back up, and then he himself would know when to go in and pretty much just deal with it really quickly.
But he had quite an aggressive composition though himself.
I mean, that's why we saw the Blazkowicz first, right?
Yeah, like, no, I'm talking about Polterizer. You know, he had the Ranger,
for sure.
Who, you know, the Dire Orb can do such amazing burst, or you can really, you know, just get on someone quite quickly. The Visor, which is all about just knowing where they are. I mean, unless you want to use it to sort of, you know, run away and keep that distance. But Clutch, that big bully character that just gets in your face and doesn't let you move, that is quite an aggressive composition on paper. So maybe, I mean, it could maybe just not work out that way for him.
Well, I think the two times we saw Clutch used, bear in mind the first round came down to a sudden death, so we didn't get to see the Clutch picked. However, I think that really is kind of like the best way to deal with Clutch, is just catch him on a spawn, because at the end of the day, he becomes a headache when he gets access to the weapons that he needs to become dangerous with. So the big obvious one being rocket launcher, or super shotgun, even railgun, the single shot weapons.
It was mainly rail that came down to that though, because Demon was favoring that over everything else. I think he realized that when he had Polterizer on the distance, Polterizer was hitting some rails, but wasn't quite being as accurate as he was. So he kind of maybe felt like he had that advantage from that range, and especially when you're against someone like Clutch who has that big hitbox, you're not going to be missing rails. And we even saw him hitting against Visor 3 in a row just to finish him off. That I mean, perhaps taking the rail away could be the option here and going to Corrupted Keep.
That's definitely something that we've seen quite often, where players that really favour these large champions that really get in there and establish like rocket launchers up close, taking the splash damage, not really caring, and just out-surviving somebody, particularly when players pick Clutch, because of how the shield wall kind of lets you take that style and really sort of like excel it to the next level, because you've got that invulnerable shield in front of you that soaks up pretty much all damage, except the damage that you're dishing out. So Corrupted Keep is one that we might see. I guess it really depends on how much Polterizer favours Clutch. You know, if he opts to just not pick Clutch at all, we might see a different map. But if he goes with Clutch, what we've seen so far is pretty much always corrupted keep. That seems to be like the answer. If you're going to pick clutch, corrupted keep seems the best.
Well, I mean, he just chases you down, right? He pops that barrier, doesn't let you get away, he doesn't have to worry about being railed.
It's a small map as well, very small
exactly.
map.
He doesn't have to worry about being railed from a distance, so he does have what he needs to just chase you down and do what clutch does best. But like you said, I think it depends to how comfortable Polterizer is going to be on that clutch, whether that was one of his sort of staple picks. He could always just pick a different champion entirely. And right now we can still just see some replays from this map itself. We've got some of those rails, some of these prediction things. I do believe here, was this the Duel? This is when he narrowly lost it, yeah, because he committed suicide. Polterizer was able to secure the Mega Health in the middle, and I believe this would have been the 3 rails back-to-back.
Indeed. I mean, it's just kind of just showing like the game plan that Demon tried to establish, keeping that range, and right here, catching clutch on a spawn. But Polterizer in this situation actually not going in for the shield wall, which really confused me. Normally you would definitely see a clutch pop it in that last minute, and right there, that was a great reaction, almost like listening to that sound cue, knowing that the jump pad's been used, and then the second you hear it and the opponent's kind of stuck in the air, going with dual-wield lightning gun when they're on a jump pad, it's bad enough when you get caught in a jump pad against 1 lightning gun, let alone 2. So that was a really sort of nice play as well. But this next map, I mean, we'll see what happens. Right now, it looked really dominant for Demon. Kind of, you might almost call it 2-0 because of just how that first map went. It was very sort of one-sided in many ways because it was just a lack of confidence. But will we see the confidence in a future map if it favors his champions? I guess that's the question.
I suppose so, but we'll be finding out very soon as we see what this next map's going to be. And in fact, when we do get underway, so as soon as that is ready to go, I guess we'll find out. Now, back to the champions themselves that we're seeing picked. We're at a point that we seem to see, touch wood that I don't jinx it and it changes now, but we do. In every broadcast so far, we've seen every champion in the game, at least from the EU side. Every champion has been picked at least once in every broadcast we've done so far. And I'd love to see that continue today, because I think it does a lot to show off almost like the balance of the game so far, and show that different champions are viable in their own different ways, be on different maps with even different game modes. But the fact that we're seeing everyone, I think, is a good sign.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think at the same time, it allows players to really sort of put their own personal taste on the way they approach the game. I mean, Cypher, right? We've already seen Cypher go with some very sort of strange picks. He's sort of rocked a team that's had sort of Galena and Slash and Scalebearer. I believe that was on a Ruins of Sarnath map we saw him play.
That was at some point last Sunday, yeah.
Well, we saw his Galena, even by herself, put in like mad work on some of those rounds. And even her, like, we would normally see, well, Galena gets picked on a couple of maps, but not all of them. But at the same time, I think it's just really useful that we're seeing players experiment, and they're trying to break the mold. The best players innovate, no matter what the game is or what the genre is even. They sort of get their head screwed on with how the game works, and then they basically just play the board and go, right, what works for me, regardless of what everyone else is doing, which I think is a really important thing, especially when the game is so new.
So Blood Covenant down. I think across the board, Demon just looked a lot more confident. But do you think that really is what it sort of boils down to the most right now, is confidence? Polterizer, in that first round when they were both sort of playing the same speed, he looked fine. But as soon as Demon started to get bit more aggressive and force the fights, and at the same time, Polterizer didn't have locked on visor a lot of the time. Not the best champion for getting away. Do you think maybe swapping to someone that's a bit better at running away could be a better pick?
I think either way, we'll see what happens. Unfortunately, I've just been informed by our production that we're going to have to move on to our next match. So sorry for the delay, guys. We're going to get our next match underway. And while we set that up, we're going to go to a quick break. So thank you very much for staying with us. We'll be right back. And Quake Champions will be back after this short break. Welcome back, everybody. Apologies for the delay, but we are indeed back. And this is week number 2 of the European qualifier for the Quake World Championship. We're still very early on in this 500-man tournament, of which it's been pretty interesting already. But our first series, we're going to be moving on to our next series now, which I believe is between Nurtio and Popdoc. So apologies if I've butchered the names, but we see it right there. Nurtio versus Popdoc. I'm sure that's correct.
So these are two players that I personally haven't heard of or seen them play yet, which is something we talked about quite heavily last week. It's something we were hoping to see. Obviously, Quake being it's got such a legacy behind it, right? It's been such a cornerstone in the FPS genre as a whole, especially competitively. But it's been quite a while since there was a last mainstream Quake that was played on the big stage. And Champions being so new and there being such a gap in between, I think does sort of open up those floodgates for the potential for new players and new talent to come through that might have been playing this whole time. Or who knows, maybe they started with this and they've already got used to sort of, the universal mechanics and how to play Quake as a whole. And now they're ready to play competitively and go against some of the well-established legendary players. And I think there's been enough time, and I hope that's something we see.
Well, I think that's naturally going to become a little bit more easy for these players the longer these weeks will go on. Because bear in mind, it's 8 players a week that will qualify, which means that as each week goes on, some of these absolute cream of the crop players that have already qualified will not be in the bracket, which almost opens up a higher scope for upcoming talent or players that are newer to the franchise. So right there, again, more sort of traditional picks that we see. Blood Run being the map we're playing first. Very sort of close calls. Again, a classic map. But a map that in particular, I see Anarchy in the teams there. Now, Anarchy on Blood Run in particular, I mean, he has a lot of space to just fly around the map. He's been really useful picked first on this map in particular, I think.
Whenever we've seen Anarchy, and I could be wrong here, but as far as I'm aware, every time we've seen Anarchy on a duel team, he has been picked first. Aside from like maybe in the rounds, if they're
maybe
trying to
95% of the time at a push.
The vast majority we're seeing him first, because if you can sort of start to build that momentum with him and you start getting those injections and you start adding up that max health pool, because that's a big thing, right? Is when it adds that health value every time you inject, to the point that, maybe you can tank a rail, maybe you can start to tank some more rockets. But the big one is you don't die in one rail if you haven't got any armor up, which is something we find quite prominent in 1v1s. And obviously, if you've got Anarchy first, you have the longest possible amount of time, should you be having a good round, to start adding up to their health pool, instead of having him last and have to spend all that time when you're on the back.
Yeah, I was actually about to point that out, in that I think that's one of the main reasons we do see him go first, is because he's very snowbally champion, especially if you play aggressively. But ultimately, if you pick him first, you have that higher chance of getting 6 injections. Bear in mind, you need to get 6 injections to tank more than 1 rail. But again, if an Anarchy can survive a rail and still fight you,
he's quite annoying.
Yeah, it's a complete game changer. Wow, didn't actually catch sight of him at the bottom. Maybe thought he was going to be up top and underneath.
However, injection survived, but right again, Nurtio is getting straight in with these rails, and he connects the majority of them, and already is taken out Popdoc's Anarchy, forcing out this Blaskovic.
Well, sometimes Anarchy just will not be allowed to get going, and that was one of those examples.
He's down, he's waiting for him to pick up the heavy armor. Nurtio trying. Oh no, he's behind him! He got the jump on him.
But to be honest, took minimal damage in the process.
It's because he was ready, right? As soon as he realized he was in a bad situation, using that die rob to secure the objective, he was trying to cover himself.
Oh, speaking of ability, going in with the dual wield, taking a little bit of damage, but wow! Straight in with the rocket as well. You almost expected him to go down there, but he was just sitting pretty far enough away, using that wall as cover, not taking too much of the LG, and just really good rocket placement. Speaking of good rocket placement, gets another one, and now Popdoc is in humongous trouble, and he is already 2 champions down. Bear in mind, Mega Health is down, Heavy Armor is also down. Popdoc with that very small default health pool, trying to shoot those prediction rockets, but Ranger just sort of laughing in the face of it. Still super ready to go.
We see quite a lot of Ranger, though, across the board in Duel. Just such a versatile champion, and that die roll by itself, giving him that mobility and that burst damage. I mean, I can kind of see why. It doesn't seem like there's really a map that he's a bad pick on.
Using a lot of rockets to try and sort of command that Mega, getting knocked straight into it, using the die roll aggressively, does manage to trade the frag. That 100 damage rocket was basically all he needed to trade, I think. Without it, maybe not, but either way, that's 1 round on the board already. Really good.
In DDO, that first round, quite a quick round in comparison to what we saw from our first set of the night. Looks like, again, maybe it's just Nurtio having that confidence. But speaking of which, looking to start with Nyx this time instead of Ranger. And Popdoc once again that Anarchy, as expected.
Didn't really get the chance to get going too much in the last round. Bear in mind with these, actually any of the champions, let alone Anarchy, but if he can get off to a better start right here, maybe, wow, the rail does miss ever so slightly. Forced to use the injection already to get away. Bear in mind, 76 HP. That's still not enough to survive a rail just yet.
It is when he has that 50 armor though. Having armor on these squishier champions is so important. Except the Ghost Walk is popped. Nurture going to go, oh, the aggressive Ghost Walk, but he walks straight into a rocket, and Popdoc is ready to make him pay for that aggression.
Really nice prediction and fantastically executed on the prediction, but wow, getting a really good spawn so close to Anarchy. The rockets, I mean, it didn't even need the acid at that stage. The acid, regardless, was going to kill, but the rockets did the job. And now it's 2-2.
It's quite a way away on the mega health and the heavy armor, so it's going to be contested in a little while. Right now, Nurture sort of positioning himself near the heavy armor. Just wanting to go around and cycling around. Yeah, topping up on armor, very important to have, especially against Blazkowicz, who just wants to burst you down.
I mean, that's the factor. That really is the important element right here, is that there's one champion that's going to shred the health of a tanky champion. It's going to be Blazkowicz going straight in. Predictable advancement. Sitting in the health to try and get a little bit, but it wasn't enough. Popdoc gets the necessary rail, and now he is up 2 champions to 1.
That would have been a beautiful combination of weapons, though. If he got that rocket, and Nurture tries to go in with the dire roll, but it doesn't connect. And once again, Blazkowicz showing why he does so much damage and evening things out at 1 round apiece.
Yeah, it's going to be 1-1. I think it was really well played at the last minute. And even though he got that sort of prediction rocket, he could have taken big damage right there.
If he followed up with a rail and didn't miss it, that would have been a game changer. But unfortunately, that is the essence of the railgun, right? It can be so hard to hit at times, and especially how much impact it can make if you're successful. But one miss can be the difference.
A little bit of an exchange over by Rocket, but neither player punished too hard, really. Sort of middle of the map. This is where we see all the fights take place. I mean, so many important items, with the exception of the rocket launcher, are in the center here. Very close to lightning gun, very close to rail, heavy armor, mega health. They're all right near here.
Missed by a hair's length.
Yeah, he's missed 2 rails so far.
And he missed the heavy armor. But could have been a blessing in disguise, as Nurture was waiting down the bottom to rail him if he went for it.
Well, I think either way, he definitely took damage. So, miss or no miss, he took a rail for his trouble. Yeah, he has to try and get out of there already, like a bit of a sort of snap rail into an immediate runaway. I don't even think he wants to stay there, especially with how much armor. Wow, good prediction. Is it going to be enough, though, with how weak he is? All Nurture needs is 1 rail at any stage. I mean, you can see how on edge Popdoc is playing. Like, he is staying agile at all times, which is the key of playing Anarchy, really, especially in this situation where you don't want to get tagged by a single rail.
He has got armor, though. He's going to survive it now, albeit not by much. That dire orb just to get the heavy armor, but catches him with a ton of LG on the way down, but still down on health. This is the difference. You have a Ranger who has quite a generous standard amount of health and armor, and Anarchy, the opposite end of the spectrum. You can see the sort of like quick exchanges, how quickly it can go from bad to worse if you're not quite ready to maximize that damage. So Verica said though, LG connects. Jersey is either player going to chase here. It looks like they're quite content backing up.
Yeah, there's more predictions trying to run in and snap up. The Mega does manage to get it. The dire orb gets used, but now he's got nothing to escape with if he needs it. But at this stage, again, neither player looking to engage too heavily. Popdoc really bold.
He has a teleporter.
So many rails.
So important.
So many rails have failed to connect. Every single one of them would have been so important. That would have absolutely fragged Nurture. He needs to clean up the execution on this. Again, running out. No more LG to work with, so he's going to be forced to either rail or rocket if he wants to do it. And the rails so far have not been on point this round.
And again, though, you can see just how quickly these guys are able to just top themselves up in between. So even though you get them low, you don't have too long to really push that advantage. He knows the dire orb's just been used, but eats a rail. This could be dangerous. Always going, no, not going to chase. Oh no, and he injects so he can't get the damage.
Yeah, Nurture's going to be going in. But actually, if he got hit by the rail, he still would have died. He had no armor there.
Let's go this passive style, connects that rail. You can see the difference though between when they miss and when they hit, how quickly they realize they've now got the upper hand.
Speaking of upper hand, that did actually force Nurture away for just long enough. Again, trying to use the dire orb for damage, but again, hits the wall! Cannot chase because of it. Nurture was so close to death. If only Popdoc did not hit the wall with that rocket, we might have seen a frag there.
But he is able to at least get the heavy armor. It's not a complete disaster, and still has the advantage here. The dire orb, is it back yet? I don't quite know.
Oh,
and there we go. That rocket he used just to try and keep Nurture away connects and takes the frag. Nurture walking straight into that one.
Now, wasting no time going in with the Sorlag. In these up-close and personal exchanges, if Nurture gets nicely stacked with that health and armor, all he has to do really is pepper a couple of rockets into that acid spit, and he is going to be absolutely laughing with how much damage Anarchy takes.
Get him stuck up to the LG, though. He has run out of rockets, though, so has to be careful. on that front. Still has plenty of rail and LG ready to go.
Well, the one thing to bear in mind is that Popdoc, I mean, we talk about like how snowbally this can be. Speaking of which, actually forced to run away again. He's going to take that tick damage, but it's going to be minimal damage at this stage, and at this stage now he's going to be really careful. Can't take any more rails. Bear in mind now that 50 health is going to be okay.
Look at that Nurcho on that, just magic pixel of life, but quickly able to get one small pickup, two small pickups.
Well, I think pay attention to the right-hand side of the screen, right? Popdoc has so many weapons. Speaking of which, using the LG, now Nurcho down to that final Nyx, but
now that's the important 1 minute warning. These guys have been playing so passive this whole time, but now we're down to the situation that Popdoc has that 3 champions and Nurcho just on Nyx. So if a minute goes by and Nurcho isn't able to even things out, this round is going to go to Popdoc.
He hasn't seen Nurcho go invisible. Nurcho's going to try and go in for the kill, but commit suicide. Maybe try and actually frag him before the Mega, but because he picked up the Mega, there was no way that Rocket was going to do it.
No, definitely not, but that can be the dangerous round when you've got 2 squishy characters fighting point blank with a Rocket. It's quite easy to frag yourself if you're losing track of how much damage you're taking, but at the same time, I mean, like you said, right, the timer was against him in that situation. He had to do something dramatic. He did beat him to the Mega, but is it going to matter though? Forced to use the injection. He's taken so much damage. The victory element is going to be that the Mega health is down, but he took a lot of damage for that. And again, another missed rail. Look at how much health and armor Nurcho has because of that. But this is the difference in rounds, right? Where the very first round, Popdoc lost his Anarchy immediately. The second the round started, and it was hard for him to recover. But right now, he's kept this Anarchy. He's being super aggressive. Speaking of which, really just duck, dive, dip, and dodging all of those rockets. Getting that first round, and just like that. Look at that. Down to Sorlag already. Fast turnaround. Well, it looks like Popdoc, if anything, is like supremely confident on this Anarchy. Because the one round he lost it, he did seem to struggle quite a bit. Now he's just held on to it for a couple rounds straight, looking a lot more comfortable.
Well, Sorlag's going to be able to shred if he catches him up close, but Anarchy is one of those champions that can get away out of that effective Sorlag range quite easily. The patient's waiting for him out. Actually didn't clock him. He did not see him there at all.
Setting up with the cheeky stuff behind, waiting in ambush.
If only Popdoc committed to that path, actually. Maybe have walked right into it. Hang on a minute, 100 damage Rocket, forced to run away again, but the ticking damage again. Pretty real right there. Those ticks hurt Anarchy so much.
Indeed, but just like that, he will top himself back up again. It's going to be quite a good cooldown on that acid spit though, so Nurcho's got to be a bit more careful.
Oh, nice. Wow, 72 and then 100, but cannot land that final hit. Absolutely can't chase. I mean, it's no wonder he tried to head off there. He didn't try and head off, I should say. But the lightning gun, I mean, he had like barely any health. That was a free kill. And already down to Nyx. Again, Nurcho is in big trouble. Has not had an answer for this Anarchy since the first round.
That's the thing though, Popdoc on this Anarchy just has so much control and he just completely, he's manning the reins of how this match is going and gets himself another round. First map goes to him, but it all just came down to momentum. As soon as he controlled all those pickups, he was getting the frags constantly, and Nurcho just couldn't make it work.
So we saw what happens when you do deal with Anarchy immediately, and then in the same game, we saw what happens when you don't deal with Anarchy immediately. I mean, he is quite possibly one of the biggest snowball characters in the game.
Because he can become a bit of a pain in the neck.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Because it's just a matter of how fast he can rotate around the map, how many items he can control. Because of that, his mobility, allowing him to take less risks, doesn't have to really take much rocket jumps to navigate certain areas of the map, so he's not doing as much damage to himself. He's harder to rail, not just because of his hitbox size, but because of his just sheer speed. And as we mentioned, even though we didn't really see it too much, you don't really see it too much in Duel, but when he reaches that stage of which he's on 81 HP, and even without armor can finally tank a rail. He's a very sort of important character to make sure you know how to survive with. And right there, he survived really well. Now we're down to our second map.
Well, Anarchy's probably one of the more common champions we've seen across the board. I mean, especially Sunday alone, you know, looking back on some of these results we had from Sunday.
He was very popular.
I think it's safe to say that Nyx or Anarchy is on almost every team we see. I'm just looking through some of these lineups we saw on Sunday, and one of the two is on every team, if not both. I think one of the most common ones we see is Nyx, Anarchy, and Ranger, or Nyx, Anarchy, and Blazkowicz. That seems to be the most common team comp we see so far, but that's not without good reason. It's because they're very effective on the majority of the maps, and even then, when we saw him get knocked onto Blazkowicz, he did have that sort of shred damage potential, and but that's the beauty of Quake 1v1, right? You don't just put so much emphasis on one champion. You have to play a team. You have to be competent with all three of them. And as I can say that, Corrupted Keep will be our next map. So that would be Nurchio's choice. And Nurchio himself now picking up Anarchy. So fighting fire with fire.
Yeah, definitely not surprised to see this result at all. So it's going to be Anarchy and Nyx. Very traditional, going back in with that Sorlag as well. But Sorlag on Corrupted Keep now. We know Sorlag is effective in Duel anyway, particularly against those small champions because of their low health pool and how much damage she gets when she gets a successful sequence of the acid. But on Corrupted Keep in particular, because there's no railgun, she can sort of deny areas of the screen on the map, I should say, much easier with the acid. You know, she can really sort of just scatter it around heavy armor, scatter it around that mega health location. Even important pickups that you kind of almost have to get, like the rocket launcher, you got to get that. Lightning gun, you got to get that. But they're all areas that if you catch Sorlag right there, she's in a great situation because she's got more health than you. She's going to take those exchanges, and if she's got acid, you can't really compete with the damage. And again, minimal distance to run away. It's very small and enclosed, a lot of little twists and turns here and there. It's, on one hand, it's easy to get away. On the other hand, if she catches you point blank, it's difficult to do that.
Well, Corrupted Keep just seems to really emphasize that on all fronts, though. You can run away, you just have less space to do so.
Yeah.
You can fight, you just have less space to do so. You can take out characters like Anarchy and pin them down because they haven't got as much room to run away, but there's no rails, so you can't really, you know, burst them down as easily. So Corrupted Keep just really sort of like flips around that sort of dual style, I suppose.
Now, Nurchio going with, even though they've both gone with Anarchy this time, we do still see Nyx get picked first. Was kind of expecting to see like almost like an Anarchy mirror almost immediately. Go on, head off. However, bear in mind, Nurchio with that rocket on deck doesn't manage to quite get anything. And Pobdoc with all of that armor already. Anarchy with armor is quite scary. 10 seconds until that mega health. No doubt both players trying to really command that very important pickup right here. No damage on those rockets, so Pobdoc, no fear going in and trying to snatch it up, no doubt. And does get that mega health already. Nurchio forced to run away, but they're looking to make that sequence towards heavy armor as well. It does spawn, Pobdoc gets it and forces the ghost walk. This is not a great start for Nurchio at all. Being aggressive with the lightning gun, can he get a rocket? No, misses so many. And now with 8 health left to work with, that is not a good situation at all.
You can see how hard it can be to get those predictive rockets on Anarchy. You just zips around all over the place, and as soon as you miss one, you miss another, and you miss another.
I think a couple of those rockets may have actually gone through that window as well, and they didn't connect at all.
Oh, Pobdoc's taking the fight, and he will take the first frag with confidence. Once again, manages to secure the heavy armor as well, so he's got the timers on both of them now. Nurchio put on the Sorlag that we've seen him take out and kill before, but this is the shred.
This is the shred, but it wasn't enough. He had just way too much armor. And even though he got caught in that bad spot, he had more than enough armor to stay there and fight, and just very confident play. Pobdoc staying there and not moving. Forced to Anarchy last. Nurchio's definitely not going with like a sort of... When you see Anarchy pick last, it's not for like a longevity reason. I think it's almost like a last-minute trump card. It's almost like at the last minute, just get around as quickly as possible. And it's not to snowball, it's to just not get caught on a bad spawn.
Speaking of which, though, that Anarchy, the mirror, the Anarchy versus Anarchy going on right now, but Nurchio with so much more work to do, down 2 champions and an entire map. I mean, he's got to build some momentum here, if he can, but, I mean, Pobdoc's not making it easy. It's Anarchy looking very dangerous.
Well, the one thing to take away from this is that Pobdoc hasn't been forced to use his injection at all, so he's actually only been able to get 1 extra HP on top of what he already had by default. So it's not going to be a matter of an Anarchy with a lot of health versus an Anarchy with no health by default. It's only going to be 1 HP difference. However, catches him off guard.
Yeah, however, though, if one of them has control of mega health, he's always going to be a bit healthier in these fights, so he's always going to be a bit more tanky. Yeah, Nurchio using that injection, so is going to have it now for this next fight.
He didn't actually use it to survive longer either. He used it just to get out of there. He did not want to get caught in that bad hallway right there and get tagged by all those rockets.
Oh, this is the rocket. Actually, does damage to himself in the process, but not quite enough.
Now, Nurchio's going to need to win this exchange. However, Pobdoc going in with the chase. Is he ready for him to chase it? Look how much mobility this champion has. However, because they both have it, actually having a hard time at catching it, tries to head him off, does manage to get it, catches 2 rockets, but with the injection ready to go, hang on a minute, going in with the chase, Nurchio. Is he going to chase this one down?
Looks like he is. He knows the mega health's coming up, and there we go. Nurchio gets the first frag, and this could be the start of the snowball that he needs. But Pobdoc put on this Blaskovitz, and on a squishy character like Anarchy, you know how quickly he can be deleted. But it will mean that Pobdoc's got to be on point with his aiming, because you know how hard it can be to hit this character in that close range. And immediately using the injection, using it before the fight even started. He's taken so much damage, he's trying to just stay as far away as possible, but now the machine gun with the hit scan, 1 HP left, and he somehow survives. by the skin of his teeth. Nerchio stays alive. 1 minute and a half to go. Pobdoc still getting aggressive. Doesn't want to let him tank up here. Mega Health coming up, but that prediction rocket, the cheeky stuff coming out from Pobdoc. That confidence.
That was just very delicious. I like that very much.
He just teleported into the face of death itself.
And that rocket was gone for so long as well. Like, that was a late rocket. Either way, that's 1 round up. Pobdoc still looking really dominant. Going straight in with the Anarchy first. Again, to the surprise of no one. Nerchio going with that Nyx pick and catching him in a bad spot. Immediately getting those 2 rockets. Forcing Anarchy off immediately. Now, we saw this in the first map. The second we got rid of Anarchy straight away, the round did very comfortably go to Nerchio. So will he be able to repeat that? Oh, there we go, swapping that Ghost Walk out, trading it out for the Duel Wheel. The Duel having a much longer cooldown to it. So good cut, Nerchio's favor, but gets caught from below. Quite enough damage to make him. Oh, that rocket's going to add up very fast. Pobdoc put in a bit of a negative situation so far. Yeah, bear in mind, he's been able to get the Mega trying to head him off and catches him before they even get to fight for the heavy armor. So on top of getting a frag and evening things out, Pobdoc was also rewarded with that heavy armor pickup too. Sorlag versus Blazkowicz though. We'll see what happens. Those rockets coming through. Interesting, we can see him sort of put up that corner. I mean, being sort of trapped behind that statue seems to be, I don't want to say a death sentence, but not a very comfortable situation to get out of. As the Mega Health 2, nowhere to run, Nerchio falls down again. It seems like when you really back yourself to that wall, I mean, we see these guys get so aggressive there because there's just such little space to get away. If Pobdoc can scout him early, he has got that duel available. Is he going to go for it? He does indeed. Catches it and just... He had immediately used the injection for the full health, and within half a second, it was all gone. That's Mr. Blazkowicz for you. That's what he does. He shreds that health down, and if he can catch you out in the open, he is just going to annihilate in the LG, being the weapon of choice all too often in that situation. That's going to be match point for Pobdoc. All he has to do now is win this round. He's going to move on very comfortably in this bracket, and not even interested in fighting. I mean, the default SMG, he can't really fight with that little amount of damage output, opting to just try and get stacked up instead. Catches the lightning gun, though. In some ways, now, on this map, that's what you need. Here, Pobdoc being on match point already. He lost his Anarchy very, very early last time. It could be happening the same thing here. But we've seen, that rocket missed! We've seen how lethal he can be on Blazkowicz by himself too. So he doesn't have just the one champion. The Ghost War comes out, he can be aggressive. He tries to get him on the way out, but he picks up the Mega Health, so immediately Nerchio has to run away. But unfortunately, because Nerchio was not in control of when he came out of Ghost Walk, he allowed Pobdoc to uncontested take that Mega Health. I feel like using it right there might have been a bit of a mistake. I think this might be the beginning of the end, because he has the Mega Health, he has the heavy armor as well. He's caught Nerchio on the spawn already, walks into armor, but isn't carrying. Oh no, he hurts himself, but the injection is popped just to keep him alive. And Nerchio, a direct rocket, and I think this might be all she wrote, unless Nerchio can make a miracle happen at the moment. Well, Pobdoc knew just how much armor and health pickups were nearby. He was very confident how he ran away, rotated to collect the man just like that. Nerchio goes down again. And without losing Anarchy in this final round, Pobdoc will move on in this bracket. Indeed, he will. Taking that second map, Corrupted Keep goes in the way of him as well. And again, you know, it just comes down to, I know we keep saying it, but it really is true, that snowball effect. When you get that Anarchy first and you don't take him down, or even worse, when you really try and you go all in and you try and get rid of him, but you lose in the process, and then he gets control of the Mega Health, and then he gets control of the heavy armor. I mean, how do you stop that? Well, clearly the way you stop him is to catch him really early, but that is easier said than done when you've got a really good player behind the wheel. And I think it was just the story that kept on being told over and over again. If you don't get Anarchy early, he will continue that momentum and just snowball. And right there, just so many direct rockets as well. Those really pinpoint, very necessary projectiles that we would consistently see Pobdoc establish. Just really well played. You know, like this guy, when he actually did rockets in particular, they almost always counted. Look at these replays and how much damage he's dishing out when he lands a rocket. Obviously, he walked into that one in that replay, but the point still stands. He did really well. Now, this right here was that was just disgusting. That was the beauty shot right there. The highlight of the entire series. That one sidekick rocket launcher. Look at that sort of, how did this go at the end? There was that direct rocket. That was the 100 damage at the end that sealed the deal for poor old Sorlag. Well, normally when you see Anarchy in that situation, it's like, right, I've doing all this damage to him and I've now ticked him away with the acid and he's gonna be dead. But Pobdoc knew just that he had armor next to him, he had the 2 healths underneath, he had the health behind him as well. So while he's kind of doing damage, he's almost like just using Anarchy speed to just rotate around that small area and just pick up every ounce of health and armor. So when he finally caught him in that bad situation, when he got that frag, he was like super, super healthy again. But he will be moving on in this bracket, so good luck to him. Maybe we'll see him later on. While we get our next match underway, we're going to go for a quick break, and we'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody. This is week number 2 of the European qualifier for the Quake World Championship, and our next match is just about to be underway. It's going to be Rainier versus Proximo. Now, Proximo is a player to watch out for this week. We'll see how this guy does, but we're really excited to see his gameplay. Week number 2, I mean, it's definitely not first things first, but we're well underway at this point. We're seeing what players are dangerous, what maps to look out for, what champions are becoming really popular, and we'll just see if the champion compositions stay consistent in this next match.
I mean, we can hope so, but at the same time, it's always nice to see a little bit more peculiar picks, perhaps, or even like overall compositions. Because, like I said, we see almost every champion, every broadcast at some point. But you know, the heavy favourites, the Anarchies, the Nyx, the Rangers. Well, we did just
see Anarchy.
But at the same time, you know, at the same time, Scalebearer, very popular. Sorlag, very popular. There is more than 3 champions we see all the time. So I think that really does open up the concept of just different games, right? Different matches every time, and you know, certain players favoring certain champions, sort of, you know, feeling that sort of like loyalty to them, I suppose. But at the same time, you know, how many people have we seen completely swap up their roster completely from start to finish and still do well? Like, for example, Cypher. We see Cypher pick a different 3 almost every single time we see him play, and there are a few other players that do the same kind of thing. Because if you can play the board as well as all the maps well, you're kind of making yourself uncounterable and ready for every situation you could possibly be ready for.
So anyone at home, maybe be wondering what's going on here. This is the Quake World Championship qualification process. Every Thursday, a Duel tournament will take place, and this is obviously week number 2 of that. There are going to be 4 Duel tournaments in total, and every single one of those weeks will play through to a Sunday playoff. Now, the Sunday playoff will determine who makes it to the EU regionals. Bear in mind, this is going on in NA as well. This is just the European portion, but the playoffs will determine who makes it into the regionals, and the regionals will determine who makes it into the Quake World Championship finals live at QuakeCon later this year. But the thing is, a lot of these players, they've been to QuakeCon loads of times. This is a setting they're very familiar with.
Well, even case in point,
they're going to have an edge.
Let's look at some of the players that we've already got confirmed for the regional finals at the very least. You know, Zron is here, Noctis, Neutrino, Agent, Cypher, Claws, Cooler, Vu. A lot of these guys, very familiar, famous names within Quake. They've seen their fair share of competitive situations, be it online, be it at LAN. They're ready for whatever basically gets thrown at them, especially for multiple game modes too. A lot of these guys will be seeing already qualified for the finals, or the regionals, I should say, in Sacrifice as well. Let's not forget some of these guys do both game modes and they're very competent.
Well, pretty much everyone, actually. As far as I'm aware, almost every single top player we have here were on the Sacrifice teams that we saw on the same tournament. We saw the Saturday broadcast last week, of which we were seeing basically everyone play. Obviously, not all of those teams made it, but the teams that qualified for regionals, you know, consistently we were seeing players that made it in both Duel and Sacrifice in week number 1, which I think sets a really strong precedent for just who are the most dominant players in the scene right now, which are some of these guys that have already made it across both game modes. But on the flip side, the opponents that fell ever so slightly short are going to be here this week. Obviously, you know, Proximo, as I said earlier on, is a player to look out for, so he's going to be, no doubt, give us a really good demonstration right here. A thing or two about Quake Champions, I think. But to be honest, last week, when we saw the playoffs, there were a lot of 2-0s, but I don't think just how close those maps went is like an accurate representation of the set, because it was 2-0, yeah, but they by no means, absolutely most of those sets were close. They were 2-0, but they were close on the map specifically.
But today, the sets are being quite fast. And this actually seemed to reign true quite a lot last week as well. The earlier round, like the earlier in the bracket we were, the more aggressive some of the more well-known players and some of the more, you know, I suppose, very talented Quake players overall, they were being very aggressive early on. But as soon as they found themselves against opponents that really, like, tested their ability, they'd slow it down a lot. And let's not forget, I believe it was Faz versus Vu, I believe we saw, and it was that sort of Anarchy Mirror on Ruins, and that came down to an absolute snail's pace because they just slowed it down and were like, okay, this is how we're going to play it. You're going to get me low, and I'm just going to run away, and vice versa. To the point that I actually ended up winning the set because of it. So it can definitely work in both ways, and I just want to see if we're going to continue to see the fast sets like we've seen today, or whether it's just going to continue to get sort of more passive as the day goes on.
Well, bear in mind, this is an open bracket tournament, right? In the sense that we've had over 500 people sign up for this week's tournament, which is still a massive bracket. A lot of these players may not have played in a bracket this big, if not before, for a very, very long time. I know actually the last week we had with 700 people, we were seeing a lot of reoccurring comments of saying this is the biggest Quake tournament in years. You know, 700 people is a humongous number. Bear in mind, it's 1 versus 1 as well. That's 700 individual players. That's not, you know, people that are just part of teams.
That's not stretched out over teams. That's just individual players have all signed up. 1v1 cups, 500 people. And let's not forget, this is week 2 of 4. If these guys do lose today,
plenty of time.
Obviously, that's going to happen. You know, one must win, one must lose. That's just the nature of competition. You can come back next week. You can come back the week after that. You can attempt every single weekend to try and qualify. But Corrupted Keep will be the first one this time between Rainier and Proximo. So let's have a look at what they pick.
Proximo has that Dire Orb logo, so I'm expecting a Ranger at some point, if that's his boy. But Scalebearer first. On Corrupted Keep, I mean, we have seen how dangerous Scalebearer is on this map.
Indeed, I mean, right, you just don't have the space to move around. He gets his bull rush around to get where he wants to be. A short cooldown on it too. Looks like both of them are actually opting to go for it. And Galena, that's a nice pick.
Yeah, we've definitely seen Galena put in some work. Neutrino versus Cooler. And the 125 FPS in particular, I mean, I will never stop thinking about that moment. Rocket knocked straight into a totem and turned to paste on landing.
I think that's already become like one of almost like the staple moments.
It was just really sick. It was just really good. I liked it very much. But 2 Scale Bearers. I mean, sometimes it's Scale Bearer, but you very rarely see both teams go with it. Seeing 2 Scale Bearers in a mirror on this map would be kind of interesting, I think.
I mean, Scale Bearer already, you know, can get to almost anywhere he wants to get to with that charge. You can charge sort of if they go for the rush, you go for the rush, you sort of chase them down perhaps. But Galena on this map, Galena is one of those champions that we see. She can basically her role completely changes based on what game mode you're playing in.
Yeah, duel, aggressive, sacrifice, defensive.
Yeah, duel we see area denial, aggression, 1v1 potential for either burst or just topping yourself up in a fight, and then sacrifice, it became that almost like complete heal stations, right? Or you'd put it in areas that the soul runner might try and run away, and you can sort of head them off that way. But in duel specifically, on a small map like Corrupted Keep, even though it's quite easy to shoot the totems on site, there are so many tricky corners and sort of areas you'll like. Well, you always see the teleporters, right? They are very prominent on this map.
Now Proximo going for that chunky start, going with Scale Bearer immediately, and he's definitely caught sight of the fact that the Dire Orb has been used up. So now he's got a rocket launcher, he's got all that health. I do expect Proximo to be quite aggressive, trying to head him off, catch a side of him, still plenty of health left to work with. Even with 108, he can tank another rocket, but looking to be a little bit safe, get that health back, get some of the armor back. Become dangerous for later. Rainier as well. Health versus armor, both about to respawn.
The question is, who's going to take this first blood? Who's going to set the pace for how this round is going to be played? It's a Ranger versus Scale Bearer matchup. I mean, you don't tend to see this quite often, but Ranger being quite a popular character himself.
Have a look at this team comp, right, where you've got Scale Bearer yet to be picked by Rainier, but on the flip side, Proximo yet to go in for that Blaskovitz pick as well. Is he going to teleport? No! Good mind games there, but actually quite bold. Proximo didn't turn around. He was confident that Rainier was not going to teleport to that Dire Orb.
Predictive rush, is he going to try and catch him? Not quite. I think, if anything, just wanted to get as close to the heavy armor as possible. We see Scale Bearers do that quite a lot, using that ability just to secure these big power-ups. Catching him with a lightning gun, not doing a massive amount of damage, but the machine gun will add to it, though.
Well, that's the one element of Corrupted Keep. The heavy machine gun really does take that almost railgun style role, and that it's a high damage weapon that has hit scan from range, far distance. But
normally you'd see people swap to the rail straight away there, but the machine gun is the option now. All the rockets going through a Dire Orb. Is he going to teleport? No, he doesn't, and Rainier goes down. Proximo with that comfortable first frag, and both pickups seconds away from respawning.
Going in with the charge. Is he going to catch him off guard? Heads him off. No, not quite. A little bit too far away, but that Scale Bearer mirror. However, Proximo with just way more health to work with. He's looking a little bit more dangerous in this mirror match at the moment.
Oh, he was waiting for him. There's that charge, that 1v1, just that guaranteed burst adding to it, and Rainier is able to pick that one up. That's just one of the uses of that bull rush charge in that 1v1 situation, just using it for that instant burst, point blank.
Proximo wastes no time going in for that Blaskovitz pick, though, because it's the shredding this champion down as much as possible. I mean, two rockets, two lightning guns on this map. We've seen how much health gets taken down already by that Duel.
Who's got the barrier to stop it. It's like Sorlag, who has the bunny hop to just speed away as fast as she can. It's a Scale Bearer. If he doesn't have that rush, he's not going anywhere.
Speaking of the rush,
aggressively, is it
oh
no,
he misses!
Uh-oh, this is a bad situation for him to be in. The double wield is popped, and Proximo is going to take that kill upon seeing that charge miss, and he's going to clean it up.
I think that was
now,
just
by herself.
I think that was a really nice reaction. Going in for Totem, actually, and the Totem didn't really have a chance to do anything. That was a fantastic spawn for Proximo, just catching Galena almost immediately. Trying to deny the area with the Totem, but just didn't get a chance to do anything. But that reaction, the second he saw the bull rush miss, and he knows now that Scale Bearer has no escape options, that is when Proximo went in for the kill.
Indeed, but once again, a good respawn though for Proximo, able to get himself the heavy machine gun and the mega health straight away. We can see it. Oh no, there we go, he's going for the fight! No! Double wield! He's alive! He is still alive!
I was about to say, where even is his health on that Spectator right there? Already forced onto Scale Bearer.
It's the first time I literally haven't seen a shred of blue, yet he survives. Oh, but he's caught on the teleport. That's quite an early spawn. Is he going to try and punish this?
It's going to be kind of hard for him to get away.
LG, though. He does have some weapons.
I was about to say, it was going to be kind of difficult to get away, but he was able to sort of like evade him a little bit, but heading him off immediately with the rocket takes reduced damage because the bull rush does sort of limit the damage take in the middle of that animation.
Straight up halves how much damage you take can be useful, especially against something like a rocket launcher.
But this time, Proximo caught up here instead, but that's really well played by Rainier, just staying outside of that LG range, establishing that sort of distance and keeping him stuck there. Look at how much damage Proximo's taken. I know Rainier took some as well, but I feel like that was well played.
Heavy Armor going to be within a few seconds though. Doesn't look like Proximo quite has the timings on it, but you can see he's there waiting. Heavy Armor is picked up. Is he going to take this fight? He's getting aggressive. There's the charge.
Oh, it misses again! No, that's so unfortunate. If only the charge collided, Proximo no doubt would have died. But hang on, he's caught Galena on a spawn again. Right behind it, going with Duel. Galena, bear in mind, no passive or ability to act as mobility tools. She's kind of free to this damage, unless she can duck like right there. But look how much he's just keeping her controlled. Going in for the cheeky little armor, but either way, that was 2 for 2, a spawn that Rainier does not want with Galena at all.
It was unfortunate though, he's going to try and tag him down. Heavy Armor again is picked up, but didn't save him last time.
I wonder if in this round we saw the Blazkowicz picked first, because he almost predicted Rainier to go in for Scale Bearer.
Oh! There's that 1v1. Rainier is able to take this though with that rocket launcher. Health's coming up to the totem there also. So if he can really start to keep this momentum going, maybe he can take this round in return, but a bit of a comeback on the cards as Proximo now comes on his Ranger. Oh, gets caught, that could be a kill!
He's done big damage and takes Proximo out again, down to the final champion, which is going to be Scale Bearer. But if Rainier catches him early before he can stack, and before he can get important weapons, he might be alright.
Wasn't quite caught. There we go, the totem goes down on the Mega Health, just trying to stop Proximo from picking that up.
I actually really like the totem placement down by the Mega as well, because if you get caught in a bad situation, you can actually heal yourself up by trying to do it. Going in with a charge, misses it, a nice dodge as well, forcing him to get rid of that.
But a difference there though, when Proximo saw that he missed the charge, he actually ran away from the fight. He could die here. No, he misses the rocket. Heavy Armor comes through, tries to stop him, doesn't jump down. Proximo's still alive.
The totem saved his life. The totem saved him. Proximo is so weak. A super shotgun from even really close will do it. Does he get it? Yes!
Oh my god, he has turned into blue goo as Rainier is going to take that round in return from a full 3-champion comeback.
That totem saved him. I mean, like, if you can put a totem down and stand on it, I mean, it heals you for 50, right? So if it heals you for 50 and you stand on heavy armor, you've just got basically 100 armor, 50 health. He was almost dead. He could not have afforded to take a single rocket after that, but it was just such an amazing job of just giving him back to almost full health immediately, and that saved him.
All Proximo as well though, taking all up his alley, but Rainier, that one character comeback, Rainier proving too strong.
Catches a really good rocket. Hang on, Proximo in a bad situation. Doesn't quite get the mid-air, so he's still in danger. Proximo trying to fend him away with the dual wield. And he did manage to survive that exchange.
It looks like trading Mega Health for heavy armor. We see that quite often, just conceding it. Obviously, you can't be at both at once unless you're a Ranger and have that dire orb thrown in a certain way. I don't know if you can do that on this map, though.
Both players playing a very sort of slow game, trying to really listen out for where the other guy is. However, definitely caught sight of him. Rainier using that dire orb to try and switch sides a little bit unpredictably. Does manage to get a good rocket. However, can it survive? No! Proximo with the dual wield takes him out immediately and gets heavy armor.
It's almost deceiving, right? Just how much damage this champion can output. Oh, catches him on the spawn. He does have the rush. Is he going to need to use it, though?
He has taken so much damage.
Wow.
And yeah, deleted. Proximo with a much better start.
Once again, though, Galena by herself, but we've already seen it happen, that full comeback. She's got to do it again.
She has deceiving comeback potential. I mean, normally you do see these champions. One of the things that doesn't hold Galena back as such, because the terms are fantastic, but she hasn't got a passive that gives her movement. She hasn't got an ability that gives her movement. It's all about damage or healing, and that's it. But it's just the sheer level of sustainability she has. It's what's been keeping her alive throughout this entire match.
Oh, the rocket's going to track her down. Not quite going to connect though, Rainier. Oh, there's that duel. This is going to be death. I don't think she can get away from this, and that is going to be a clean round. Proximo, but like you said, right, she doesn't have those mobility options. Her passive isn't movement, her ability is movement. If you can catch her out and you have that damage on deck, she will just annihilate.
Well, Blazkowicz in particular, actually, I think is a really good answer to her, because it's not so easy for her to get away from his dual wield. I mean, even if she puts a totem down, it's going to be rare for her to like almost sustain that, because he does so much damage. Got the LG early. Definitely what Proximo wants. That key weapon to just turn the tide. Oh, the dire orb didn't get a full damage though. Yeah, it takes minimal damage in that exchange.
So back up, full health, full armor. He's ready to brawl. Oh, he catches around out. There we go. There's a dual wield. That because he used the dire orb before, even though it has a short cooldown, not short enough to get him out of that situation. He knows that Raynier's likely to go for this rocket launcher, and he does make the read, and he steals the rocket launcher right from under his nose. He doesn't have the weapons to fight, yet here he is trying to do it anyway, and Proximo tracks him down with that LG, steals his weapon away, chases him down, does not let him live, and he is dead.
Now that's going to be really important for Raynier, actually. The fact that the totem got deleted, it actually has shown him where Proximo is on the map. However, again, Mega Health and Heavy Armor both spawning at the same time. We're going to probably see a trade here. Yep, that's exactly what we saw. Raynier's likely to have a rocket launcher by now. Bear in mind, though, Proximo with a super healthy Blazkowicz versus a Galena who, bear in mind, she's stacked, yes, but he's got that dual wield. Again, if he catches her off guard, we will see a frag go immediately. Raynier's going to have to be so careful to make sure he does not get caught.
We've already seen this one Galena comeback, but I mean, trying to have to do the same thing for 3 rounds in a row.
Going in for the totem, but it's not going to work. Tries to use it aggressively, but even if it hit Proximo, he was going to survive it and no doubt continue that dual wield. So after a couple of really good rounds, Proximo does manage to take the map anyway, and now he is up by 1 map.
Indeed, he is. Corrupted Keep was the first map now, so we're not going to see that again. Well, most likely not anyway. So what do you think we're going to be seeing from Raynier now?
I think it depends on his team composition, right? Like, you know, was Galena picked just because they were on Corrupted Keep? That's one question you have to ask yourself. Or, if he does like to play Galena, is he going to try and pick a map that Galena is favourable on as well? Is he going to try and pick Blood Run?
I mean, we've actually seen Galena on Blood Run, we've seen her on Ruins, and we've actually seen her a few times on Corrupted Keep. So it's definitely not the first time we've seen her there. I think it's just, when you play her, you have to have like a very specific idea of where you want to be focusing on with her. Because, like, let's not forget, the comeback we saw with her was off really well-placed totems, just good accuracy in the fights, but as long as the game went on, the more aggressive Proximo seemed to be getting, and the more comfortable he was just seizing those frags, even though she had the totems ready.
Well, because Blazkowicz's ability is just built to get frags and get them as fast as possible.
Live to frag.
I feel like that's the game plan you almost expect. When you see a Blazkowicz picked first as well, I think that's just the gameplay you have to be ready for, because I mean, that's a rush-down player style when you pick that champion, because how much damage it does.
I will say, though, right as we talk about how, you know, from last week to today, we see an Anarchy/Nyx on every team, you know, one or the other, or if not both. We didn't see Anarchy or Nyx on either team in that entire match.
That was a bit of a first, really. I don't think they've actually seen that before. It's almost always been one or the other, or sometimes both. But Blood Run, that is the map. Now, do we see Galena get picked again because he's gone for Blood Run, or is it just a map thing he's after? Goes in for Ranger. Now, Proximo going in with the Nyx. Question is, who's he going to be replacing with that Nyx? So we saw his Blazkowicz do so much damage before. Now we see Visor.
Could it be the Scale Bearer getting swapped out for that Ranger?
We'll see what happens. Going in for Nyx himself, going a little bit more traditional, and actually a complete mirror match across all 3 champions. Visor, Ranger, and Nyx together.
That's interesting. Scale Bearer was on both teams before, now not on either of them. And like you say, right, just we don't see this every time when it's just a straight up the 3 champions they use in the same team. But that's what I mean, though. Just because they've picked the same 3 does not mean this will just be a straight up mirror between them, because you get to choose a completely different order. You know, I mean, one of them could be more confident starting with Visor than one perhaps Nyx. So even though they've got the same lineup, this is still going to be a fairly different match, I should think. Well, I think the likely guess is to assume that we're going to see Nyx first on both sides, because Nyx first is a very, very popular strategy. However, on the flip side of that, I think when you take into account Visor, if you know they're starting
Ranger,
with Nyx, do you start with Visor to try and counter that?
That's the element, isn't it? In that Nyx's Ghost Walk is such an amazing tool, but Visor does directly counter that. I mean, it's not going to be a sort of free win card. It's not that I pop my ability and you're dead for free, because sometimes you have to factor in
It's
health,
just more options
weapons
than other champions might have. That's what it really boils down to.
3,
well, here we go.
2,
Proximo
1.
is currently up 1 map. Blood Run. Raynier would have been selecting that one, but Raynier going in with Ranger first, but Proximo going in with Nyx first. Definitely a traditional champion to pick first at the start of a match. She becomes a lot more dangerous once she gets access to the rocket, though, because that's definitely the weapon that we see.
Speaking of weapons, though, the rail is now back onto play. We're not on Corrupted Keep anymore, so now we're going to go back to this rail.
Yeah,
on the first shot with it. Let's connect.
Raynier just forced to get away from that, doesn't want to take any more of those. And the important thing here, actually, is that he's denied that rocket launcher. So if you deny that rocket launcher, you don't allow them to sort of pepper it on the Mega Health, but again, using it aggressively. Are we going to see an LG or another rail?
Oh, tries to get it! Ready to react, but he ever so slightly missed. The Heavy Armor goes in. Is he getting chased? Oh no, from under there. Rainier trying to get him from below.
Misses a lot of rails right here. Actually, when he came out of the Ghost Walk, I was almost expecting him to go for the LG because he just needed a little bit of health left. But right now he's missed a lot of rails. Rainier punishing Proximo. I think there was a little bit of sloppiness when it comes from missing those rails. Every single one of them would have been so pivotal if he just landed it.
Indeed, but there we go. Rainier was just that one step more accurate when it really boiled down to it. Now Proximo goes straight in for the Rangers. Now we're going to see them go off with the same champion for a little while. But we can see that he's down there at the bottom. Maybe just trying to catch him. Yeah, he's trying to bait with the heavy armor.
He is waiting for that armor to get taken. Each rail in the process, but he's taken all of the armor now, so I don't think he cares too much. And again, these rails are missing over and over. Rainier super stacked. Proximo taking more rails. Snap. The aggressive Dire Orb trying to head him off. Catch him up top, gets another rail. Really clean play. And Rainier's Ranger so far putting in work.
Indeed, he's just being more accurate when it boils down to it. But Proximo over here, I believe he's just popped his piercing sight. So we don't know where Rainier's at.
Yeah,
Rainier heard it, so we're peppering these rockets just to stop him from getting close enough safely.
Using piercing sight early, I think, is just a means to try and not get killed on spawn immediately. Just try and get away safely without running into someone accidentally.
To be fair, that's actually something we saw Proximo do himself quite a lot, so he's going to understand the importance of doing that. We've already seen one champion comebacks though, so don't count Proximo out. He is starting to take a lot of damage here. If he gets hit by that rail, no, the rail misses.
Back to back, both players, and the final rail comes out from Rainier again. Now, gonna be honest, I think the rail inclusion has definitely helped a lot.
It's definitely changed things completely, I think, because it does seem to be right. I mean, obviously, it could just be a bad round for him, but Rainier does look a little bit more comfortable on the rails themselves. And it being such a significant weapon, especially against some of these champions, especially that Nyx, you do need to make sure you're making the shots count.
Yeah, he's definitely not going to teleport to that Dire Orb now. He knows Proximo collected the Mega. Would have been a bit suicidal, I think. This time, though, Proximo more on the money with the rails, but 1 HP. Rainier, if he can get 1 hit, that's what he needs, but misses it. And Proximo gets that final tick of Lightning Gun. That rail would have been amazing if he hit it.
As the tides turn, right as Rainier needs a clutch rail to survive, he misses it, and Proximo is able to take it away. Oh, and again, so slightly missed.
Both players last minute really forced to use that Ghost Walk. Yeah, I don't blame him at all.
But Proximo, we're going to trade. There's that reactive rocket, and Rainier with the read.
Just knows he's going to be there. I mean, it was likely, right?
Oh, what a spawn!
Misses the back-to-back. 25 seconds on that piercing sight, so Proximo kind of free to run away. A little bit less risky. We'll see what happens.
He picked up weapons though, he's got the rocket, but no, Proximo goes down. Rainier, the railgun making all the difference in the world in this map.
Yeah, 100%. He's going to hear that piercing sight. He now knows he's been spotted. I wonder if he actually cares too much, though.
Oh, he's going in for the kill. Yeah. He has piercing sight. His escape options going to be quite limited.
Going in for the jump, expecting the rocket. Gets another one. Can he finish it, though? He's done minimal damage. The 57 is going to do it, but no, still alive. At the last minute, Proximo goes down, and I feel like this turnaround has been absolutely superb for Rainier.
2 very swift rounds as well. They were very quick. Oh, it just comes down to the accuracy, but it looks like the longer we go on here, Rainier's getting a little bit more brave, a little bit more confident. It's just going in. I mean, right at the end there, right? He popped his piercing sight just to make sure he couldn't escape, and then he just chased it down.
Always had him off, forcing out the Ghost Walk. Now, Proximo did manage to get the heavy armor, but he goes and trades out for the Mega Health, and again, deleted. This is a great round for Rainier so far.
Was attempting the super shotgun though, so if Proximo just got one more shot, that could have been all the difference, but Rainier once again is going to prevail. And this Ranger brings himself 1 champion up already. Proximo back to the wall. He could get just completely swept 3 rounds straight.
Potentially. I mean, bear in mind, Blood Run was picked by Rainier. This was his map choice. You can see why. Clearly a map he's comfortable with, but the reaction, Proximo ready, lying in wait, reacting to the teleport of that Dire Orb. And again, a really good respawn though from Proximo. We're seeing a lot of players just sort of sit there and wait, and if they catch that spawn, it's almost like a free rail every time.
Especially when they don't spawn with the weapons, and he's going to get taken down. Proximo starting this comeback. If he can take out this next, he'll put a round on the board. Won't be 1 round away from tying things up already. Let's not forget Proximo is in the lead. This would have been a map that was chosen by Rainier, and looking, I mean, this must be why he picked it, right? He seems very confident on it.
Now there's going to be another fight near the Mega, and they trade out, but That was definitely a trade in favor of Proximo because he had that champion advantage, and now I think that's just a momentum round. He needed that one, and we might see a 3-round sweep. We'll see.
He's going to have to do it, otherwise we're going to be tied up one apiece. I mean, to be fair, it would give. I do believe we don't have the the one map per set rule, so we would be able to have the option to see corrupted keep again. But Proximo doesn't want to necessarily bring it to that. He wants to end this now and make it a 2-0.
Either way, Proximo going with Nyx first again. Very traditional.
Rainier. Oh, the Ghost Walk is popped early. And Rainier wants nothing to do with it. He's just popping away just in case we see it used aggressively. We see that quite often, though, from Nyx players, using that Ghost Walk to almost assassinate, to get really close. There's that quick snap to Rail.
That was
Rainier.
Really, really nice reaction on that Rail. Fantastic shot. Just really sort of denying with the rocket. Trying to take the heavy armor safely. And bear in mind, yeah, Proximo is nowhere near close enough. In this stage, Rainier is definitely a little bit more dangerous. He's got so much more armor to work with.
Quite far away from each other, though, so it could be quite a while before we see a skirmish. Or we can hear it.
Yeah, he's heard it. Can he hear it behind?
He's trying to get a read on where she is. Can hear those footsteps, just trying to figure out where they're coming from.
Yeah, he knows he's underground now. He's going to take that heavy armor.
What a read. Catches this follow-up. Lightning gun damage really starting to add up. The Ghost Walk is popped again.
Oh, and he's used it aggressively. He sees him reappear and he knows he can go in. He's going in for the chase. Does get Proximo. And that teleport to Dire Orb was such a nice, almost like insurance policy. If he stays there, I can teleport. If he's attacked me, I can just shoot him anyway. Covering almost 2 distances at once. The strength of Ranger on a map like this.
Oh, Rocket's not going to hit. Proximo able to secure the Mega Health.
Definitely needed to do that as well. Then again, they're going to trade it again, but he catches him off guard. 20 HP is not much, but again, misses the Rail. Proximo with the misses again. Almost kind of returning to haunt him, I think.
Indeed, but once again, I mean, both these guys really sort of resetting it back to this really slow, cautious in between.
Relatively even health, even though Proximo did just collect the regular armor.
Oh, that direct from that range.
Oh,
wow.
He's got 1 HP as well. Rainier, this is such a fantastic map for him. He has consistently survived with a slither and just knows how to stay alive. The fights have been so good for him. All he has to do now is take out Visor, and he is going to tie it up 1-1, and Proximo will then have the option to choose map. But you know Proximo, he's not going to let it come to that. He wants to close things out. He wants that 2-0. But it's much harder for him this time. Absolutely.
I mean, that one champion Visor comeback. Not the character we see do it too often. Hits that Rail. Oh, point dangerous. Oh, direct. Proximo able to make that Dire Orb not quite connect. So he has a little bit of a lifeline here. Heavy armor going to get it, but very low on health. And there's the piercing sight. He knows where he is.
And he knows he's going to be weak as well. Yes, he's got the heavy armor, but he's not going to be up to full just yet.
Mega health up soon, though. So if Proximo can start to control this. Oh, misses the Rail. That could be huge.
Bear in mind, though, you definitely can't count Proximo out. Plenty of rockets, plenty of that lightning gun, plenty of rails.
Yeah, we do see comebacks all the time. There's a rocket. No, it doesn't connect. Nailgun doing so much damage. And there we go. The prediction rocket now, just like that, evens things up in what could be the final round. But Proximo wants to take this one and bring it back to an even playing field.
Proximo used that piercing sight, knowing exactly where Rainier is going to respawn now. If he can catch him early on, it's going to be fantastic for him. One of the strengths of Visor to really bully someone the second they spawn, because he knows exactly where they are.
Mega health coming up, there's the aggression.
Gets tagged by Rail, but then gets the mega health. But again, a bit not wanting to push it in too hard. He just took a big rocket right there. No wonder he's retreating.
Oh, heavy armor's up. Now we're going to see there's the fight. Oh, that Rail! Rainier missing it. Oh, he misses. That could be clutch.
I think he's actually trying to stay. I think he's expecting Rainier to maybe go in for the armor. He makes the risk, takes loads of damage. He's only on 6. Quite risky, actually, going in for that heavy armor. Rainier just stayed and waited.
He gets it. Oh, but no, Rainier wasn't there to sort of challenge him, so he goes from no health whatsoever to pretty much full again.
Yeah, I mean, he's lost all of his armor, but Proximo surviving. It's so close at that heavy armor exchange. I was so surprised to see Proximo fight for it, but he did get it, and it's paid off.
I mean, he was very low. That was a bit of an all-in play there, but just that 30 seconds away from overtime. Not just going to really matter too much when there's 1 kill in it anyway. Oh, he goes for a lightning gun tracking. Oh, and the miss, the Rail. That could have been everything to end the game. Or the round, I should say.
The invisibility to just go straight through that rail at the last minute, but he got such a good read. He knew Rainier was going to take it, and when he did he managed to grab it. It wasn't enough to finish the job, and now he's been caught off guard, and there we go. Proximo gets another rocket, and it's 2 rounds each.
A full comeback with Visor of all champions. Wonderfully played.
This could be the final round, Mustard.
It could be. I mean, Proximo's worked hard for it. I mean, those first 2 rounds were very convincing, but he's just dragging this match, kicking and screaming, back into his favor.
Immediately going actually for the prediction. Very brave play by Proximo, not going in
the rockets, but the rail is going to be good.
I think it's actually quite a very bold decision to go straight for the heavy armor read and then get the mega health later. I think he opted to go for the early damage rather than trying to waste that half a second getting the mega health and letting him get away. But again, Nyx versus Ranger. Ranger's definitely going to have the cooldown advantage here. I believe it's like 40 seconds or so for the Ghost Walk and 20 for Diral. Pretty much exactly half.
Both heavy armor and mega health coming up at the same time. Heavy armor goes towards that rail though to turn it back, but walks straight back into the mega health, so still alive.
Actually teleports to it. Takes a big rail right there. Proximo, the important thing is that he himself has not been hit just yet. Still, nice amount of health. Does get armor on deck too. These light champions getting armor is so important, making sure they don't get wiped out by a single rail.
Ghost Walk.
Yeah, maybe using it aggressively. But
maybe he just tried to catch him out somewhere, but unfortunately for him, Rainier was nowhere to be seen.
Here comes the heavy armor, but we've seen the damage. Almost trying to bait some rockets. Gets it anyway, but takes not a huge amount of damage, to be honest. 40 and then 19, definitely could have been more.
Well, especially considering how fast these guys, we've seen they can top themselves up. They know where those armor pickups are. They know where the nearest health is. Oh, that, wow. You look at just like that, how fast that health can disappear if those rails are good.
Rainier's rails have been on point, but it's not been enough to finish it. I think that's the overarching problem he's had.
Up for 5 seconds, this could be dangerous.
That's gone for 5 seconds. He's having to sit here, but sitting in the corner. Hasn't caught sight of him. Rainier does not know he's there, but at the last minute does find out. I think Proximo sitting by that heavy armor was a bit of a mistake. 5 seconds is a long time to wait.
Let's get there, Proximo. We've seen him do the comeback. We know he doesn't want to put that.
Oh, midair!
Make it that hard for himself this early on. Knows that he's done a ton of damage.
Oh, he caught him. He's going to head him off. Really looking to meet him in front. Gets the lightning gun. Can he close this one out? Goes in for the die roll. Doesn't teleport towards it. Being aggressive, but gets Proximo anyway. And now that's a lot of health left. And he's going to get heavy armor. If he gets a good spawn on Proximo, bear in mind he's going to have piercing sight. He's going to be able to try and almost evade while he stacks.
These guys are just forcing their opponent to make these really tough comebacks round after round. But he's not going to let him this time. And we go into a third map.
That was very almost a complete 3-round comeback. It would have been superb, but at that last minute, just getting that really early frag in that exchange, I just think he did a good job of staying alive. You know, sometimes when the opponent's on the verge of making a 3-round comeback, that final round can be a bit tilting. You know, you can almost be like, oh God, how have I let this like slip through my fingers?
He's going to know that he's bought himself a lifeline. He has managed to take it to map 3. But like you said, right, we saw that Proximo was so close to making that full 3-round comeback that, you know, right now, the fact that he came so close yet so far to sort of clutching that one back, he is now forced to play another map from the start, you know, from scratch. And like you said, that can be tilting sometimes. Just is he going to be able to compose himself back to normal? Now it's just 0-0 again.
Well, I feel like it's going to be, you know, by just default. When we change the map, it's going to go back to default anyway, because it's a fresh new map, fresh new, well, you know, it's an opportunity to play the map a bit differently, because Corrupted Keep, definitely in the favor of Proximo, 100,000%. It looked like the Blood Run pick was like a sweep, 3 straight rounds. But we started to see that potential comeback. So there's a level of, there was a level of adaptation there from both players, but it was clearly just a map that, you know, they were clearly ready for, both players. So
do you think almost we might see Proximo take it back to Corrupted Keep?
Well, I think it depends. We'll really see what he does, but we've already seen that when the maps change, the champions change. It's not that they have like a designated team, which we do see some people go with. So I think talking about potential champion select, is going to be entirely dictated by the map that we see. If we go on to Blood Covenant, which I think we might do, be doing Blood Covenant here. I did actually catch sight of the text, but I didn't quite read the whole thing. But either way, if we see a Blood Covenant pick, I'm almost expecting to see Nyx on every team 100%.
Maybe even Visor. I might see Visor return. Visor being quite popular on Blood Covenant.
And Ranger. I mean, the champions that we saw just now on Blood Run are still just as effective on Blood Covenant as well. In some cases, a bit more. Nyx on Blood Covenant is very dangerous. Ranger on Blood Covenant is unbelievably dangerous as well. Visor works, I mean, pretty much all three of them work really well on the map, both maps.
Indeed, but we should be finding out what this is going to be very, very soon. We'll be going into our champion select quite swiftly.
One map
I should be
each.
thinking this will be our first 2-1 of the day at the very least. Yeah. That's going to be inevitable. The result, both players, I should say, taking a map, so it's going to be 2-1 no matter what happens here, which is always nice to see. Like I said, even on Sunday's games, despite some of the matches themselves going down to the absolute wire, it was still a lot of 2-0s. We don't get to see so many 2-1s.
There we go. It was Blood Covenant. I thought it was that. Now, immediately in with Ranger, immediately in with Nyx. Now, here we go. Proximo going in for the Blazkowicz pick again. Now, we're going to see, is Rainier going to stick with that team he rocked on that Blood run? Visor immediately, looking likely. We'll see who he goes with next. Yes, he does. I mean, all three champions. And again, the only exception here is that Proximo has gone for
Blazkowicz instead of Ranger.
Yes, Blazkowicz instead of Ranger. I think that's just because of his accuracy was really strong, like on the lightning gun particularly, which means that if he catches any of those three champions off guard with the dual wield, obviously they will just get deleted. And to be honest, I definitely feel like the Ranger pick on Proximo was, out of his three champions, potentially his weakest pick there as well. So it's no wonder to see him, that's almost like his switched champion. And I think going in with Blazkowicz in the set, he's done much better with anyway. On Corrupted Keep, that really was his star champion. I'm not really surprised to see it again here.
I think that's fair enough to say. I mean, we already saw him looking super good on this Blazkowicz pick, so not a huge surprise to see him bring it back out again. Blood Covenant being a map that almost every single player so far is being like supremely comfortable on overall. I mean, let's not forget, this is a retro map, sort of redone up for Quake Champions, but this is a layout that these guys are going to be used to playing if they've played Quake once or twice before. And even if you've been in part of this since like the very early stages of the beta, Blood Covenant was basically the first map that everyone really got access to. So if you're ready for one map in a 1v1 setting, it's probably going to be Blood Covenant. So I expect we'll see a good game regardless.
Well, bear in mind as well, now you can make custom games, obviously. In Champions, you can make a custom game yourself and just run around. You can practice movement now. Speaking of movement, Nyx on this map is free to basically go wherever she wants. Proximo immediately with fantastic movement, but does fumble his wall jump. Either that or he was trying to get the heavy armor anyway. But some really nice nail movement.
Trying to go for the heavy armor in the situation. You want to secure those as soon as possible, especially considering Rainier, we can see he's already got over that mega health.
Now, this is what Nyx is going to do a really good job of. Really sort of controlling that high ground. Does manage to sort of like keep him away with the rocket. Trying to almost head him off from behind. There we go, he's caught him. And just like that, this is why Nyx is so effective on Blood Covenant. Going completely around the back end. Rainier was not ready for that. Hang on, the aggressive Ghost Walk. We might see a frag here.
Oh, just gets the heavy armor just in time.
He's trying to juke it. Hang on a minute, he's doing so much damage with the rocket and he can barely get away. 5 HP. That was almost a disaster situation for Proximo.
Outgunned through the machine gun though. I believe that was machine guns, not nails, right?
Yeah, definitely looked like a regular machine gun there.
This big wish though has himself the heavy machine gun. Instead being somewhat impactful in certain situations, but gets himself a big rocket there. But Proximo's got to be careful. He will get railed in one shot here.
I think against the Nyx as agile as this, Rainier is going to have to make sure that he is landing these rails as often as possible. You do not want to give her that room to run around, and if you rail her before she gets in, she's going to be forced to always play that defensive game. But hang on, going in with the LG. Not much health, Rainier very weak, and the rocket does it. Even a 16 damage rocket finishes that deal, and it's now forced him onto Visor already.
Unfortunately, he was so close to the armor, he was looking to pick those up, but Visor, not a huge surprise. Visor being very effective versus Nyx, that piercing sight, not letting her run away. But who said she wants to run away if she's got that advantage? And look how low he is. Actually applies to both of them so far. Very weak.
I mean, he's been able to get the heavy armor, but he's still unbelievably low on HP.
Does have to Ghost Walk though, so he can get away. Question is Rainier going to be popping his piercing sight in retaliation?
Just see the speed of how fast Nyx controls this upper ground on Blood Covenant.
If you've got those wall jumps on deck, she can get around quite quick, and all those key pickups,
yeah,
right? The rocket launcher, the rail, the heavy armor, mega health. Quickly get between all of them if you've got the right movement.
Yeah, Proximo was listening out for that piercing sight. The second he heard it, he turned around immediately, knowing Rainier was behind him lying in wait. Speaking of which, Piercing sight has ran out, so he hasn't seen him go for the Ghost Walk.
Nice shot. Is he going to chase this one down? Walks straight into a rocket, though. Eats a ton of damage for his troubles. But he's going to be able to pick up the mega health to keep himself nice and topped up, followed by some armor. So just like that, despite taking down so low from the rocket, instantly back to full resources.
Definitely was not the end of the world, though. Getting hit by that rocket and going towards the mega health that was absolutely free for him. All it's really going to do is waste time. Both players, respectable health and armor. Speaking of which, all armor, yeah, deleted by the rail.
Oh, we can hear the piercing sight's been used. Rainer's looking for him.
And he's heard him, trying to be really fast with his movement, so it was actually going to be very hard to go for a predictive rocket. Well, yes, so
gets a fully charged rail, though. 90 damage on that one. Just like that, Rainer's taking down super low.
Forced to run, expecting him around the corner, but not quite. But he is still very weak. Proximo with a little bit of armor left can afford to take just one rocket, maybe one rail.
Rocket jump just to try and get that prediction of where he's going to be. Oh, we can see him down. That rail misses, but gives away his position completely. Eats a rail in the bum. Can he follow it up?
Oh, walks into another rail, but again, both players so weak. Even though Proximo is the one that's on the chase, with the exception of this mega health, at any point if Rainier sort of caught him with one high damage rocket, Proximo was going to be in trouble.
Heavy armor once again being secured by Proximo, making Rainier just that much more frustrated, I suppose, at dealing with her.
Well, 1 minute warning. All Proximo has to do now is stay alive 1 extra minute. With this 1 minute countdown, it's likely Rainier's only going to get one more use of piercing sight before that no longer becomes an issue, because the cooldown is just too long. Here come the rails. If he can get this fight, it's going to make it way harder. If he can frag Rainier here, it might be good, but hang on, he's stuck in the air. He needs to get hit by one more rocket, misses a rail, and gets punished by Proximo's rail in return. And now
that is something we see over and over and over again. When it comes down to that clutch final shot with the rail, if Proximo missed that, he would have been dead for sure. But getting it has given this true champion lead, and Rainier very low. This is going to be an almost impossible comeback. 20 seconds left to even things out, and very low on health. Rainier, no choice but to try and take that frag, and Proximo is going to make him suffer the consequences.
Really wasn't much he could do there. You know, and also got a stopwatch in between the rounds. That was pretty cool. But I think there really wasn't much Rainier could do at that last minute. He had to push in. He had to try and make sure he could win that fight, get a frag on board, and then as soon as physically possible, try and even out the champion count, because at that stage it was very hard to come back. But Proximo now 1 round up. Both players going in for Nick's first now. I think Rainier needs to compete with not only the mobility, but the survivability. If you get caught in these catacombs down at the bottom, or a situation where you don't want to take a single rail and you're not free to it, that goes
plus
to
we're already seeing just how stable it can be if you've got Nick's first. And once again, that nice wall jump. I mean, this is what you pick her for, right? Just being able to control up. All catches are on the jump pad and then swaps to the rail, but once again, Rainier almost no health surviving with.
Yeah, he's in big trouble now. Even with that health and armor, bear in mind he's going to get access to the mega. No doubt Proximo now knows he's collected it.
Oh, hits him with a rail again. Rainier ready to return fire, but Proximo just seems to be the one on the hunt constantly.
I think that's been the case of this entire map. Proximo's been so aggressive. He's very rarely given Rainier room to breathe. Very hard for Rainier to recover from this.
Nice rail read from Rainier that he's going to come around the corner. Misses the follow-up rail though.
Misses them both.
He lets him live. To the point they actually got heavy armor.
Yeah.
And is now once again able to get on the aggressive.
He's landing those rails when the health is plentiful, when he can afford to take them. But when the rail is guaranteed, he's missing them at the last moment so consistently.
Hey man, easier said than done. Nyx, such a small target to hit, very mobile, kind of all over the place.
I believe Nyx actually does have, I think she has the smallest hitbox in the game of any of the champions.
You can see these sort of like cross-map rails seem a little bit more difficult on her.
Health and armor very even. That will certainly change in 4 seconds when the mega health comes back. Proximo looking to be the closest to it. No doubt he's going to take that.
Rainier nowhere near. Unfortunately for Rainier, heavy armor quite a way away from respawning itself. We see Proximo start to control them both.
The prediction rockets. Proximo goes straight into it, but taking minimal damage. Here comes another fight. Does see the blue trail, knowing he's gone in for the Ghost Walk. Heard the jump pad as well. The aggressive
Ghost kill. Oh, he misses the rail once again. That final snap to rail just isn't going to connect this time.
He's heard the jump pad though, he knows where he is, gets caught on the jump pad so he can't control his movement, does not matter though, still gets a bunch of damage. Reina forced to run and is getting away really effectively actually. Didn't take a single rail escaping there. Normally,
Proximo would take the mega health though, even though he missed the kill. Still controlling these power-ups, and again, Reina, no health left at all. He's predicting he's going to try and pick these up, and he gets right on that read, and Proximo finds himself with the first blood of the second round.
Really good for him that he was actually finally able to finish it too. Consistently was landing those rails, and both players getting away with just a slither of health left. But not this time.
That rocket out just to cover his tracks, trading rail for rail, but you know, Proximo just doesn't have that health to tank it.
I think he knows that too. Trying to almost head him off, while at the same time he's going to have access to the armor.
Yeah, he would have had the jump pad. You saw Reina turn around there.
But at the same time, you saw Proximo go for the jump pad and actually completely retreat backwards. Doesn't want to take any of that sort of predictive rockets. Especially when you hear a jump pad, you know kind of roughly how long it's going to take for them to land, where they're roughly going to land.
So Proximo, you see him sort of crawling around, crouching down, trying not to be too loud with his footsteps. Doesn't want to give away his position too obviously. Especially when Reina, we can see he is fully stacked on health. He just picked up the mega health as well, and armor. Very healthy boy.
Well, oh, that was a really nice rail. Being really aggressive, actually. With 17 health, can't take a huge amount. Can he get him before? No, he can't. And eats a rail for his troubles. I was just about to say, when Proximo has the champion lead, he tends to play very passively. To the point where when the 1 minute warning happens, he almost plays on the potential impatientness of Reina. But that last minute, confidently he's going to go in. But unfortunately, he's getting punished big time. Reina as well. He's in big trouble. He has barely armor or health left.
Yeah, plenty of pickups around as well for Reina, including the mega health that he is going to secure with ease. 50 seconds left on this round alone. Proximo getting like a severe disadvantage at the moment.
45 seconds, and it's going to come down to one champion to do it. Now, sometimes you will see both players be very passive here, and they'll almost wait out that sudden death and play that one champion game. Or right now, when there's 30 seconds left, they try and take the other off guard, you know, and catch that champion unexpectedly. Speaking of which, Proximo actually cannot afford to take a single rail. Very fortunate for him that one missed, because that would have been it.
Indeed, 15 seconds remaining before sudden death is procced. But at the moment, Reina looks like he's in the complete driver's seat. Going to pick up this heavy armor as well. We can see Proximo is nowhere near to contest it. So another free pickup going the way of Reina. Oh, however though, 2 rails will say otherwise. Proximo wouldn't get enough health, just evened out.
Yeah, those rails did a good job of just kind of undoing the heavy armor that Reina just collected. And once again, we're in sudden death, so it's going to be one champion to take this round. Proximo on the verge of going up 1 round again. Match point against Reina if he wins this round. Reina, though, really needs it.
Well, there's the read right. Does he teleport? Does he not? Oh, the lightning gun ever so slightly outranged. Did he go for the dual wield there?
Yes, he did. He tried going in for the dual wield, almost like on reaction to the teleport to catch him as he re-emerges, but he got no damage. And now it's going to be a long time before Blaskovic has that again.
Oh, okay, that teleporter. Nobody to save him though, quite low. Reina able to get away. Dire Orb up any second now too.
Now the mega health just got taken by Proximo, so 8 seconds left on that heavy armor. I wonder if the Reina is actually going to try and fight for it, or whether he's going to let it rock.
Oh, that one's going to connect. Oh, second one will not. Third one will. Yep, he has to get out. Trading shot for shot. Reina once again finds himself low on health.
But look how fast Proximo's going as well. He was going for the chase, but just a bit too far away, I think. Hang on, he's caught him. He goes in for the Dire Orb. Can he finish it on this? Very bold decision. Oh, the rails, they keep missing. Proximo is so weak. 20 seconds on that mega health as well. Proximo has nowhere to run, but he's fighting back. Oh, he's gone in for the dual wield, but I think using it just almost defensively as he retreats. Reina again missing those crucial last-minute shots, and Proximo's just like that. Stacked back up again. He may kick himself if he loses this round because of that.
But let's not forget, this is sudden death. Oh, and he not only misses the follow-up, but Proximo is quicker on the draw and rails him straight in the face, taking that round back. Proximo 2-0 up on that kind of play when he was almost guaranteed dead. He was just faster.
Proximo on match point. I mean, like we were just saying, this could be a this is no doubt, I know speak of the obvious, but a very important round for both players. The final round, potentially, Reina going back in for Ranger for his first pick.
again, though, you can see how important it is to have the armor up, especially when Reina is hitting as many rails as he is. Although the more sort of like stressful, I think, the more pressure that starts to add up in these rounds, the less rails he is hitting.
Still being careful. I mean, he heard the jump pad get used, but that doesn't necessarily mean that Reina is going to commit. He could have easily have just jumped back down there.
Might get health up though, so Proximo's going to be able to pick that up. Yeah, Reina sees him take it, hits a rail, but Megahealth is going to sponge all of it.
Well, the dangerous thing here is that Proximo does not actually have his rail yet, so at that range, he's not going to be able to fight back. Reina has that advantage from far distances, catches him, and before he goes in for the Ghost Walk, still takes the damage anyway. 50 HP, and that's not going to be enough to survive anything. Anything substantial, I should say.
Oh, that rocket's going to connect though, doesn't have the Ghost Walk to save himself.
At this stage, Heavy Armor and Mega Health both spawn. Catches him going for it, but just how fast he's going, that's a free pickup regardless of rail or not. Reina's looking to sort of maybe...
Okay, there we go, now he's got himself a rail. Took a while to do so, a minute and a half without it, but still going to connect. Mega Health, just going the way of Reina.
It's a very slippery game plan that we're seeing Proximo go for. Hang on, he actually missed the rail, so he's a bit subjective to that free damage, but again, has the Ghost Walk available. Using it to try and get out of there.
Oh, 72. Oh, the rail leaves him with 2 life, but Heavy Armor is there to save the day.
That is just when you have just slightly above the health required, surviving with that little bit of life left. When it's a rail you've tanked, it doesn't matter.
Oh my lord, precise direct rocket from that range. Proximo with that read, and Reina knocked off his ranger again. It did take 2 minutes for that to happen though, so clock's starting to work against Reina now, but does have his visor.
Well, we have seen Proximo, when he knows he's one champion up, his game plan becomes a lot more slow. Like, just not really overextending too much, really not giving Reina any signs of where he is when he hasn't got Piercing Sight activated. And he really plays on that clock. He plays on the pressure that just builds up. If you are one champion down, or sometimes 2, smells blood though, catches up for the chase. Going in for the LG, it's not going to be enough.
You can see him trying everything he can to get away though, but I mean, it's Nyx. You're trying to run away from someone that is just so fast, picking up every health on the way, but it is not enough. Reina tried to fight back at the end, but it was too little, too late. And there we go, down to this Nyx, this lone champion, standing in between Proximo winning and Reina making this, or starting this comeback, I should say, because even if he wins this round, he still has to get 3 in a row.
It's definitely a big ask. Oh, we heard the jump pad, but obviously she was in ghost mode, so we can't see Reina looking to use it aggressively. However, didn't really get a huge amount off it, but now catches a rocket, catches 2! Tries to go invisible for the 3rd hit, but doesn't need it. Proximo moves on in the bracket for week 2.
Now, that was quite a back and forth game between them, though. I mean, let's not forget that first map, very one-sided in the way of Proximo. Second one looking to be the start of the same thing for Reina, but Proximo started a comeback, brought it down to the absolute wire in the final round of map 2, but ultimately lost, but was clearly able to compose himself, keep himself together, and command Blood Covenant for that 3rd map. So he's going to be moving on today. Well played to Reina. Hopefully we'll see him again over the next couple of weeks, but for now it will be Proximo that will be advancing through today's bracket. Well played.
I think it just shows that Nyx is really effective on Blood Covenant as well. I mean, having her first is such a tried and tested strategy because she navigates really easily. In those bad situations, she kind of has that ghost walk to get away if she needs it. But ultimately, I think, you know, we expected to see really good play from Proximo, and I think he definitely delivered on that. So we're going to get our next match underway. We're moving on swiftly in this 500-man bracket, and we're going to be getting our next match underway. Until that time, we're going to go for a quick break while we prepare that match. Don't go anywhere because the Quake World Championship will continue after this. Welcome back, everybody. This is the European Qualifier, week number 2 for the Quake World Championship, where our Duel tournament is continuing. And we've had a really good match just now between Rainer and Proximo. Proximo moving on in the bracket, but definitely had to fight for it. This series was quite incredible. Obviously, it started off on the Corrupted Keep, and then we made the transition to Blood Run, where Rainer, of course, this was his map choice, was able to clutch this one out 3-2. Was on the verge of making a 3-round comeback, but Proximo just managing to, well, he did quite well, but it was not well enough.
It was by far our closest series of the day. You know, it may have just been our third, but definitely close down to the wire. First map went comfortably in the way of Proximo. Second one, Rainer's choice, went for this Blood Run pick, and, well, looked very strong early on. Proximo really, because he just by the round count, brought it back to almost a full comeback, but Rainer was able to clutch out that one step ahead. But map 3 on Blood Covenant could not have been more different, where Proximo was able to bring itself back himself. And just, I mean, you look at just how many highlights there are, right? I mean, there was just so many good moments in the series alone. I think it's setting a good precedent for the rest of the evening.
I think it was good. It was just individual champions becoming very prominent, right? Where on the Corrupted Keep, the Blaskovic pick was super key. On Blood Run, Ranger on the side of Rainier was very important. But Proximo's Nyx on this map in particular just brought it all the way home for me. He did a really good job, and we'll be moving on in the bracket. Bear in mind, it's single elimination. 2 out of 3 maps, but our next map looking to be really exciting. It's going to be Zoot versus ZSX.
Now, we've been told that these guys have been basically scrimming against each other, practicing with each other for quite some time. So I think, if anything, we're going to see some close matches. Because, you know, if you're deliberately practicing against someone, it's because you're probably at a similar level of skill and can, you know, really go back and forth and take games off each other. Which usually, you know, from what we've seen from our experience, is when you then clash in a tournament setting, you're going to be ready for each other. You know, there's not going to be any sort of things that are just going to slip by you. I think the exciting thing about this matchup is the commentators collide. You know, Zoot, even though, you know, both guys are commentators in the Quake community and they're going head-to-head, Zoot is a very talented player as well as a very talented commentator. He got top 16 last week, right? We saw him last Sunday where he got through to that sort of, you know, do-or-die playoff day, and he only just fell short. But seeing him again today, not very surprising at all. But Ruins of Sarnath will be the first one this time, and Zoot looks like he's going to start running this team. We saw him play, well, they released the first 2 champions he's picked, and there's the next. There we go. This is that sort of Zoot signature team we see from him. That's quite a lot. That's
pretty much his team right now. It's just Anarchy, Nyx, and Ranger. But on the flip side, again, you know, the team comp is different already. Now, Ruins of Sarnath, this is definitely a map that I think allows an element of personal expression with how you want to pick certain champions. A lot of champions on this map, well, pretty much almost all of them are useful in some way. I mean, you know, you could just list all the uses, but I feel like every champion on this map is effective.
Speaking of every champion, though, ZSX, Galena. Galena on Ruins of Sarnath.
Another popular thing.
We see this almost every time we see Ruins of Sarnath nowadays. Well, at least we saw it quite a lot last Sunday at the very least, where we saw Ruins of Sarnath in every map, because it was the predetermined map that they would play on. But that also means that there must be a different round of the tournament now. But Galena on this map particularly seems to be super effective.
I think that's for a mixture of reasons. A really obvious one for Galena on this map is that she using jump pads and teleporters are really, really prominent in Ruins of Sarnath, especially against, bear in mind, it's going to be Zoot going in with likely Anarchy first, which is what he likes to rock.
Well, it's like we say, right? You know, having Anarchy first, just being super important for just getting that snowball rolling early. You know, you get that health starting to stack up, and especially on this map as well, where he has so much space to just run around freely.
So Nyx versus Anarchy, 2 very agile champions once again, but Zoot, obviously, Anarchy first is very popular for him. Unfortunately, fell to Vu in the top 16, however. Definitely had really impressive rails, I think. The main thing to take away from this. Zoot was lying in wait with a gauntlet round the corner. Now, he got tagged by those 2 rockets, but very confident decisions. Unfortunately, the 2 rockets did actually do the necessary damage to take him out, but I think Zoot's going to acknowledge that he's weak. Hit him with some more LG, but is he pushing this?
Not quite sure. He's trying to get some space, it seems, to control this middle. The mega health is up. Zoot starting to try and stop him. Get some LG. He's chasing the kill, and that's going to be a clean frag by Zoot. Not letting him get away at all.
Using that Dire Orb to secure a rocket launcher just a little bit faster, which now means he's going to be a little bit more free to put the pressure on against ZSX's Galena.
Oh, some good damage coming out though from ZSX. He's chasing. Is he going to follow it up though?
No, I think the rail's going to deter him.
Oh, how did that miss? Milliseconds, oh, milliseconds? Millimeters away, that's what I wanted to say.
Zoot's going to get the mega health as well. So they're going to once again trade that mega health for heavy armor, but the one thing is, this gameplay of sort of like checking Galena with rails, Zoot likes to play that sort of ranged game and just really sort of pick your health down with those long range rails. He did it a lot versus Vu. Looking to do it again today. But again, with Galena in particular, it's going to be a bit easier for her to almost undo the damage of a railgun because of that totem.
Well, I mean, it's quite a chunky heal as well, especially if you get it in the right area. Again, you have the sort of area denial, you're being able to stop teleporters from being used, but Ranger can use a dire orb to teleport himself, so it's almost like he's better at avoiding them from that specific way than other characters.
That was very important. Zoot actually knocked her ZSX off that mega health, managed to take it for himself. Jumps over the prediction rocket, minimal damage, but again, really trying to sort of predict each opening. Again, once again, very even health. Zoot with a little bit of armor. Definitely forced down there. Is he going to go in for the attack again? Nah, probably not. Just trying to really see where he was, I think, in that situation. Oh!
Oh, nice.
He was not ready for that totem to be right there, and that is exactly why.
Zoot in the chat. That makes sense.
I mean, that's exactly why.
Well, what else is a man to say when you just teleport face first into a Galena totem?
But that's like case in point why Galena is effective. Because, hang on a minute, here comes the LG, taking a lot of damage down to 14. Really good use. Really good use. That entire round, those totems were so well placed. Using the defensive totem at point blank, so Zoot was not going to be able to go in for the sneak attack at point blank to deny that, and then heal himself up before the next fight occurred. Really smart and well played.
It's a good answer though. You see a Nyx going for that ghost walk, you put a totem at your feet. If she uses it aggressively, she's going to appear on it if you either damage or you heal yourself. And it just if she runs away, worst case scenario, you've wasted a totem and she's Galena. You know, pick up some health and you've got it back. Pick up some hourglasses, you've got it back quite quickly. You have quite a lot of totems and oh, there's that rail. So unfortunately misses the follow-up. That's a lot of damage quite quickly beginning to add up.
It's going to be enough to force her away, that's for sure. But I think he's really looking to chase it down. Actually goes in for the teleporter instead, probably predicting them near Rocket or just trying to take Rocket for himself. Bear in mind, mega health is now up. But once again, they're going to trade heavy armor for mega health. Caught him off guard. Minimal damage on the rocket, though, so Zoot's not going to get hit too hard for that one.
You can hear above him, he has a rough idea of where he is. Oh, caught a glimpse of him. As that Zoot is all dancing around the mega health. Trade, Ghost Walk is popped. He's trying to go in for the kill. Zoot, oh, misses the railgun. That could have been crucial for ZSX.
Tries to check that rail as he re-emerges, but no payout this time. Zoot really looking to stay as agile as possible. Oh, gets hit by the direct though. Can't really take a huge amount of damage after that, even though ZSX is weak. I think he acknowledged that Zoot was a bit weaker, but not looking to push it in this time.
No rockets though, only your rail and an LG. That tends to be the only three weapons you really need to burst.
Yeah, no doubt this is why we're seeing him go towards the rocket. And again, trying to sort of safely collect it. Bear in mind, because he was invisible, he did not collect the rockets at all. Still going to be without one for the time being. But again, really looking, Zoot disengaging.
Oh, that was just slightly missing.
Here comes Zoot.
Now back against the wall. Zoot going in for the LG to try and finish him off. That direct, that could be everything. And Zoot going for the kill. Does he run away? He catches him on the way down. Zoot ready for him to jump down that jump pad.
Now, if he catches a good spawn, which looks he actually has caught him on spawn. He's got two rails. What a couple of hits right there. Zoot, what a fast turnaround.
One champion away from bringing back around himself, though. ZSX left in this Ranger. Heavy armor being controlled by Anarchy. We've already seen just how crazy this character can be. This champion can be, I should say, when he has access to the heavy armor, so he can just tank those rails like it doesn't matter.
Definitely night and day when you take Anarchy into account. Champion Zoot has been playing pretty much almost exclusively. As long as he's doing duels, he's rocking this team composition. He is ready for a map like this. Going in for the injection, giving him the speed boost to head him off. Does get the heavy armor though. Mega health, still in play. If Zoot can beat him to it.
Oh, the LG catches him off guard. Zoot go for the kill. He has enough. Quite enough damage. Oh, the rail connects with the wall. ZSX found a bit of a lifeline. Is he hanging around? No, he is out of there. There's nothing to deal with this fight until he can stock up on health and armor.
Well, Zoot's got all three of his champions versus ZSX's one. If I'm mispronouncing that name, by the way, I am terribly sorry. Once again, that slow-paced game. Oh, railed in the way. Yeah, didn't follow it up. That's the injection. Bear in mind, 2 more injections, and Zoot has just become a lot more dangerous because he can start tanking rails. Oh, misses that one though. In fact, both of them do. But I mean, Zoot, he's playing a very defensive game, and it makes sense. However, looking to get it. Nice LG. Does manage to take 1 champion off the board, but
be quite a crucial kill. Means he could give him the mirror. No, he's gone for Nyx. So you try and get this one instead.
I think I know he's gone for Nyx, I think, because of the 1 minute and 10 seconds away from the round being over. Nyx is going to do a much better job of surviving than Ranger because of that Ghost Walk. Bear in mind, Ranger can't see the Ghost Walk. His ability doesn't allow him to see through that, which means that now with 1 minute warning, Zoot can play defensive. However,
doesn't look like he actually is content to play defensive at all. He wants to take this frag or at least put some pressure on.
I feel like he really is going to establish this very defensive game. ZSX hasn't actually caught sight of him, did not know he was back there at all, and he's taken 2 rails. Now, this is bad. He has to get away. Unfortunately, getting away involves wasting precious time, and there's only 35 seconds left to go.
Exactly, the heavy armor just goes in the way of Zoot. He knows he just missed that rail. It is all stacking up against ZSX right now. With barely any health to go with, a little bit of armor, trying to stock up, but just as you can say that, 20 seconds away from the end of the round. Zoot has a clear lead. I think he's probably still got his Ghost Walk stock too. He hasn't had any reason to use it yet. At this stage, he's likely to have it. 10 seconds left. If ZSX gets him, he has to get him right now. They meet in the middle, but he takes a rail, misses his own. And at this stage, it's going to be very hard. Can he make it work? No! Tagged by the missile. And it's going to be 1 round each. Very close. It's very important though. I mean, it's nice to see players really using the clock to their advantage when they know they can. And Zoot, he had that stoic defense standing right there waiting for him. He knew his only option of getting that kill was to chase it, and Zoot was waiting for him.
Zoot gets the rocket launcher early. Nice spawn right there, I think, actually. Bear in mind, Anarchy so fast, can be hard to pin him down with rockets.
Oh, direct, that could be huge.
You know Zoot saw that 100 number, and he's going to be looking now. He knows the heavy armor would have been down as well, at least for a few more seconds. They both saw each other.
Oh, trading rails. Trading again.
Zoot's looking to head him off by the heavy armor. They're going to meet in the middle.
Oh, the Ghost Walk is popped. He can try and get away.
Really nice evade from Zoot. Is it going to be enough, though? Yes. Fantastic escape. Zoot playing unbelievably well today, I have to say. Good movement, good awareness. His aim has been sharp as well.
Oh, but he does get tagged by a rail. That's going to do a lot of damage. ZSX is starting to really wake up with these.
Enough to, I think, force him away. Absolutely, just to get him out of the action. The one thing to factor in, bear in mind, the injection and the Ghost Walk both have very similar cooldowns. ZX going in, actually going in for the kill, tags a rail as well. Zoot taking big damage in this round.
Indeed, and he's just trying to run away using that speed. You see, there's such a good map for Anarchy to just get around. Tags a rail. ZSX is on the back foot completely. Look at that, just meager amount of health he's got left. Oh, the Ghost Walk, tricky stuff.
That was actually very brave of him to sort of stay there and not look to get away. Maybe anticipated Zoot having a little bit less health at the rail, but could have potentially killed him.
So the heavy armor go. Zoot probably heard it too. Oh, and he tags the mid-air rail, ready for it and waiting. Galena now this time as the second champion.
That was a good respawn, just taking some of the free damage. However, it has actually alerted Zoot of ZSX's location. And now looking to be really aggressive, but Galena with those totems, I mean, she's put herself straight back up to healthy. Would have been risky for Zoot to go down there too. Don't want to stand on it. 5 seconds.
Indeed, as you can say though, 3 injections away from being able to take those rails, which can be quite a difference. I mean, it has quite a substantial cooldown on it, and you don't want to just be throwing it out normally, just sort of in this sort of neutral situation, because you need it for those fights.
Looking to really sort of control Mega Health. Takes big damage trying to get it though. Again, Zoot, he's going to be aware of how much damage he's done going in for the super shotgun. Galena with no health left, and again picks him up. Zoot looking unbelievably dominant in both of these rounds.
Well, even there, right, little decisions like opting to go for the super shotgun instead, because he knew I've got the speed advantage. It's Galena. She can't move away as fast. If I get close enough to hurt with the super shotgun, that's going to be it. A chunk of damage, more than enough to take it. And 2 swift shots is going to be enough. Oh, catches him again though. Zoot has all 3 left to go for ZSX. Lone Ranger by himself.
In some cases, could have really sort of pushed in there, maybe tried to secure the frag. But again, 2 minutes left on the board. Zoot is more than healthy. He's got all of the speed to just fly around the map. He can be as defensive as he likes for the exact same reason. Being up 2 rounds would be really useful for him.
Oh, I guess he has a hunch that there was going to be a fight here down the heavy armor. ZSX goes down, and Zoot with that 1 champion win. Anarchy, Zoot's Anarchy looking really tidy today. Like you said, he's just playing really well.
He definitely has a grasp of the fundamentals of the game, right? Knowing that Anarchy is so useful when you pick him first. Snowballing it.
Now, especially like the longer the game goes on, the more of a pain in the neck he's going to be, right? Because the more injections he gets to pop, the more health he's going to get overall.
ZSX again, going in for the Nyx.
Definitely heard that heavy armor getting picked up.
Absolutely. Now Zoot's rails. Oh, hang on, he saw the Ghost Walk. He knows he's going to be nearby, but where? Rockets trading back and forth, both players taking the big damage, but again, missing the rails, ZSX.
That was like a complete, just identical what was happening there.
Oh,
oh wow, what a shot. Look at that distance covered, wow.
That was just a disgusting jump. Absolutely disgusting.
Tags over those ZSX. Let's be careful when he's gonna get it. Zoot, once again, back-to-back rails. He's really switched on.
He is playing like a man that would like to make top 16 for 2 weeks in a row, I think.
Heavy armor being seconds away from respawning there. You know, ZSX is probably up top trading out his mega health. Actually, doesn't look like he's quite got it yet. Still up. Now it's gone.
Bear in mind, every single time one of those totems goes down, it will disappear from Galena's HUD, which means that she knows where you are. Just because she loses the totem doesn't mean that she loses everything. You know, she still has that awareness.
Lose totem, gain awareness of where you happen to be. The thing is, though, it is Galena. She doesn't have quite the mobility to quickly get there, so she's like other side of the map away when you destroy that totem. There's not much you can really do about it, even with that knowledge.
I think right there, Zoot content actually not shooting it immediately. He doesn't want ZSX to know he's there, and because of it, he runs straight into it. Zoot with the patience. Really good awareness, good game sense.
Using her own totem against her there as a trap. Waited for him to come around the corner. Was able to take it out in the process, and that's a direct shot. Zoot again, looking strong, and 1 champion away from taking the first map.
Now he's down to his Ranger once again, but Zoot, with that momentum-based champion like Anarchy, looking very, very aggressive. And he's hitting with the rail. All he has to do is get a couple of rockets now, and another rail's gonna do it. Zoot goes up 1 map against ZSX.
Indeed, he does, and Ruins of Sarnath too. I mean, not too surprising considering, you know, we know Zoot is a bit of an Anarchy specialist, and we know his Anarchy is very strong, and that is a very good map for Anarchy, right? We saw a lot of that last week, last Thursday, last Sunday. Just a very strong map overall for Anarchy. The movement, just the ability to get wherever he wants to be, just being a complete pain in the neck. And the longer the map goes on, and you could make it last long on that map, the stronger he becomes. So not too surprising. But Zoot playing well.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the game plan of sort of like establishing that distance as well and just poking down with rails after rails after rails is particularly effective on Ruins of Sarnath as well, because it is so out in the open, like long corridors, a lot of line of sight everywhere. There's lots of distance, and the railgun combined with the mobile Anarchy just kind of complements that. So you wonder, the map choice, is ZSX going to take the way that Zoot plays? Because I feel like Zoot has actually got a play style, right? When you watch this guy play, it's not the same thing every time, per se, but it's definitely like, you know, a certain level of gameplay that he finds very comfortable. So does ZSX change a map to something a bit more small and enclosed to take that game plan and make it a bit harder to enforce with a different map?
Well, this is the situation, like, and, you know, these guys are scrim partners. They play against each other all the time.
That's another element too, yeah.
You know, we've been told they practice together quite often, you know, to basically just learn the game and practice the game. If at any point during those scrims, during those sort of like private 1v1 sessions, if there is a map that Zoot struggles on, particularly against him, this is where you pick it. You know, this is where, if you're ZSXY and you are doing better on certain maps in those private matches, this is when you go to that strong map.
Okay, so Corrupted Keep. Sticking with Galena. Now, I think there's a couple of reasons here. A, to take away the mobility away from Anarchy, of which Zoot, of course, will pick first. And on the flip side, Galena, very effective on this map already. We've seen some of the stuff that Galena can do. Scale Bearer. a very traditional champion for this map as well. Scaleberry is going to be a good answer for those light, squishy champions. And Zoot sticking with Ranger, you know, sticking to his guns.
So he's actually swapped out the Nyx with Scalebearer, so he's definitely not favouring those small, squishy champions. Every single champion on the side of ZSX right now has got just more health, right, than that. You got that at least 100 health pool. You can take a few hits, especially now he's got the Scalebearer out. Once again, Zoot going with the tried and true.
Well, I think right now Zoot's going into it with quite a chunky advantage. You know, I think it was a really sort of comfortable map for him. However, on the flip side, I do think that his game plan is going to be affected by the Corrupted Keep pick. It's a smaller map. He's not going to have the room to maneuver. But the big thing, again, no rail. You know, Zoot with the rail, it's by far, I think, his most effective weapon. And now he doesn't have it at all. So interesting to see how he kind of adapts to this. Because like you mentioned, these guys are scrim partners. They play together very often. It's going to be not so much you're fighting the champions, you are definitely fighting the player here. Now, Galena first.
Prepare to fight.
Or maybe not necessarily, actually. Caught it a little bit early. We'll see.
Round
again, that 100 health, 75 armor, that's already more than the Nyx was bringing to the table. At the very least, that's 3 champions that can take a little bit of a beating. Yeah, he's going to go with the Galena first anyway. Where does this first totem go?
I wonder if he's going to use it a little bit sneakily or to try and deny something.
Doesn't have the rocket yet, though. His half weapon is this LG. We can hear that Zoot already has access to a rocket launcher.
We'll see what happens. Very passive, I think, until these major power-ups spawn. Or pick-up spawn, I should say. Using the totem just to heal up. But at the same time, covering the doorway. And they're going to trade that mega health for heavy armor, as always. Nice predictive rocket, though. Zoot taking big damage and a ring out! One of the first ring outs I think we've seen in the championship. Wow.
Indeed, and it's going to be Zoot's Anarchy, his most comfortable champion, it seems so far. Going down straight away.
A little bit predictable on the teleporter, but it doesn't matter. Zoot gets met in the middle. And a very, very fast round for ZSX now. 2 totems. That's a lot of sustain in this one room. Bear in mind, he's just got a mega health as well.
And once again, the Lone Ranger by himself. It's like Quake 1 all over again. Nowhere to go. He's got to make that comeback. Not sure he's going to be able to. ZSX very low, though. Get a good hit.
Bear in mind, Zoot's not going to be able to pick him off with range. I mean, bear in mind, he's not got much health, but ZSX actually staying really confident. He's got that totem to run to if he needs it. Will put him up to max health. Still keeping the one in the middle in play, though. I think he wants to keep the healing properties for when the mega health spawns, just in case there's a fight there.
Zoot really trying to take out that totem to just get rid of that utility for ZSX because of the mega health. He's topping up on this armor.
Oh! 100 straight damage, just like that. Undoing all of the armor, and again, tagging him with another good rocket. You know, Zoot's going to have to be really careful as well. Make sure he doesn't run into a totem accidentally, just like we saw in that first round we saw on Rinzasana. Zoot's taking the big damage, bear in mind, Zed is actually completely evening out the odds himself with that totem. Further increasing that life lead, essentially.
Zoot, though, waiting on that heavy armor, going to top himself up. And let's not forget, this is Ranger, very versatile champion. If he can get something going, he can work out. But this LG restun Alep, he's got enough to kill, and he does take him out. But the question is, how quickly can he top himself up before Scaleberry just walks in with that charge, tries to kill him straight away?
I think he got that frag in a really nice spot. You know, he was by those 225 health. He's near the armor as well. Definitely more than prepared for this fight, but is it going to be enough? Wow. Yes, it is. 5 HP left.
Right as the mega health came up as well, Zoot starting seemed to be almost impossible comeback with just the amount of setup that ZSX had put down with that Galena.
It was an amazing start, but Zoot with a straight 3 champion comeback. And he is going to be up 1 round just like that. Really well played.
That's one hell of a confidence booster as well, though, when you find yourself that far down. And with the champion, we haven't really seen Zoot use so much in this series so far, right? The Ranger that he always picks, but we don't get to see it anywhere near as much as his Anarchy at the moment. But looking just as confident on that as ever.
Well, Anarchy really is his hometown hero. That's the champion he really likes to play the most, like, seemingly. Or at least it's the one we see the most, because he rocks it first every single time. I was glad we actually got to see the Ranger come out a little bit. On the flip side, though, ZSX going Galena first again, really trying to just establish that unique gameplay when you pick Galena on a map like this.
Oh, catches the teleporter. It's trading damage for damage. The lightning gun, I don't think she has anywhere to run, and that's going to be a clean frag. Well, it says ring out, but Lava taking that one.
Yeah, Zoot got a ring out of his own, and this time actually causing her to melt in the lava rather than knocking her off the map. Going in with the charge, but doesn't get anything. Takes a bunch of damage in the process. Zoot chases it down with the LG as well. And again, does manage to take out Scalebearer. ZSX forced to his Ranger. Last minute once more.
He's got a good spawn. He's not going to have any weapons here, though. Maybe the nail gun, but that's about it.
Bear in mind, forced to use the injection. Hasn't used a huge amount of injection so far, though.
Now he's turning the way, though. ZSX knows he needs to top himself up, so trying to stop that pickup. Can get this mega health, indeed. Not quite there in time to stop him. Heavy armor going to be up in another 30, so not for quite some time.
Well, Zoot made that 3 champion comeback.
Oh, wow.
Now it's going to be ZSX's turn to do the same thing.
It's quite swift, though, as well, so running the clock, probably not more of a quite a viable strategy with just how much time we actually have left, though.
I feel like the sort of hit and run gameplay for Zoot with this champion like difference is very, very effective. It allows him to navigate the map so quickly with Anarchy in particular. And on the flip side, you know, he can do really important damage, but get out of there, not be in a bad situation. Too often, he's still got injection. Using it until the last possible moment to really try and maximize how much damage he can do before he has to heal himself up and maybe get out of the fight.
Oh, there they go, dodging these rockets, though. Zoot very low, and ZSX is going to seize that kill away. He's starting this champion comeback now, very low on health and armor. If Zoot gets him early, he can really make the most of this, but at the same time, there's quite a lot of power-ups around him.
Zoot spawning right near the rocket launcher. Very, very good weapon to start with. However, can't really stop him from getting that mega health, so he's going to even out. They're going to race towards the heavy armor. Taking a bunch of damage. Manages to pick it up. Doesn't see the Ghost Walk, though, as Zoot does use it aggressively, but with the amount of stack that ZSX has, that was not going to be a frag just yet.
Zoot down by the heavy armor, but again, not up for quite some time. ZSX is trying to control this main room, though. The mega health is probably be the first one up of the two of them. This is the kind of thing that ZSX needs to do, though. Just establish that control and starting the comeback again. What is it with Ranger doing this today?
Well, from one Ranger to another, Zoot gets forced onto his Ranger as well. And this final mirror. Is ZSX going to make this 3 champion comeback now? That is the question. Zoot just did the exact same thing. Can he return the favor?
Oh, Zoot getting poked off, though. In a bit of a sticky situation here, nowhere to run now.
I mean, it's looking likely. It's looking like he might be able to do it. Teleports to the Dire Orb. Zoot in big trouble. And just confident as well. ZSX knew Zoot was not going to teleport towards the Dire Orb, staying true, looking straight forward, and makes a comeback of his own.
Indeed he does. We see it back-to-back 2 rounds, 2 different players, and I'm pretty sure this isn't even the first time we've seen Ranger do this today. This character, these guys are just playing so well. With just this one champion, though. It's just a Ranger. Ranger is the comeback man.
I mean, it's easy to forget that there is so much on the line here. These players are playing for the potential $1 million qualification spot into QuakeCon for the Quake World Championships. I mean, like, that is a lot to play for. If you're going to play your heart out and make these comebacks, this is the tournament you do it in.
Once again, looks like ZSX starting off with that Galena, getting that good momentum early on. Is Zoot going to get this kill? Almost no health, and Zoot fires a rocket straight at the totem. I mean, no choice there. ZSX, he had to stand near it for the health, but the rocket launcher says, no, you don't.
Now, Galena gets taken out really early. If he can get Scalebearer, it's going to be good, but we did just see a 3 straight comeback from actually both of these players, so definitely can't count either one out. Zoot popping that injection just to get nice and healthy again. Releasing the teleporter.
Oh, tries to time the rocket, not quite on the mark. Zoot once again, try to poke down the Scalebearer. No armor on the side of him though, so he is quite killable.
Absolutely. Does manage to get the mega health, but it's not enough. He gets fragged again, I mean, really quickly. And they're now going to trade out 1 champion for 1. Zoot going straight on for Ranger this time, saving Nyx until last minute.
Oh, nice damage coming out from this machine gun, though. You can see how quite deceiving that damage can add up.
However, answering back with that super nail gun. Yeah, no teleport, just establishing that space. Going to pick up that heavy armor, though, might allow him to pick up the mega health. No, going in for the ball rush, actually, to try and guarantee it instead. Really well placed.
Be quite hard to just chunk down the scale barrier, though. He's stacked that with that much health.
Absolutely. I mean, just look at how, look, on the top of the spectator screen, it puts things in perspective when you see how much blue is on that bar. Zoot gets caught again.
Oh no, doesn't quite get the dire orb the way he needed it to.
Fumbled his teleport just a little bit. Didn't quite get up top. Definitely was looking for that high angle into escaping, but just hit the ceiling. And now, down to his final champion.
That seems like quite a strong start of a map for Zoot. Unfortunately, starting to crumble. That's almost just like that. He's going to get chased down. The charge. Oh, it does connect, and the splatter like a windshield.
That was disgusting. Right, now, ZSX potentially only needs one more round that he's going to tie this up. So clearly, the map choice has been really effective. I feel like it has done a good job of basically sort of taking that general game plan of Zoot, which is establish range, be like a, you know, a fly in a jar, just very hard to keep in one position, constantly moving around, staying mobile. This map has somewhat really shut that game plan down.
So there's Zoot going over the super shotgun. He's missing the shots. It's not quite connecting. Oh, that one doesn't
miss at all. And now he gets put onto scale barrier again. Bear in mind, if Zoot wins this round, he's going to tie things up. But it's been quite a long series between these two guys, I feel.
Oh, you can hear the charge.
Oh, that got louder and louder as he got closer, but it ran out at the last possible minute. Zoot going to be relieved about that one.
Mega health is up in play though, goes in the way of scale barriers. Dangerous that can be. Zoot quite low on health, managing to stock himself up though. Even though the chunk is there, like he is only down on 1 life, so not quite as bad as the HUD might make it seem. Oh, there's that read. Zoot very low on health though. See, just being slippery. Pops the injection, gets himself back up to full.
Going in for a charge again, but you just see the speed at which Anarchy can run around. It's, in some ways, he can outrun the charge, but again, he's taking so much damage. The flip side did 100 damage to ZSX, but it's not enough. Scale Bearer just way too stacked in terms of how much health this champion has at all times. Consistently out. He's just, I feel like Zoot is actually out damaging ZSX. It's just, he's got so much health, and he's doing such an amazing job of keeping that health. It's so hard for Zoot to chunk him down. If Zoot wants to go in for the kill, he has to almost overextend, and if he overextends, he'll get deleted. Bear in mind, though, this is a game plan that Zoot can play all day.
Oh, he's getting chased to the OG, though. ZSX is getting aggressive. Pops the injection, though, so at the very least, he'll take that victory.
Save it.
The ability's down for another 30 seconds.
Just saving it until the last minute. The second you get at risk, just pop it. Now ZSX being a little bit more aggressive. I think he wants to really try and shut down this approach by Zoot, predicting the teleport. If he doesn't do it, almost gets knocked off. However, it might not be enough anyway. And that was almost a ring out.
Okay, as I was about to say, I thought he popped his bull rush in the air just to not get knocked off the edge, but he still had it. It's just good old-fashioned moving around.
Oh, hang on, Zoot coming in with the gauntlet. Not sure what he was trying to do there, but
I mean, he caught there, he had no weapons. The gauntlet was the most damaging thing. He was likely to go for the mega health. Kind of makes sense.
Yeah, I suppose so. I suppose seeing as he actually got caught on a spawn with no weapons as well. Worked out for him though, he's got Ranger.
Yeah, Zoot's able to take down the scale barrier, so now we find ourselves with the Ranger. So if ZSX wins this round, he's going to tie the series up to 1 map apiece, but if Zoot wins it, he'll take himself to match point, so still very much all to play for. 2 minutes left to go on the clock.
Both Rangers coming through. This is the comeback champion of the day so far. Zoot gets caught into the air, goes in for the dire orb though. Hang on a minute, he's still alive, but not anymore. ZSX getting that last frag, and I think the map pick did a fantastic job of just sort of shutting down Zoot's gameplay.
I mean, ZSX just looked infinitely more comfortable on that map overall than Zoot was able to. I mean, Zoot had some moments of, had some moments of greatness, but fundamentally we just came down to, I mean, that's the map that ZSX picked, right? So that's what he was looking for. So it looks like one of the players has just disconnected, so we try and get them back in the lobby. I mean, to be fair, if you're going to disconnect at a time, that's probably the most convenient time to when the game is over, or when the map is over, I should say, instead of in between it and accidentally maybe throwing around.
It's pretty much the only convenient time, isn't it? Especially in that situation, it's like, right, well, the game's over. Phew, sigh of relief. And now, either way, it's going to be 1-1. So Zoot looked really strong on Ruins of Sarnath, but the change to Corrupted Keep, clearly, I think, was to sort of limit the space. Zoot had to run around with the Anarchy, take the rail away from him, force him into those sort of like up-close confrontations that Zoot doesn't really seem to favor too much when it comes to just generally how he wants to approach the game. And Clearly it worked out, so I'm expecting the map change to be something that, once again, will really complement
it's not
the
going
way
to be
Zoot
corrupted
plays.
keep again, for sure.
No,
I mean, Zoot, like I said, right, Zoot's arguably, it seems like his strongest weapon in this game could be the rail. You know,
I think it is.
Just by, from when we watch him play, he always seems really on point with it. I mean, even the first map, on Ruins of Sarnath, he was hitting the vast majority of his shots with that. And just keep in mind, he was against, at the same time, he was against Nyx in that first map too, so he did have his smaller targets to hit as well. So it wasn't like he was just hitting the big bodies. So can imagine it will be something with rail regardless. Does he really favour certain maps when he streams?
Well, obviously, when you matchmake, it's pretty much just general of whatever. It's going to be a 50-50.
More that, as he said, that I prefer this map to that map.
Well, if Zoot prefers a map, I've definitely not been watching at the time of him saying it, so I definitely don't know the answer to that, unfortunately. But either way, I think we might see something that's just as fantastic for Rail. So maybe a Blood Covenant. We might see Blood Covenant get picked.
Could even see Ruins again. To be honest, I mean, like I said, he just looked so strong on that map specifically. Then there's nothing really stopping him from just going back and picking the same map again.
Potentially. But either way, it's going to be 1-1. This is week number 2 of our qualification process for the Quake World Championship in Europe. And moving on in this bracket, it's going really well. Zoot versus ZSX. I've got a really bad feeling I've been saying that wrong this entire series, and I'll find out at the end. I'm sure I'll find out at the end. But either way, these guys are 1-1. Whoever wins this series will move on. Bear in mind it's single elimination, but it is 2 out of 3 maps, which is why we're currently in a 1-1 situation. Zoot looked really strong on the first map, but the map change to Corrupted Keep definitely sort of took that gameplay and shut it down a little bit. And it was a good pick. Really, really smart pick. Now the question is, do we see the same champions? I'm almost willing to say 100% yes, we will see Zoot pick the same team.
But from Zoot, it'll be the same team, because this definitely seems to be Zoot's most comfortable trio. I guess we'll find out any second. So Blood Covenant, in fact, will be our last one.
I mean, it benefits all 3 of his champions. He's got plenty of room to hit those rails. He can really play that defensive, slow-paced, retreat-based game plan that we see a lot. But again, we see Galena.
This was his map 1 loadout, or champion loadout, I should say. Champion selection, so the Nyx, Galena, and the Ranger. I mean, all of them in their own right definitely strong on this. We actually don't see Galena on this map as much as other maps, particularly. I think that it's, I might even go as far as to say this might even be the first time we've seen Galena on Blood Covenant.
Definitely one of the first. This is not really...
It's one of the first times, for sure. We definitely don't see it all the time on this one.
But when it comes to the Quake World Championship, at least in EU, and the matches that we've had streamed, it's probably the least used map we've seen her particularly on. I think Blood Covenant, we've seen it on everything else, but not so much on this. I think there's so many other champions that people seem to like to select. But speaking of champions, on this map, all 3 of Zoot's champions work so well on this map. Ranger can sort of do those things where you can kind of pick up one pickup and another one at the same time, where you throw the Dire Orb. You can pretty much throw the Dire Orb towards Rail, collect the rocket launcher, teleport to Rail. So you've just got both of these really pivotal weapons at exactly the same time, which means you're great for the next fight because you've got both of the key weapons that you need.
Also, a big thing, right, is getting over from rocket side of the map to mega health without actually having to, walk across the pillars or on the side or use the jump pad. Just having that safer method of movement.
Well, case in point. Heavy armor and rail taking it exactly the same time. So ZSX going for Ranger first. Missing the rail though, gets caught in the air, but because you've got the heavy armor, not taking a huge amount of damage even with that rail, or that rocket I should say. Zoot with a nice amount of health and armor too.
Just hurting himself a little bit though, so probably doing some nail jumps over near the armor shard. That's where he's going.
Oh, gets caught on the bridge head on, bear in mind. Yeah, no doubt he's going to run away from that one. Trying to fight towards the heavy armor, but the rocket knocks him away, but can't take a single rail. Next hit could do it. And yeah,
ZSX, he just opposite concede it, let him have the heavy armor, and he drops the hit.
No.
Oh no! I don't think he realized how hard he'd be punished for that until it was too late.
Tries to go in for the Dire Orb to get that mega health, but just detonates it a fraction of a second too early. And because he gets knocked on that jump pad, he is in no control of how he moves in the air.
And that's free rail for anyone that's paying attention. ZSX is chasing this kill down. Oh no, Zoot in fact, sorry. Trying to chase down this Ghost Walk.
Catches the rail again. I mean, his rails, by far the rail, I think, is his strongest weapon. Going in for the LG, has way more health, goes in for the injection at the last minute, survives just a bit longer, but the direct rocket was exactly what ZSX needed, and he gets it.
If Zoot can catch him on a spawn, he can make him pay a little bit, but doesn't quite look like he's able to. Mega health, he can hear it's been picked up.
Oh, here comes Zoot! But he can't take the rockets, but he gets just that last minute frag near the health as well, so he's going to be able to top himself up just a little bit. Oh, no!
Just really, really good spawn for ZSX. No, just actually not even the spawn, just a good read on where he's going to be. He just goes straight in there with just a machine gun. And what?
Telefrag! You don't see that every day.
LOL.
That was really sick.
He just teleported and then Galena was no more.
I mean, normally you see the dire orb because it does 100 damage, right? That's a huge chunk. Against someone like Galena when she's almost weak, you almost see like that will just, the damage alone does it. The telefrag though, not every day.
That was a clutch play, to be fair.
Oh, you can tell Zoot was feeling himself as well. Like he was like, yeah, I got it.
Heavy armor going to go in the way of Zoot. Rockets come flying down. ZSX is just trying to zone him away.
And again, Zoot with the railgun. This is why he wants to play this map.
Oh, that's going to connect. He's down in the bottom, can see him down. This is that rail, that could have been it.
Definitely sort of has that high ground advantage. Opting to try and take that free damage check before he gets the mega health as well.
Another shot. ZSX was able to pick up a few things in between the shots though, so wasn't taken out by it.
I think all that rail and the mega health, or sorry, the heavy, mega health, sorry, God, get my words mixed up. It's just going to further increase that distance and health between the two players.
Indeed, Zoot went now.
Oh, wow!
No, but just about to say, no armor though, so if he gets caught out here, that's going to be dangerous. That's exactly what happens to him. One rail is going to swiftly take him down. Now this is going quite as close as we expected it to, I think. And weighing out this heavy arm, going to be up any second now. Zoot is able to pick up the mega health though, able to keep himself healthy as well.
Trying to get that rail, but ZSX heading him off.
Missed the shot to Zoot. That's unfortunate. ZSX, look at all this health and armor resources he's got.
Oh,
nice
wow.
rocket jump.
Gets a good rocket right there, though. I think Zoot probably tried to sort of take the rocket off him first, but obviously he'd already had one.
Now Zoot back on this Ranger. We saw him make a full 3 champion comeback before, so he's going to have to do the same thing again. There's the jump pad. It's a clean 90 damage. Picked up the mega health, though, so it wasn't too bad for him. Oh, dire orb.
He's done a lot of damage, too. Even without a rail, he just did a good job of just chipping that health away. ZSX going in for the chase. Obviously Ranger taking less damage on those rocket jumps, less self-damage. Very important passive for a map like this, staying on top of someone just like this. Oh, it doesn't quite get the rocket jump up onto that middle ground.
Mega health is up though. ZSX maybe expecting him to teleport in to try and get it. Yeah, there you go, trading the heavy armor for mega health. Once again, we see that all too often. Oh, good shot from ZSX. Getting one better on Zoot. Oh, misses that one though.
Definitely trading them back and forth at this stage. Quite a while before both of the major health pickups are up, so no doubt we're seeing a very sort of passive gameplay from both. However, so ZSX is going in, acknowledges he's done a bunch of damage, staying a bit confident, really still trying to sort of command just how much of the screen. If you hold the top, the sort of upper ground of this map, you control basically the entire map.
By rail disconnect again, but ZSX.
Not again! Not again! No, not this time.
Oh, he does get the heavy mega health, I should say. Still gets taken down to low. Oh, and Zoot! ZSX is doing such a good job of just managing these small pickups all over the place. It didn't seem like, however much damage Zoot did, it just didn't matter because ZSX was able to just constantly make himself really healthy, but that final moment, railguns adding up to do too much damage.
I mean, Zoot's made a 3 champion comeback before. Is he going to do it again? No! Tries to get out of the range of that rocket by the dire orb. I think any amount of distance would have been fine so long as it was nowhere near the explosion, but couldn't quite get it out in time.
So round 2 down 1 apiece. We expected to see a close series, and that's exactly what we're seeing. Down to a couple rounds left to go.
Definitely comes down to trying to get a good start, I think. Wow, Zoot really trying to be a headache from distance. He pretty much undid all of that mega health immediately, and now he's going to be able to pick up the heavy armor. Speaking of which, though, a nice read on it, trying to get the rail to head him off. Does get one, but he's taken so much rocket damage in the process. That was a good trade, and to be honest, a really nice read from both players. It's a rail. Very important. Looking to head him off. Definitely heard the jump pad, though. Even health and armor at this stage, but Zoot with the prediction, back to back. And he gets rewarded with a mega health as well. Hang on, he's actually got a very good spawn. Nyx.
Oh wow, forces it away, so he not only just manages to secure heavy armor, he knows that Ghost Walk is down for if they fight again soon.
And he knows he's on spawn too, so he knows that ZSX does not have any popular weapons. He's going to get the rocket now, obviously, because he's out of time, but on spawn he was helpless.
Already less than a minute into this round though, already a frag on the board. It's a little bit more different than we're used to seeing so far today.
Anaki's mobility really lets him just zip wherever he wants to go. Quite good that ZSX actually didn't use that jump pad. Could have been maybe game over if he did.
A tanked out Anarchy, that's not what you want to be dealing with, especially if you're on the back foot.
No doubt ZSX, yep, he heard that jump pad. Caught with a little bit.
Oh, a direct rocket, that could be everything. Oh no, Zoot falls down. Unfortunate mistake.
Yeah,
loses his footing.
He's going to need to get a read on where he thinks he is. However, he has now seen him. He's going to be near the mega health, but it's going to be so risky for ZSX trying to get that. Nice mobility actually going towards the left, staying unpredictable. Not letting Zoot chase him down. The problem is, because he's so weak, it's so risky for him to try and command these pickups. Zoot's map control is just so much more dominant than ZSX throughout this entire round. Unless it's a small health or a small armor, there isn't much ZSX is going to be able to do to heal himself back up. And at the same time, he's going to be at the mercy of basically default health and armor. He's not going to be able to overcharge himself just yet. While at the same time, Zoot's doing the exact opposite. They trade a rail for a rail. Going in for the injection just for the speed boost, trying to head him off before he goes towards heavy armor.
Guaranteed to fight the breakout here. Ghost Walk used preemptively, appears right in front of him.
Oh.
He wasn't, actually didn't appear ready at the start, but one rocket upon reactions to her coming back in. More than enough to do it, and Zoot finds himself once again with 3 champions in the lead. ZSX down to Galena by herself to make this comeback.
But now
we have seen it today though.
Yeah, now the comeback's not going to come from Ranger though, because he hasn't got Ranger anymore.
Again, this map, Blood Covenant, is probably the least common map we see Galena on in 1v1s. So we're going to have to see this pick work. It's going to have to be right here, right now.
Well, we're going to be looking at mobility. That's a huge part of Blood Covenant, is just sheer mobility. Now, Zoot is basically going to be able to go wherever he wants on the map at any stage, but because Galena does not get increased mobility through a passive or an ability, she can't make those tricky jumps that Anarchy can. You know, it's going to be easier for him to head her off. It's going to be easier for him to beat her to certain areas. And it's just going to be easier for him to chase her too.
Still though, despite ZSX being in such a positional disadvantage, he's still doing a good job of just predicting where Zoot's going to be. He's still ready to look and go for those rail shots, but he's just not quite landed them yet.
I think so long as Zoot commands that high ground. Hang on a minute. Another fight, but another missed rail. ZSX is so weak, and Zoot going in for the kill. Not overextending though, because he has got such an advantage.
Oh, the rocket's hitting him from behind. Oh, ZSX chased the kill despite being so low. Brave stuff coming out from him.
Almost at that 1 minute warning, 1 minute and 15 seconds, and the pressure's going to be on ZSX to get something happening. But to be honest, as long as he is controlling this upper ground, he's going to have the advantage. It's just not going to be as easy for Galena to compete how fast this champion can move around the map. Right, now, 60 seconds. That's all he has. You can see the patience from Zoot now.
Oh, still went for the shot. See the hesitance to use the jump pad though. As soon as you go on there, you are a sitting duck in the air. Zoot, no rush to go for it.
These rails are just missing all the time, but as long as these rails are not connecting, it's gonna benefit Zoot because he has the champions to work with.
Oh, she's going in close.
I don't know whether Zoot's actually ready for her to just go straight in, but I mean, he has no options. He has no choice but to go in now and get a frag as fast as possible. 20 seconds to get 2 champions at this stage. I'm not sure if it's possible.
I mean, Zoot, seems quite content just conceding that heavy armor, because, 15 seconds, he just has to survive. For a few seconds left, he's going to win the round based on that alone. It doesn't matter how stacked up the Galena's going to be.
10 seconds. Are we even going to see an injection?
I don't think it's possible to lose 2 champions this time.
That's it.
He has a guaranteed round. Zoot brings himself to match point. Guaranteed.
I feel like the second he was in that situation where he had an Anarchy versus a Galena, I feel like at that stage, because he was clearly going to play super defensive, the round may have been lost at that point anyway. Like, she just can't catch him. And on a map like this, where there are so many ways to move around, she cannot keep up with it. But it's going to be match point for Zoot. This change to Blood Covenant been superb so far. All he has to do now is win one more round. He'll be that one step closer to yet another top 16.
So
wow!
It is crucial for ZSX to get rid of this Anarchy as soon as possible. So we've already seen just how much damage Zoot can do on it. Right now, it looks like he's been running Rings around and gets slowed down. Mega health, I should say, coming up in just a few seconds. Zoot going to be able to secure this almost uncontested. Rockets coming through, but it's not quite the rail. Easily avoided. Is he reading the teleport? Wasn't quite ready for that.
Once again, I mean, oh, gets hit by a major rocket.
Oh, another one too. That could have been disastrous. Zoot able to keep himself alive though. Mega health not up for quite some time.
Oh, Zoot did a big chunk of damage there. Health and armor is relatively even.
All lightning gun damage going to come through, taking quite a lot of damage point blank. At the same time, this is Anarchy, very squishy. Mega health though is going to keep him nice and topped up. ZSX pops a bit of a back foot, still going for the shots. We had him miss that rail. Heavy armor coming up any second now.
Again, these rails are just failing to connect consistently. Ah, the second he collects it, that's when he takes the damage. You know, Zoot was not looking for that.
Mega health though, once again, Zoot in full control of these big pickups.
I think Zoot is consistently just making himself really hard to keep, like, locked down.
That seems to be quite a common style we're seeing adopted to Anarchy though, even though he has that potential to be really aggressive and right in your face. I mean, almost no one in the game is quite as good at just running away and getting out of a fight as Anarchy is. And that seems to be almost like a more popular way of playing this champion nowadays.
We're starting to see it, I think, crop up more and more, right? It's a method of play that I think just can frustrate the opponent. You know, being hard to pin down, cannot guarantee kills versus this champion so easily. Even when you catch him on those grounded rockets, because his passive gives him the increased air mobility because of his hoverboard, it's hard to lock him down. Oh, that was a big rocket as well. Bear in mind, neither player has lost a champion yet. If we go down to sudden death and it's one champion does it, it's going to be Anarchy versus Ranger all the way.
Once again, though, we're caught in the air, and Zoot is just not missing any of those shots. He's going to follow up the die rob. Doesn't quite seem it. Oh, but he is very low. Zoot's got to be careful now. No armor, so one rail is just going to delete him.
Even with the injection, he's not going to be able to give himself plus 80 health, so he'll die by a rail regardless. I think he knows that as well. Just let him take it.
Oh, ever so slightly able to survive just because he picked up that armor. That's what we're talking about. So crucial to have that. Oh, gets caught out point blank, and ZSX is going to take that frag away. That's the first one down. Is he going to be able to catch him before he stocks up? No, he is not. Heavy armor goes in the way of ZSX.
Both players on their Ranger. Even though Anarchy's definitely been the star player for Zoot right now. Clearly dangerous to all three of those champions. However, gets tagged by rails. Zoot consistently hitting more of these rails. As I've said, that they do trade 1 for 1.
Oh, underneath, caught him in the air, and there we go. The follow-up frag. ZSX is starting to nail these rails. Very few mistakes in this round.
Got a fantastic spawn on Zoot on the bridge near rail, but couldn't get the hit. If he just landed it, the pressure would have really been on now. If Zoot gets a rail, it's going to be great for him going in with the Ghost Walk. He hasn't seen him, but he's ready.
Oh, he did miss that one, then that could be disastrous. Zoot very low. That's a guaranteed round. ZSX is going to take that one down. 2-2, final round.
Now, those last-minute missed rails on that Ranger, that might have punished him. If he got those rails, it would have been a gone champion, but because of it, he's lost.
We said at the start, we expected a close series. We are down to our final map. We are down to our final round. It does not get closer than this, aside from the fact that maybe if we get down to our final champion, who knows?
Now, ZSX does manage to get that fantastic start once again, getting both heavy armor and rail at the same time.
That was Zoot, yeah, and again, in true fashion, able to use his spawn to go for that mega health instead. That's a good thing, right? You know, realizing where am I going to start and what's the nearest, most important pickup to me at this time.
Oh, wow, damage. 100 straight damage. Zoot has no choice but to get away from that one. Catches the red as well.
He's in a bad situation here.
I mean, even with the injection, he's not going to have enough health to tank that rail, especially with no armor on deck. Zoot trying to get out of there, but being headed off by the heavy armor. Gets it for free. ZSX misses the rail. That was a lifeline, and Zoot will take it.
Mega health is up though, Zoot. Using that landing gun, keeping him away. Picks it up anyway. ZSX is able to keep himself alive. The die roll comes out. Doesn't teleport. LG doing so much damage. And Zoot loses his Anarchy. His most powerful champion is down already.
This is going to be very dangerous for him now because Anarchy really is his best and strongest champion throughout these matches. And in this final round, he's lost it. ZSX looking really commanding. The aggressive Ghost Walk, but doesn't get anything off it, apart from the fact that ZSX gets a free heavy armor. This is a great round for him, and Zoot is on the back foot. We'll see what he has to try and do now.
Zoot can't contest it. He picks up both crucial pickups just to sustain himself straight away.
Gets caught mid-rocket jumper. He has so much damage. Zoot, if he gets hit right now, it's over. Has to really rely on ZSX missing these rails, because if he connects one, he is going to be in big trouble.
Once again, though, there's that dire roll. It's the wall, though, so can't teleport.
I wonder if that didn't hit the wall, would it actually hit Zoot? That would have been unbelievable. Yeah, all he has to do is get a little bit of LG trail right now. Zoot's in a huge, horrendously bad situation. He is head off right now.
Oh my lord. What a shot. ZSX with their predictions. And is bang on the money. And Zoot once again down to a single ranger. Full comeback. Has big hammer, but he does not give him the chance. ZSX just gets as close as possible. And just aggression on what is such a passive map. For the whole time, that final round, he just goes full aggro. And it pays off.
All he had to do was get one more champion. He had all the health, he had all the armor. He's Ranger, so he can really afford to just shoot the ground as close as possible, take minimal damage, because he does less damage to himself anyway. What a series from both of those players, though. Unbelievable. A huge congrats to Zoot for getting as far as he did. No doubt we'll see him again. Obviously, we'll see you guys throughout all the streams that you guys all do. But, I mean, that was a crazy, crazy series.
Indeed. I mean, like we said at the start, we expected it to be close. We were hoping it was going to be close. These guys are training partners. These guys know how each other play. We were hoping it would go down to the wire, and that's exactly what we got. So thanks very much for that, guys. Congratulations, ZSX, on moving on. Zoot, commiserations. We'll be seeing you again over future weeks, I have no doubt. But for now, ZSX is going to be that winner.
I mean, so let's just sort of assess what we saw right here. The Ruins of Sarnath was by far a great map for Zoot. Like, this was his map. It allowed him to play his gameplay the most effective. He's been basically, even in week number 1, top 16, it was a good map for him. You know, it could have gone either way when he was against Vu on this map in particular. I mean, just stuff like here, just a level of comfort of just how he can move around this map. And that's what allowed them to take the first map in really, really good fashion. Now that we made the switch to Corrupted Keep, I think the switch to Corrupted Keep was basically to shut down the way Zoot had been approaching the Ruins of Sarnath. You know, this map basically does not allow for that game plan to be as effective. We saw the change to Scale Bearer, which when we had these up-close confrontations, Scale Bearer was just going to be consistently way too stacked for Zoot to really chip away, and because of that, it did not go in his favor. We made that last-minute change to Blood Covenant, which was Zoot's pick after losing that map. When we went on to Blood Covenant, at the very start of it, I think we could clearly see that he'd picked it for a reason. You know, like, he looked really comfortable in that as well. The rounds were super dominant, but we saw some crazy comebacks across both players. Like, stuff like that. It's a gameplay among two people that play the game a lot together.
Well, that's what I mean. It looks like a guys that are used to playing the same game against each other, and that's what we were hoping to see, and that's what we saw. But even down to adaptation, right? You know, we saw telefrags, we saw good placements. Galena probably not making as much of a difference on that final map as she did in the other ones.
I think there's a reason we don't see Galena picked on Blood Covenant that much, and I think that's kind of one of those reasons. If you put her against a champion that has the sheer amount of mobility that she just doesn't have, and she can't possibly have, it's just a disadvantaged situation. It's not a favorable matchup, and I don't think we see it picked that much. And bear in mind as well, you know, it was the Ranger really from ZSX that was doing the majority of the work, because he goes toe-to-toe with the rest of the champions he was against.
Of course, but current bear in mind count 48. I don't even know about that. How about that?
I didn't actually realize I was saying that as well, but I'm glad you guys pointed it out. No doubt we'll reflect on that throughout the night. It's almost like we're trying to fill time and I just accidentally say the same thing. Don't laugh at me, production, I heard that. Right, we're going to go for a quick break while we get this next match underway and revise some of our lines that we use mid-broadcast. We'll be right back. Hello everybody and welcome back. This is week number 2 of the EU qualifier for the Quake World Championship. We just had a very, very close set that we saw ZSX move on against Zoot 2-1, and we're going to be going from one good set into another. It's going to be Rat versus Vishtal.
Now, this is good because last week across the board we saw a lot of 2-0s, especially last Sunday when it was sort of the do or die, make or break games. We'll find ourselves with a lot of 2-0s. Even though the maps themselves were quite close, that was ultimately what the score was. And today, a lot more 2-1s. Things are getting a lot closer. I think that sort of gap between the players is really starting to shrink.
Now, Ruins of Sarnath is the predetermined map once again. But I feel this matchup is going to be quite interesting because Vishtal actually has been doing quite well for himself in competitive Quake Champions so far. Even recently, you know, we saw this guy play extremely well in week number 1. There's that banana yellow clutch that Mustard loves oh so much. But the recent tournament was the Cooler Cup. You know, one of the recent things was the Cooler Cup, of which Vishtal, I believe, got 3rd place. Lost to Agent. It was sort of almost like a clutch mirror situation, but he got really far there. He did really well in week number 1 of this qualification process. And seeing him in week 2, I'm not really surprised at all. But Rat in particular has a bit more of an interesting story when it comes to his history with Quake.
Indeed. Obviously, almost like a Quake 3 sort of community mod. A version of Quake 3 that was almost like a mod that the community would put together and play instead. Or not instead of, I suppose in addition to.
Yeah.
Rat was a talented player with that version specifically, which means that he's obviously good at adapting from Quake to Quake, being quite different. And Champions is no different, right? You know, this is a lot of these guys have played multiple kinds of Quake, even if it's like one Quake, multiple versions of that one Quake, you know what I mean? And Champions just being an addition to that, right? This is a new Quake, new version to get adapted to. So if you're good at playing more than one specific kind of Quake, then you can take to this one quite well.
And we also saw Rat play with his teammate Dracu on the team of Sandals, which we saw them play in Sacrifice.
We actually saw both of these
well.
guys in Sacrifice, but now obviously back to that 1v1, no team here kind of situation. But it looks like both of them have opted to go for Clutch, which is actually they've got the exact same team.
So they've both gone in with Anarchy first. Looks like Vishtal's actually smelt blood immediately. And Rat goes down, forced down to his 2 chunky champions already. This is pretty much one end of the seesaw to the other. On one end, you've got squishy little Anarchy. And on the other end, you've got 2 big chunky monkeys.
But you've got big scary Clutch. He's going in for the kill, I think so. The barrier, though, being such a versatile ability, we see it used all the time.
Clutch, definitely a champion that can keep up with the speed of Anarchy. His air dodge allowing him to go so fast, forcing out that shield wall, really just giving him that space to work with, that breathing room to run away. However, that's only going to last so long. When it runs out, it's gone for 30 seconds.
Not quite an unforgiving cooldown. It's going to be something you have to manage, but Rat...
Oh,
there we go, the big body of the big red robot. Already starting to bite him in the bum as he goes down straight away.
Well, now Rat's down to Sorlag, final champion, but Anarchy with that rail, with that rocket, super stacked on both health and armor. All he really has to do is just pick Rat off from distance of the stage. Don't even give Sorlag that effective range that she needs.
Now, we actually saw this quite a lot from Vishtal, the Clutch and Anarchy together, but whereas, you know, someone like Agent will start with Clutch and just try, you know, really get that aggression up straight away. Vishtal always seems to start with Anarchy and then go to Clutch as like a backup after that.
Well, I think it's a difference in style, right? Like when Agent goes in with Clutch, he clearly has one game plan in mind, and that's to go Clutch first and to just bully you into all 3 champions. And he almost has like that OCV in mind, that one character victory. Now, Vishtal switching it a little bit. Now he's gone Clutch first instead.
Indeed, you can see that speed he's covering already. We know that Rat just went down to pick up heavy armor, but at the same time, Mega Health Clutch. This guy has a massive amount of health and armor overall.
Just how fast this champion can fly around the map. Going in with the shield wall, being aggressive, trying to soak up those rockets, still with loads of health left to work with. Actually kind of surprised to see him not chase it down. Then again, I guess the shield was almost up. Maybe he didn't want to take too much unnecessary damage.
He just wanted to get that Mega Health too. Maybe, you know, don't commit too hard now. Just get Mega Health first. Heavy armor coming up. This is going to be a good situation for Vishtal just to contest and not let him get it. He has the big... Oh, he gets it anyway.
That was a great situation for Rat if he can just finish it, but with still 80 health left.
Where's his health?
Look at his health, actually. He can't fight that at all. What am I talking about?
Able to top himself back up again. Very low, though. A little bit of armor. Oh, the rail.
Oh, the shield wall. He's got the rocket launcher to bully, and he does indeed. If you can land a rail and then shield wall with a rocket, that is so hard to recover from on the receiving end. And now we have that clutch mirror match. Let's see who comes off better in this exchange.
Oh, it was weighing down for him. We know this heavy armor is going to be that popular contested point, but it's going to be heavy armor versus mega health. They're going to take this fight. And it looks like Rat's just trying to get out of this one.
Heads him off. Takes he can't fight that at all. There was nothing he could do to stop
with no barrier too. That was just a sitting duck waiting to get railed. And speaking of which, Sorlag comes out to play.
Going in with the shield wall, we see him very aggressive again and again. Rat just can't survive. Clutch in his natural habitat. How about that?
Indeed, he do. But very, very strong first 2 rounds. So starting off with Anarchy and Clutch, both of them going convincingly in the side of Vigital. Who do you think he's going to start with this time? Because clearly it doesn't really matter. So Sorlag, he's playing the board. He's swapping every time.
Why not just go with all 3? Let's mix it up some.
Hey man, but if he wins this map, he's just shown Rat that I can OCV with every champion. If he does the same thing now,
that'll be a message. That'll definitely be a message. See who can get that burst of momentum first. Normally, you so frequently see Anarchy be the bully of the match. Right now, though,
we know he's over there. Yeah, he was able to sneak by. I don't know if you saw him. Oh, he's got the rocket out, though. But still, that sheer level of health he has. Sorlag, he smells Blaze going in for it. He has the acid.
I mean, if he goes in...
heavy armor available. That's a free kill. Rat goes down straight away.
I think Rat acknowledged that he couldn't go for the heavy armor there because it was way too obvious that Vigital was going to establish that acid on the ground. 100 damage immediately though, but look at the amount of armor that Vigital has. Can Rat do it? He just needs to get 60 or more damage, but he himself is so weak.
Oh no! Oh, the prediction! Not even just down to the positioning, the timing. That single rocket right as Rat comes out of the other side. Absolutely outplayed.
Now if Rat wants to make a comeback here, he needs to get his weapons on deck, but no doubt Visual's going to make that really difficult for him.
There's the barrier spot, the aggression comes out. Oh, but the acid hit him, it's ticking down. Barrier's going to be running out.
Normally that would tickle Clutch, but with this little health going in with the LG, there was nothing he can do, and that was a fast map.
It was indeed. I don't think we've had quite a fast single map by itself so far, but Vigital all coming down to, I mean, we legitimately cannot just pick out one champion there. He just did that with all 3 of them.
I think that's quite scary to be on the receiving end of, because you've just been told that you can lose against your opponent who is using all 3 of his champions back-to-back. So no doubt we will 100% see a map change here. Clearly, Rat does not like Ruins of Sarnath.
We even saw it in game chat there. You know, I hate this map. If he's not comfortable on it, he's not comfortable on it, which now, because he did lose, gives him the option to change to something he is comfortable on. But that being said, you've got someone like Vigital who, big body player, just likes getting in your face and just not letting you move, not letting you breathe. Corrupted Keep is amazing for that kind of play style.
The thing is,
perhaps Blood Covenant, because the 2 big bodies and obviously this maybe just trying to get the speed. Because the thing is, they played the same champion lineup, so it's not even like if they're going to play the same champions, all the maps that you would try and take away from Vigital because of his champion lineup, you're doing to yourself because you play the same champions.
That's when it becomes a little bit difficult, because if you're looking to almost like counterpick an opponent when you're trying to change the map, they pick the exact same champions as one another, so that's not.
It just doesn't work that way.
You're going to make it. You might necessarily just make it harder for yourself. So at this stage, maybe it's just a matter of going with a map that he just really likes playing on. Pick his favorite map. Pick the map that he feels the most comfortable playing with, and that alone might make him feel a little bit better. So clearly, if he doesn't like Ruins of Sarnath, as he clearly said, then it's a matter of just picking something that he does like, and if he likes it, he'll be a little bit more, I don't know, maybe laid back, maybe not as pressured. I don't know. We'll see.
Well, we'll find out very, very soon as we get into our second map. But regardless, like we said, that was probably the fastest single map we've seen all evening.
I mean, it wasn't. It did, like you said, it didn't come down to a single champion. It wasn't like we just saw Clutch rush all 3 rounds or Anarchy rush all 3 rounds. It was across all 3 of them. So I just think it's a game plan that Vigital just played really well. He clearly plays really well on that map too. He does quite well on Ruins of Sarnath when you watch him play, so no wonder he did really well there. But the map change definitely going to be necessary, and we'll see what he goes with. Not really sure.
Do you think we'll see a different champion on it though from Rat? Because Rat didn't look as comfortable on the Clutch.
I definitely think don't give Vigital Corrupted Keep. If you take someone who plays a really aggressive Clutch or just aggressive chunky champions in general, even if you yourself play it, I personally would say Corrupted Keep might be a bit too risky, because you're giving your opponent who has just beat you
the map they want.
A map they will do really well on. So we'll see who he's gone with. Yeah, Blood Run. Not surprised to see Blood Run instead. Both going in with Anarchy.
Sorlag and Anarchy again, so looking to be a similar lineup. Is Rat going to go in for the clutch to finish off?
Does he feel like
it's the question?
Yeah, is he going to go with a...
Can we just appreciate that yellow, that vibrant yellow?
I think only you're going to appreciate that.
It looks really cool, though.
It does look pretty cool, but I think a lot of Clutch's shaders look really nice. He's got a really cool like black and green one. That looks really sick as well.
If you like just neon colors, Clutch is the boy.
He's pretty, yeah, I suppose the defaults he has too, lots of glowy lights.
And he's really big, he's like a big traffic light.
And his shield wall's really bright as well. That's good.
Imagine if changing the shader changed the color of the shield wall.
I think you've just submitted a really good idea to
and maybe not so subtly, just like, you know, going,
wink, wink.
Hey guys, imagine if
I had a bright yellow shield. That would just be, some maps that'd be really weird. Either way.
There's probably a reason I don't work in design.
Either way, I mean? almost definitely. But in terms of Team Comp's Visual has gone for the exact same.
Rat, though, has swapped out the clutch with the Nyx instead.
The
so we've got
the second
Anarchy,
we saw
Nyx
him,
and Sorlag.
The second we saw him kind of hover over, not selecting clutch, you almost kind of wonder, was he going to switch up? And he opted to go with Nyx instead. Nyx is really useful for sort of just getting that momentum. She can survive really well. Bear in mind, even though she's weak, the invulnerability and the invisibility combined makes her hard to kill, even though she's weak.
We've already seen just how dangerous Clutch can be versus Nyx. So you have to be careful. But starting off with that Anarchy mirror, like we are used to seeing by now, and Anarchy is on that lineup.
Now Rat off to a flying start in terms of just moving around this map. Both pickups down for quite a while. We'll see, it was such a dominant map number 1 for Vishtal. Is Blood Run enough? Another big fight coming down, gets a really big rocket on Vishtal, but he's got so much health.
Having that kind of... Oh no! How about that? I mean, that's what I'm saying, right? When you've got that 1v1 win, you're just pelting rockets at each other, and you know how squishy your character is against each other, and you realize that one rocket can make all the difference, and then that happens. Rat once again already down a champion. Vishtal looking very unchallenged at the moment.
He used the acid spit really early as well, so he's not going to have that for quite a while.
Oh, he didn't go for the rail at the last minute. Hesitated. Rat picking a little bit of health himself. Oh, heavy armor's coming up any second now, but he has to be very careful because if he gets cornered against the wall, he will die, but a combo kill from Vishtal. Wow. It's not only the fact that he's lost 2 champions, but he's now not going to have the chance to get mega health or the heavy armor. So he's just going to be down to his defaults. Again, really slow-paced in the middle. But at this stage, Vishtal, there's plenty of the round left. You know, playing defensive is going to be more a matter of just being as careful as possible. Oh my goodness.
That was just a head-on collision right there.
And then suddenly, he appeared.
And they died.
1 round, though. I mean, again, just quite quick. I mean, Vishtal just looking really just comfortable. Just there's no other word for it. You know, he is ready to play this time. He's gone to clutch. Is he just going to cycle through his champions every single round?
Potentially. I mean, maybe have a mixed
round. Chasing with that rail.
He's got 85 health. He can tank 1 more until now he can't. Hasn't got the armor. All the health. Oh, bear in mind though, Vishtal gonna really laugh in the face of that one. Look at how much health and armor he has left. You know, on the side of Anarchy, not very much to go with at all. Mega health going to be the first one up soon, but heavy armor is going to be about just after. See, getting that mega health very important. You can just hear though just how loud Clutch is when he's moving around. You can hear him a mile away. He is very noisy, very distinct sound effect as well. Oh, he's teleported behind him, but doesn't get the rocket. If that was just a little bit earlier, maybe he would have headed him off, but. The thing is, on this map too, Anarchy is going to have the space to essentially outrun that shield wall. 100 damage, shield wall comes through, but Vishtal... Rat trying to outrun it.
Ending up forces the injection. Oh, a little bit of self-damage, unfortunately, but goes straight back into the mega health. This could be good. There we go. And Vishtal loses his first champion with some well-placed rockets from Rat.
Yeah, that was really nice rocket placement there. Vishtal going on to Anarchy immediately. Headed him off. Both got rockets though, forcing the injection, but again, getting taken out. And Rat is now back in it.
Much stronger round overall for Rat. He's starting to land some of these shots now. Finally finds himself a big advantage. He's going in for it. Can he get his return? OCV, he does. That 1 champion victory by himself. Ties map number 2 up. 1 apiece.
Very well played. Absolutely. Very, very well
I
played.
think Victor was getting a little bit too overconfident there, you know, when he realized that, you know, Anarchy still had access to that mega health and he still chased him down with no barrier. Almost being a little bit too confident.
Might have been confident he just got some, like, maybe some mid-air rockets or some almost direct just to get the sheer damage out there. But on the flip side, while going in, he himself took a couple of 100 damage rockets there. So, I mean, like, almost a bit more damage than I think he'd bargained for. Bear in mind, this time around, both players sticking with the Anarchy. Vishtal, though, changing back to Anarchy.
So that's the thing, though. And Vishtal going back to the champion that he won so convincingly on the first round, though. But he has got caught out a little bit here.
He's caught him in a terrible position, getting rid of the injection, though, so Vishtal's still alive. But no more injection for a very long time.
Oh, catches the rocket. It's not going to be quite enough. Oh, no! Somehow, Vishtal is still able to take the first frag, despite being so down on health and armor.
That second rocket just failed to connect and did no damage. That gap in between the two rockets that connected was all the gap Vishtal needed to get the frag on his own side.
Oh, he's going to walk straight into a rocket this time. Who does he go with here? Is it going to be Clutch? Yes, it is.
Sorlag versus Clutch. The one thing she will be able to do is sort of deny the shield wall ever so slightly with the ground acid, but it will only tick 10. Hang on, here comes Vishtal. He's popped the shield wall, and when he does it, it's for one reason and one reason only. He's going in, but can he survive? He's taking so much damage. That did not work out at all.
Rat missed that Clutch rail. That could have been the end of Clutch, but unfortunately for him, he is still standing and probably very angry with how that panned out.
Yeah, missing a last-minute rail against someone as big as Clutch can be really heartbreaking, especially now seeing as it's just not working out too well. Rat now, on the flip side, could go down instead. That was such a good situation for him too.
He was able to get the mega health. Vishtal was chasing it. He's dove behind. Another pickup goes his way, but he smells blood. He's continuing this.
It's quite brave because the health is relatively even. Neither of them have armor. I spoke too soon. He just picked up the heavy armor. He's going in now. 20 health left. Rat is in trouble.
You can see no, Vishtal went straight to where the other side was.
You just see that he's flying around. He's looking for him. He's on the hunt.
Teleports get him out of danger though. Picks up a couple of health packs. Do quite enough here. There we go, some armor. Rat able to replenish himself a bit better now. Mega health is up. Heavy armor going to be soon to follow. Yeah, he picks it up. Vishtal, I mean, just look at that life bar. Look at how chunky this
just got bigger.
Machine.
Just got that heavy armor too. It's going to be halfway through. Both players down one champion.
Oh, he spotted him. Meager 6 damage though. That's not going to be enough to deter him.
Yeah, very minimal. Oh, nice rail.
That's more like it. I'll follow up. That's 60 damage though, because he is Clutch. Standing still, he takes less damage, but Vishtal lands on him like a ton of bricks. And Rat down to his final champion in Nyx. Now we've already seen how miserable this matchup can be if the Clutch is playing on point.
Yeah, one of the things Clutch does is that when he has his shield activated, he is actually able to see Nyx while she's in ghost mode. So very often you'll actually see the Clutch wait. They'll hold the shield wall for when Nyx activates her invisibility, and then they pop it.
He's setting the trap.
Oh, here he comes. Here he comes.
Oh, point blank! Oh, no.
That, by the way, that was 2 point blank. One was point blank into the 100, and the second one was mid-air. That was just destruction.
He was just so confident he was going to be there, and he was bang on the money and brings himself to match point of moving on in this series. Wow. After the last round was looking so good as well for Rat. They're still able to just bring it together. I mean, Clutch definitely like his most comfortable champion, but overall, Anarchy, you know, just being such that good first champion pick, just looks like really confident across the board.
We're still trying to really hold control of that middle area again. I said this earlier in the series, but so many important items lie within the middle of this map. Tries to get a point blank shotgun, but rocket launcher doing even more damage now. Vishtal, even though he's lost Anarchy. Scary thing is that he's now back on Clutch, going in for the shield, but he's taking big damage already.
He is indeed. It is actually a really good situation for Rat. If he can get this rail, with the mega health gets picked up, that could have been a good situation for Rat to get that champion off the cards and maybe tie things up.
Even after all of those rockets that Vishtal took, look at how much health. He's still got more health and more armor than Rat. Clutch is not easy to kill whatsoever.
Let's not forget though, it is Anarchy when he gets low. If he's on point, he can pop that injection. At the same time, if he gets low armor, it's not going to matter at all. If he gets hit by a direct rocket or a rail, that's going to be all she wrote. Heavy armor there, you can tell the hesitation, not wanting to go straight for it because he doesn't want to get shot, but Vishtal, on the other hand, runs straight for it.
He just ran in and snagged it up. Even after that rail, once again, he's got so much to work with at this stage. And that's going to get even bigger with the mega health down.
The patience, you can see the slowness. See Vishtal moving very slowly now, just trying to make the most of that passive and also not be too loud. So you can just hear, as soon as he starts running normally, just how loud those footsteps are.
Oh, here comes Vishtal though. He's going straight in. He's still got loads of health.
Wow.
Not anymore. That hurt.
No, he just picked up the heavy armor. Wow. Rat is able to just delete him completely. Mega health gets picked up straight away. Sorlag now trying to make this one champion comeback. Definitely quite difficult though. Rat's fully stacked up.
Torment a respawn, does land one rocket. Being very careful. He knows Vishtal's going to have that acid spray. Does not want to eat any of it, especially seeing as he's got that advantage currently. Oh, 100 damage rocket. That's definitely a good start. None of the acid connects. He does get the heavy armor though. Vishtal being very careful. Wonder if he's going to wait for the teleport follow-up.
I'm not sure, Vishtal doesn't seem to be following him just yet. He's still very much down at the bottom.
See why Rat needs to play careful. He needs this round. If Vishtal wins this round, he's going to move on. Rat will be eliminated from the tournament. Much slower. Change of pace at the moment. It's been very explosive, very fast pace, but right now, Rat has slowed it down.
Oh, but he hits that rail. Rat already taken down to the low amounts, but armor's going to keep him alive, so can take another rail now.
Doesn't quite get the rocket, but he does land the second. Vishtal being very aggressive. Getting that one moment to lock him down, take those guaranteed rockets. Gets a good spawn on the Sorlag with the teleporter to get out of harm's way temporarily. Vishtal looking at lots of armor, and he's now looking at even more with that heavy armor pickup.
Now, all of a sudden, despite Vishtal being down on champions, he finds himself in a good position to take out Rat, though, because look at just how much health and armor he has over Rat at the moment. Rat kind of confined to this little side room at the moment, trying to get himself through.
Well, this next fight, oh, hang on, Vishtal going up the rocket jump to be as fast as possible, but doesn't get a huge amount. However, does get the acid on deck, but it's Sorlag mirrors. Acid doesn't do anything.
Seems that armor particularly is going to be quite a crucial matchup changer here, though, just because of how much you can mitigate if you do have that stocked up. So you've got the heavy armor. The 1 minute warning, though, if Rat wants to play lame for a minute, just try and run that clock, he can. But Vishtal, we've already seen how aggressive he is willing to get, so he is going to chase you into the ends of the earth.
He's caught him. He's found him. Who's going to win the fight? He does manage to win the fight. It's 1-1. Vishtal put a lot of resources into that, but you just said how important armor is. Vishtal had way more armor than Rat, and because of it, that rocket exchange was in his favor.
Now, just as we've been talking about, that heavy armor and mega health are both on the way of coming up. Now, if Vishtal wins this match, he is going to be moving on ahead of the tournament, and Rat is eliminated. This was a full comeback. He had to kill all 3 champions with just his Sorlag, and he is starting to just start this comeback.
Well, I mean,
and maintain it. Gets hit by a rail, but look, he has all that health and armor. He does not care. Very much still alive, and Rat finds himself again massively down on health and armor just because of that champion match. If he gets caught point blank, he's just going to get melted.
Oh,
had to do it, because that acid was going to come out strong.
Doesn't use it overly aggressively. I mean, bear in mind that you mentioned a 3 champion comeback. We're now in sudden death at the last minute. 3 seconds into sudden death. He catches him off guard with that rocket. And how many 100 rockets did Vishtal hit? His rockets in this entire series were so on point.
I think someone needs to tell, though, Vishtal, that sudden death doesn't mean suddenly death.
That was awful. That was just really terrible.
If I don't laugh, who will?
No one. That's the answer for that question. But the match we just saw, 100 damage rockets consistently landed by Vishtal. Like right there, even in that replay, every time.
Ask and you shall receive.
And
via replays.
Well, I mean, back to back, he got another one right there. It was just his rocket placement throughout this entire series. If you're going to play someone like Clutch in particular, or Anarchy, these hyper-aggressive, rush-based characters, if you can land high damage consistently, you've just become so much more dangerous to deal with.
But we saw that time and time again, though, that Clutch. I mean, this first map was like almost like a a showcase for Vishal to just show what his champions can do, because he didn't lose one at any point. But the second map definitely was more in Rat's favor, though. Definitely, we saw just how close that was going to be, but ultimately Vishal just kept himself composed. All three of his champions were equally as effective, so no matter how many champions down he was, because he spent the whole set making full comebacks, then, or winning by himself with just one at a time, you just can't count him out at any point.
I think that was one of the most impressive performances we've seen today, purely because it truly was not one champion above all. Every single one of them put in equal work, and because of that reason, you just couldn't count the guy out. So we're going to go for a quick break while we get our next match underway. We are breezing through this bracket at this stage, and we have plenty more matches to come. So while we set up our next match, we're going to go for a quick break. Welcome back, everybody. This is week number 2 of the European qualifier for the Quake World Championship. And we have another match lined up, which is Slip versus Pikawa. Now, we are moving on in this bracket quite substantially, actually. We are reaching the later stages of our Thursday session. Bear in mind, Thursdays is playing through to a final top 16, of which we'll play again on Sunday to determine which 8 players of the week make it into our EU regionals. Now, the regionals are where it really starts to ramp up and become extremely important, because the regionals will send you to QuakeCon if you play well and qualify there. But you've got to get to the regionals first, and the only way to do that is through these qualifiers that happen every Thursday for Duel, and we have Sacrifice later in the week as well.
But of course, it's not just a question of getting sent to QuakeCon. You get sent to the Quake World Championships, which is taking place at QuakeCon this year. It makes sense, right? But you're there for the World Championships for the new Quake. That's what you play for. That's what you qualify for. And that's what we've had all of our players, 500 to be, maybe not exact. I'm sure that's not the exact number, but over,
a little bit more
to be
500.
roughly accurate. 500 players today signed up, 700 last week. There is a lot of people ready to play Quake. And today, like you said, we're getting through to the later stages today, where we have our next set pretty much ready to go.
Well, we just saw Rat versus Vishtal. Now, Vishtal, we said before the set, he's already doing really well in, some community tournaments, some of the official tournaments, and he's consistently placing highly in those. As he's become a little bit more comfortable with clutch, he's been starting to play a bit better and place a little bit better. I think that's just naturally the champions being discovered. But this next match, Pikawa versus Slip, Blood Covenant is the predetermined map. As we progress through the series, as we go above rounds upon rounds in the bracket, the match will always be predetermined first, the map I should say. And then when you lose, you can then change that map. But Blood Covenant is going to be the map right here. A lot of traditional champions we just saw. We saw some Blazkowicz, Ranger, Nyx, Visor. Very traditional champions we always see in Blood Covenant. But I don't think I quite saw an Anarchy.
I don't want to say 100%, because obviously we just got a brief look at Champions League, so I don't want to just say 100% there isn't one in there. Now there'll obviously be one, but Nyx, Visor, Ranger, like you said before, Ranger and Nyx, 2 champions specifically today we've seen a ton of, and again, it's could be map dependent, but Nyx just incredible.
She's pretty much, I think she's core. At this stage, Nyx kind of feels pretty much core to most compositions. I'm not going to say every single one, because we haven't seen her.
Yeah, we do see a few plays here and there not run Nyx or Anarchy in their lineup, and they do seem to do just fine. But it's definitely not the norm to not run one of those 2. But at the same time, you understand it, right? You've got ridiculous mobility. Your ability to get around the map is insane. Using sort of ambiguous, unpredictable routes around, like for example, Nyx's wall jump. Let's say just get to rail on Blood Covenant a bit safer than others. Just generally where you're going is harder to predict the more movement options you have. So it's not really a big surprise to see them both be so popular. And Ranger, much for the same reason, that Dire Orb just covering so much distance on the map. With, I mean, even this, right? You can get to teleport, you can get to mega health, you can get to rail, oh, just like this, right? There's the health, there's the teleport, rail and heavy armor at the same time.
So right now, Pikawa has a very good start. He's got access to rocket launcher, rail, and heavy armor, and now Slip's in trouble already. Catches the rail, and that was an early first blood, but well taken. I mean, in particular, when Ranger spawns at the bottom staircase, that seems to be like by far one of his greatest spawns. However, answering back with the lightning gun, can't finish it. He does manage to get it at the very last minute, and this is a fantastic start for Pikawa.
Indeed it is. Already 2 champions down, not even a minute into the game. This is the complete opposite pace to what we've been expecting to see. We're going to see this down in 1 minute. Is it less than a minute? Less than a minute. Is this round going to be over?
We could definitely see it if he lands these rails. He's got 10 more seconds to make this very lightning fast round happen. Goes in for it again, and he does with 3 seconds to spare. Pikawa takes 3 champions in under a minute.
That's a little bit different to what we've been seeing today, but the confidence just oozing out already. Just down to, again, Ranger. We see him all the time, but specifically, well, that's what specifically, especially on this map, and it completely makes sense.
Now, he's not going to get the exact same start, so he's going to have to go for the Mega Health instead, but I really think that if Ranger spawns near that heavy armor, then you're in big trouble, because he's going to get 3 major pickups the second that round begins. Pikawa's rails.
That rail coming out though.
His rails so far have been fantastic. And that was a really nice use of the Dire Orb to cover both bases. If he goes towards LG and he heads him off, he'll get the frag. If he's gone the other way, he'll just teleport to the Dire Orb and probably get the frag anyway.
That's what I mean, though. It's covering those bases, and it all comes down to just the ability champion ability is making such a big difference, and this is why. Let's not forget, even if you're not using it for that kind of like utility, you save it for damage, and you've just got that 100 damage burst. Telefrag potential. Oh, uh-oh.
He teleports to it. However, has he somewhat overextended versus a Slip, who was lying in wait? He's done big damage already.
Yeah, he's just trying to keep himself as safe as possible and pick up these health. Get himself back to full health again. So you want to be able to tank a rail if possible. All catches him. Is he going to teleport to the orb? No, he
doesn't. A lot of people actually staying true in their read when it comes to that dire orb. Very little players right now actually teleporting to it. But again, covering both bases, getting that rail, topping up on his rail ammo, and getting heavy armor simultaneously.
Oh, they're going to meet once again down this LG, and we find over and over again. Pikawa to come off ahead in those exchanges. But right now, we see Slip went to sort of that had the armor and the health, but not enough. That rail is still going to do things, and again, Pikawa finds himself one champion away from taking the round in just over a minute this time.
Doesn't ever so slightly mistimes his dire orb right there. Had a few seconds to spare, so he loses it, but not the end of the world. He's still got so much armor. Good to go. Catches a rail. His rails so far have been absolutely superb. Slip has rarely got away from being seen without getting hit by a rail so far.
That's the sign of a man who's just playing really well. Ultimately knows he's down there, has the rocket though, has the height on him, has that dire orb to chase down or get the damage. Knows he's just gone for the ghost walk. He's trying to get aggressive.
He prediction. That was such a... He knew exactly where he was. He just... What a read. Very confident. But I think at this level of play, it requires confidence. You know, you need to believe in your own decisions.
That's what we see from him already quite often. So you can see Slip just trying to pelt some rockets down at that teleporter exit, trying to catch him, but Pikawa's not falling for it. And again, already has his dire orb back relatively soon. 10 seconds left to go. A short cooldown. This heavy arm going to be up quite quickly now. A few seconds left to go. Slip, do you reckon he's in a position to contest it? Most likely not. He's going to get that heavy armor quite for free. You know, Pikawa's going to have timer on the mega health because he was the one to pick it up.
But he goes back to that defensive play. Not saying Pikawa's going to let the timer run, because right now it does not look like his style at all. However, he has a lot of champions up. However, Slip actually looking to be aggressive, and a nice reaction on the re-emerge, catching him with the rail. And now he's forced into his nicks. Pikawa forced off his ranger for the first time.
Oh, Slip's going to take that shot though. Pikawa very, very low. This is the kind of turnaround that Slip needs desperately.
100%.
To finally have momentum, finally have positioning, and be able to control these pickups. So he's not just going around and basically getting them if Pikawa lets him. Oh, stumbles right into a rocket.
Yeah. Bear in mind. Running out of the round now. Not long of it left.
Tank coming out though. This is where it gets quite dangerous for Pikawa. Now Slip finds himself stacked out on health and armor.
Oh wow, actually Slip bumping into the pillar. Doesn't quite get the angle on the jump that I think Pikawa was waiting for, and just like that, gets railed from the top. 2 rounds to nothing.
That's the danger though when you're against an opponent who's that good with the rails and you're a character that really can't survive more than 1, 2 at a push. It's going to be quite a disaster. But, you know, Slip's showing more signs of life though that time. Definitely wasn't quite as free.
That's pretty low.
Oh, ever so slightly mistimed it. I think he was really looking for that rail and mega health together. Because if he got rail and mega health together, he was going to sort of command where the heavy armor spawns, where Slip was likely to be too.
Indeed, but the heavy armor goes the way of Slip, so he's at least got some kind of survivability.
Ranger is kind of so free to use that dire orb almost willy-nilly, because it's 20-second cooldown. He has it back so regularly. And that doesn't even factor in the hourglass pickups to make sure it comes back faster as well.
Pikawa's not really nailing so many of these quick rails as he was in the first round though. Not being quite as clean. Heavy armor back up though, so if he can get hold of that, that's going to be great. Times it properly this time, so heavy armor and rail together. This hourglass is, I mean, just like you said, right, always has that dire orb ready. 20-second normally, if you get some hourglasses, it just disappears that cooldown.
It's been caught. Slip's caught sight of him. Minimal damage on the rocket so far, even on that. Catches him on the re-emerge and forced into his ghost walk already. You can see how consistently Slip's having to use that to stay alive.
Mega health just gets picked up though, Slip's able to confirm it. Pikawa misses that rail, so it'll be good for him. Oh, reappears the teleport, but the heavy armor again. much more of a slow-paced round this time.
Actually teleports to it. Very bold decision, straight into a rocket wielding Nyx, but...
See how much damage he's already doing, though.
Yeah, almost gets it, but not quite. So far, though, neither player actually lost their champion. Any of the champions, actually, in this round.
Well, we know the momentum is in Pikawa's favor, and he has got 1 round left to go. He's going to secure that mega health, uses his Dire Orb to do it, but I don't think he's going to mind. Promise Lips shooting out some of these rockets. Oh, he goes for that clutch rail. That didn't quite work. That would have been such an amazing shot if it did connect.
But he's still way up on health and armor, and he catches him, heads him off, trying to go in for the heavy armor. And he gets rid of the Nyx very quickly because of it. This is a really good spawn, the Dire Orb to dodge the rocket, but then again, he's caught him on spawn with nothing to work with. He only has the default machine gun, and that is not going to be enough. Slip in big trouble now. If he loses his visor, he's already going to be down a map.
But Visor, the only champion left to make his comeback with, doesn't have the greatest mobility options when just getting out of a fight, unless he's just running in a straight line. At the same time, the big pickups are just being completely controlled by Pikawa. Heavy armor and the mega health, he is in full control.
That's 1 rail. That's going to put the pressure on. At this stage, if he catches him in a bad situation, Pikawa should be pretty much free to take this frag.
It's mega health once again. The situation, what does Slip do? He has to try and not get caught out more than anything at the moment. Stuck down here, no Dire Orb on the side of Pikawa, but he does nail that rail.
Slip is in so much trouble right now, he cannot afford to get hit by a rocket, and as I've said that, he walks right into it. Probably not expecting it to go in that specific angle, but either way, goes down, and Pikawa looking very dangerous. Very, very dangerous.
Indeed, and that was just the first map too. I mean, that first round being by far the quickest round we've seen all day. You know, all 3 frags down from 1 player in literally less than a minute. It was like 58 seconds was the last timer. Incredible stuff. Slip definitely able to pull it back a little bit over the future rounds, but ultimately Pikawa was just able to just still pull off ahead. I mean, if anything, it just comes down to I think positioning. You know, he's always controlling the power-ups more often, but when he takes the fights, he's just being so confident. Like, when he decides to just all in, like, it's the kind of player that he just plays like he's just really comfortable going in for that kind of kill. You know what I mean? When he just has no fear.
Well, one of the main things we saw from Pikawa in particular on Blood Covenant was just a really good example of how effective Ranger is on that map. I think it's so easy for him to basically take multiple things at one time, collect a couple of really important items, and then be somewhere else within like literally the blink of an eye.
I actually think that was the most impressive thing we saw from Pikawa. That was just his management of that Dire Orb, because he always seemed to have it whenever he needed it, even though he was using it in between fights and to get around and for the utility side of things. He still had it when the match was started. He was really favouring those hourglass pickups. Like, I actually don't think I've seen a player pick up so many as we saw from him that time, because he knows the usefulness of having that ready, but wasting no time in Blood Run.
This is the fastest turnaround we've seen onto a map change. Both players looking to go straight back into it now. Pikawa straight in with Ranger again. I kind of feel like it's one of his most comfortable champions from what we've seen. Just the level of control Pikawa has with this Ranger. Makes me feel like
Slip's swapping out his visor for Blazkowicz, which is, to be fair, the visor just didn't really seem to make much of a difference in that first map. I'm not quite sure what it was. It could have been the chase down potential or just the straight up damage 1v1, but he just didn't seem to do as much.
Well, the thing is, even if visor catches sight of where Ranger's moving around on the map with piercing sight, he's moving around so quickly, there's not a whole lot you can do about it. All you can really do is sort of assess, well, he was very rarely weak enough that he was trying to run away and then you could chase him down with something. Pikawa was very rarely on the ropes throughout that entire map. And at the same time, just because you can see where Ranger is, he can move around so freely anyway and go from one point of the map to the other in, you know, literally like the blink of the press of a button, basically. There's not a lot Visor can do to really stop that. You can see it happening, but that's it, really. You see him doing it, but he's still got the health, he's still got the armor. You're not stopping him from doing that.
Speaking of which, though, we're talking about how effective Pikawa's Ranger was in that first map and just how impactful it was consistently. Blood Run, a good map for Ranger.
Very good.
That sort of center point, that fights break out all the time with the heavy armor, the rail, and the mega health, all in very close proximity. Ranger can, I don't want to say deal with that it's safely, but definitely in maybe not quite as much of a risky fashion as other champions. Now Ghostwalk's popped ready, pick up that heavy armor, Slip, and he has access to Tribal right now.
Pikawa's taken minimal damage going in to get that heavy armor, and the heavy armor has allowed him to tank those rails, but not staying to fight. No, dropping down. Brave decision, actually. very brave, especially because he's taken 3 rails, but somehow is still standing.
Just managing those health pickups, man. He knows where they are.
Doesn't quite get it. Slip manages to get the heavy armor this time, tries to go in for the LG, but again forced into his Ghost Walk. Trying to get that.
He misses that rail.
Tried to get that uncontested rail coming out of the Ghost Walk, but doesn't quite get it. We've seen this a lot on Blood Run today. This sort of hit and run style from both players. There's so many tight corridors you could easily get caught out of.
Yeah, she enjoys throwing some rockets up through the grate. Oh, immediately 1 damage. And a trade for a full rail. I'm not quite sure if that's in his favor.
That was definitely not a good trade at all. Pikawa on so much more health. Is he going to be aggressive? I don't think he actually quite caught sight of him. So Pikawa looking to go the other way instead.
Oh, another good read on the rocket, but just the damage isn't quite paying out for him at the moment.
Yeah, I think that seems to be the overarching issue. He's getting good predictions on the rockets, but they're just not doing damage to make it worth it.
Mega Health is here, though the fight breaks out, it respawns. And it looks like Pikawa's able to confirm it. Heavy armor is there too. Question is who's going to get it. Looks like Pikawa is in a good position to do so. Yeah, and he is going to get it, so Slip is at a massive disadvantage now for a few seconds.
Really wasn't much Slip could do to stop that. Pikawa looking so stacked as well. If he catches him in a bad spot like he actually getting him right now, trying to get those rockets, but again, Pikawa, he is consistently so stacked. He is not getting punished for this heavily at all. Consistently getting away with a nice amount of health, of which he can easily get that health back up on check. With the Mega Health spawning. Very crucial rail to not connect there for Slip.
Heavy armor out for it, trying to bait. Pikawa picks it up, 60 damage, 80, that's exactly what he needs. Pikawa, but again, look, he's already picked up some health. This guy is so tanked out. Oh, he misses the rail, that could be huge. Gets the second one though, so Slip is forced to run away. Does Pikawa chase him down? Slip is positioning as if he does, but I think Pikawa's going to be more careful.
Definitely a change of pace in this time round. Round's over halfway through, haven't lost a single champion just yet. Pikawa tried to get a rhythm of the rockets actually, trying to take it while taking minimal damage, but that 74 damage rocket is going to undo some of that Mega Health.
So important it is though. I mean, we can talk to the cows come home about how important it is having that Dire already, but having Ghost Walk with Nyx is literally the difference between winning a fight and losing it. In a situation when she doesn't have it, is able to inch it away with 2 direct rockets. Slip absolutely clings onto life, and here he is again, taking the first champion in this round.
Those 2 rockets were absolutely necessary to do as much damage as possible, so Pikawa could not survive. He's been consistently surviving with a smidgen of health, getting away and just restacking up. And Slip, with those 2 crucial rockets, is now up.
Remember though, the longer this round goes on, the more advantageous it is to have more champions than your opponent, as we find ourselves near that 1.5 minute mark. Trying to get away with the Ghost Walk, does Pikawa chase? Nice to top himself back up again, so he's not going to die immediately. Has to be very careful. Getting hit by a direct with Nyx is disastrous. Oh, that rail's connecting. No, Pikawa very low, throwing some rockets out, trying to survive. Very least is going to lose that heavy armor. Mega Health is up any second now too. Pikawa cannot contest it.
This is looking like a fantastic round for Slip. Even better, now he's just secured a second frag. It's likely this is going to go to timeout. The next time Pikawa actually finds him, goes in for the dual wield, but just doesn't do enough damage to make the difference. And now when they next fight each other, he's going to have access to that Ghost Walk to get away. And bear in mind as well, I mean, it's like, what, 50-second cooldown? He's going to minimize it a little bit, but he might have that one more time, and that'll be it.
Once again, though, we find Pikawa down.
20 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not quite sure if he has what... Well, he actually has the ability to take this round back, though. Laskovic, he absolutely just shells out damage, but at the same time, to take out in 10 seconds, that's it. This is round... Yeah, that's round is done, regardless of what happened there. So already a much more confident round for Slip.
It's always going to be really useful to you as a player when you pick the map and immediately win the next round. You know, especially seeing as it was a very dominant performance from Pikawa in that first map. The fact that you can now essentially...
Being able to choose the map and then winning the first round on the map you chose is good to just tell yourself, okay, then I've made the right decision here. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
And especially when it's like a convincing victory like that. It's exactly what Slip needed to just keep himself in the game.
Especially seeing as they're picking identical champions as well. They have an exact mirror composition of each other.
Indeed. There's that 1v1, the Ghost Walk. Oh, the tricky stuff. He just stayed there. Expecting him very low.
Ah, Slip couldn't tank that at all. We had 16 HP.
That's what he needed, though. Picard to take away that first champion that gave him so much problems last time. Uh-oh, and he's caught him. Picard doing all this damage. Oh, my lord, the snap to rail. That's what we need to be seeing more of. And Picard playing incredibly well so far. We were taking Slip down to his Blaskovic.
We were talking about a change of pace and how Slip was able to slow things down. Complete flip of that in this round. Pikawa, a minute's gone by, he's already taken out 2 champions. It's definitely a really good way to answer back.
That is what he needs. Once again, oh, can hear it used. There we go, there's that read. Just got his sights lined up ready for him to teleport, and in he does.
Well, he got that charged rail as well, so he's going to get that extra 10 HP on the projectile.
We could see the rail miss and Slip, realizing this, just gets out of there. Doesn't want to keep taking these rail fights when he knows he's going to miss that shot. Oh, there you go.
Figure up.
Here he comes! And there we go! Bounces up with him, follows him to the end of the earth.
Say, not only did that mid-air completely destroy him, but it gave him that little boost to get back up onto the ledge, back to safety.
Ooh, how about that?
That was a really good round. It was just a complete flip of what we saw in the first round, where it went down to timeout, last minute, last possible second. Whereas that was, you know, before it even went halfway down, Pikawa just annihilated all 3 champions.
I mean, to be fair, both of these guys do seem to be having that issue at dealing with just that mobile Nyx, right? It is all down to that Nyx. If you can take it out first, just force him onto those other champions. Easier said than done, but if you can do it early, it gives you a whole round of momentum to not worry about.
On the flip side of that,
oh, he knows she's up there. You can hear it, it's loud enough. That's only going to be 1 jump pad. Pikawa trying to take this fight. Slip! Oh, suicide. Unfortunate.
Yeah, it doesn't quite work out there. Tries to go for a point-blank rail, and the downtime in between shots is so severe. If you miss a close rail, it can sometimes be a complete death sentence. Speaking of which, caught him with the mid-air after knocking him up right there. Trying to go for the heavy armor. Well played, and straight back into it. And now actually Pikawa with the advantage situation, 100%.
An instant recovery there. Instant recovery just on how to get through that. That follow-up rocket, that shot, knocking the mid-air and not missing the follow-up. That's exactly what you need to just keep yourself back in.
Gets that lovely rocket. Opts not to chase it down, though.
Dire Orb already with that 20-second cooldown. Going to make quite a lot of use out of that. Oh, yeah. We didn't have the rail, though. Rocket a bit too slow to stop him from picking up that heavy armor unchallenged.
Waiting for him, head him off. Heard the pickup, but did it a little bit too early. He did actually give himself away, but it doesn't matter because he follows through with that lightning gun anyway. Slipped down to the Blaskovic.
But there's this is the kind of round that just shows how important it is to just take notice of everything. Even that, like, he stood still and was just listening, heard a power-up, knew what power-up it had to be, and was ready there to just destroy. He was able to do just that and take the lead. Pikawa, less than 2 minutes in this round, already has 2 champions killed.
He wasn't able to get much off that dual wield. I mean, he did a little bit of damage, got him down to about roughly 50 HP, but ultimately, that's going to be down for a long time.
Oh, isn't that shot? Oh, that rocket connects though. This is the rail. It's unfortunate. Slip throwing a lifeline.
Mega health's going to be up. Doesn't manage to do anything about it. Expected Slip to be there, and Slip did take the bait.
Yeah, Slip didn't just run straight past though. He kind of appeared in frame and then stood still for a little while, just trying to dodge and anticipate that rail. He's going to secure himself the heavy armor though, and Slip there trying to stop him. Hasn't got any armor though, he's very low. If he gets hit by anything, there's going to be death. Lightning gun not quite enough to chip him down, but minimal health left. But Pikawa just exercising caution instead of chasing the kill this time.
Oh, he was ready to head him off, but Slip managed to get away.
Yeah, he just can hear himself stack up properly. Mega health is on the cards though. He knows it too.
I just like the patience from Slip, where he was expecting Pikawa to be waiting around the corner, so even though he was running at a set speed, the second he collected that item, and he knew that Pikawa had heard it, He didn't overextend. He actually stopped in his tracks, allowed the rocket to get fired, and then went in.
You see Slip, he's standing still, he's listening out, he's waiting to see if he can figure out where Pikawa is, but Pikawa staying perfectly still, not letting him do it.
No doubt Slip is going to have access to his dual wield now, so Pikawa's going to have to be really careful. That dual wield could absolutely just delete him.
Direct.
That's
Be
ace.
disastrous. Is he going to chase this down? He knows he can see that 100, he understands. Heavy armor, mega health are both there. Oh, he missed the shot. Now this is a Ranger fully tanked out. This is not going to be easy for Slip to deal with. You can see he hit that rail though.
Pikawa still in the advantage situation though. He's got 2 champions versus Slip's 1.
1 minute, 10 seconds left on the clock too. If he can hold this out, the dual wheel comes into play. The damage is coming out hard, but Slip finds himself with a speck of life left once again.
He hit the rail, but he still just had that little bit extra health. And now with that 1 minute warning, no doubt both players heard that. Gotta be so careful now.
Now, do we see Pikawa just opt for a runaway style? I mean, it is Ranger. The Dire Orb is hard to chase down.
It's fair to assume the next time he finds Slip, he's going to have access to the Dire Orb.
Doesn't even need to. Doesn't even need to. And brings himself to match point with the Psychic Rocket.
Wow, good turnaround so far. Blood Run has been a good pick so far, but Pikawa's still looking unbelievably strong.
I mean, Slip looks comfortable on this map. It's just Pikawa is just that one step ahead all the time.
Now Pikawa has actually mixed it. I say mixed up actually, going in for Nyx again.
And the Nyx
Still a traditional start.
Traditional thing from both of them, but definitely you can see just how the pace changes. Oh, Pikawa misses that shot. Slip's going in for the kill, but is he chasing him? No, he is not.
Kind of interesting they actually opted not to chase him because he only had rail. He didn't have LG, didn't have rocket. Oh no, the surprise attack with a super shotgun. One more, 99 damage. Hello, dead.
At that assassination, that aggressive ghost walk, where he just appears behind you with a super shotgun and there is nothing you can do. He's close enough at optimal kill range for that weapon. More than enough damage coming out.
The patience waiting for the Dire Orb. He knew he was going to teleport to it, but again, not being too aggressive. He cannot afford to take a single wayward rocket in this situation. Does not want to give up the advantage. Not when he's match point up.
Standing in the blood pool though, just to regenerate a little bit. Understandable by Pikawa. Be so careful taking these fights when you're anything less but fully stacked on health and armor, considering just how little she has. Ghost Walk's all good at getting you out, but if you're going to die in one direct, then it doesn't matter. You see Pikawa can hear him, he's just trying to bait at this armor, but I don't think Slip's here enough to go for it, so he's just going to pick up himself.
Important data for Pikawa, he's heard the Mega Health get picked up, so no doubt he's going to be timing that. He'll be ready for it to reappear the next time, even though he hasn't got it. He knows when it's going to come back.
Oh, that rail, that could have been disastrous. A quick runaway to get himself picked up again.
But he's got to be careful. He's not got any armor yet, so he still can't afford to take a rail, otherwise he'll get one shot. I think Slip's going to be aware of that. Yeah, he was looking for the armor. Looking for him to pick it up. A little bit slow on the uptake, so we did actually allow him to pick it up, but he's back in the same situation. He cannot collect it.
Slip has been on point with these predictions as to what pickups that Pikawa's going to go for, but unfortunately just doesn't quite have that final amount of damage to seal the deal.
Does manage to get armor this time though, so he's going to be able to tank at least one.
Oh, for the rail again, missed this one though. Slip gets tagged this time.
Now Pikawa with full default health and armor. It's not going to be overcharged, but it's better than nothing for sure.
Especially when Slip's hitting as many rails as he is. Oh, speaking of Devil, Pikawa's going to get his own.
Getting that immediate rail just to like undo the mega health. Oh no,
got he was waiting for it. Oh my lord, just how quickly his health disappears, but Slip able to get away just because he has control of that mega health and heavy armor. Just how important it is that you do. Oh, he chases him down, he's going in for the kill, and Slip goes down. Pikawa now a mere one champion away from defeating Slip and moving on.
Quite a big ask of Slip. The only way he can stay alive now is to make that one character victory and OCV all three, but it's not looking likely. And just like that, Pikawa gets the final rocket he needs, and he is going to move on in the bracket again.
Well played, well played, well played. And again, all coming down to just that, the Nyx and the Ranger. That really is that magical duo. Ranger especially, just using the Dire Orb properly, getting that damage on deck. Nyx, of anything, knowing when to take those fights. Because that seems to be one of the most important things about playing Nyx, is when to go for those engagements. And you cannot do it if you don't have full everything.
Well, if you get caught reappearing and you don't have full resources, even though you've taken the opponent by surprise, all they need is one good rocket. And bear in mind, rockets now, as of, like the recent patch where they were sped up universally, it is so much easier to hit rockets now. So if you're a talented player and you're waiting for a Nyx to reappear, you're probably going to be doing close to at least 80 damage. She can't really afford to take 80 damage unless she's fully stacked out.
But again, just coming down to how important it is to be just at a top competitive level with all of the champions you play. Pikawa there, map 1, all Ranger. Map 2, all Nyx. You know, and we rarely even got to see his Blazkowicz. We didn't even get brought down to that. But it just goes to show that you need to be at the best level you physically can be with every champion you play. Because this is a one-man army team game, right? You need that unit. You need the 3 champions to work together in this sort of fashion that we saw from Pikawa.
Just a level of confidence, really. Even this late in the competition, the ability of knowing when to go in. You know, you talked about that, where it is going in. It's not playing passive all the time. It's, I smell blood. I know that you're weak, and I'm going to go in, I'm going to secure this frag because it is mine. If you go wrong, obviously you risk sort of dying yourself and losing it. But I think at this level of play, these mistakes just so rarely happen, and it's nice to see players be super aggressive and keep it together regardless of what's on the line. But while we get our next match underway, once again, we're going to go for a quick break and set up our next match. So don't go anywhere because the Quake World Championship will continue after this. What's going on, guys? Welcome back. This is week number 2 of the European qualifier for the Quake World Championships. Our duel bracket is near its end when it comes to our Thursday qualifier, and we have a really special match lined up. It's going to feature Toxic once again. This guy is back to play, to the surprise of no one really far in this bracket, and this is our match to go into the round of 16. So whoever wins this match will play again on Sunday.
So Toxic versus Silence P or Silence Ep or Silence, however you say it. I do apologize.
We are sorry again,
but
we're
however,
so bad with names.
We are once again at the point in the week where we will most likely find ourselves with recognizable familiar names in Quake, and these are 2 of those for sure. Toxic, we saw him get down super close, in fact last week versus Ron last Sunday.
That was such an amazing set as well.
That was our do or die first game of the day, and it was 2-1, came down super close. Ron was ever so slightly able to win ahead at the end, but Toxic, being a phenomenally successful Quake Champions player already, has already done good in community tournaments already, you know, in the short space of time that Quake Champions has been out, and like we've already seen as well, is definitely decent on the sacrifice front as well. Now, today, it's going to be Toxic versus Silence P or Silence Ep in this dual 1v1 setting, and Toxic really favors those heavy-hitting, big-body champions. Most notably, it seems, the Sorlag and the Scalebearer seem to be his most favorable 2 champions so far.
Well, so far, I think out of all of his champions, his Scalebearer has put in the most work. And just to give you guys actually a quick update while we get this match underway, the match we just saw, Slip versus Pikawa, where Pikawa was able to take that one, that also was a match determined round of 16.
That
so
was a deciding game for Sunday. So we'll be seeing Pikawa again on Sunday playing out in that do or die situation to make it to the regional finals. And this is going to be no different. So we're looking to see which one of these 2 players, which one of these 2 amazing Quake players, only one of them can make it through to Sunday this week.
The classic.
And we're going to find out very soon who it's going to be. Toxic did manage to qualify himself for the Sunday playoffs last week and fell ever so slightly short in what was the closest set of the day. So you know Toxic especially is going to be hungry to get that second chance 2 weeks in a row.
He wants his redemption, right? You know, I think he was almost everyone's pick to be by far one of the players that would have made it through their first week. However, it just wasn't meant to be. It was unbelievably close. Zron played out of his mind and made it through, whereas in week number 2, bear in mind, every map from this point, because it's to determine round of 16, Blood Covenant will be the first map that we see now. Toxic, already going in with 2 agile champions, completing the theme of 2 light champions and 1 chunky one. We have a Sorlag on Silence's side, and then we have Clutch on Toxic side. Toxic going with Clutch. I'm actually really excited to see what he pulls out with this champion. This champion, by the day, people were becoming more comfortable with Clutch. And when you become comfortable with Clutch, he is clearly extremely dangerous. You're pairing him with Nyx and Ranger as well, so they're going to be 2 champions that can easily navigate. But Clutch himself, because of his new mobility, can navigate Blood Covenant really well as well. He can make all the same jumps, all the jumps that Ranger and Nyx can make, Clutch can make no problem.
Of course, and we'll be seeing him played in 2. Now, this is a bit of an interesting lineup because Toxic's gone with the Ranger, Nyx, Clutch, and Silence with Nyx, Ranger, Sorlag. Now, we've already seen how devastating Clutch can be versus Nyx, specifically. However, Ranger Dire Orb goes through the barrier.
Yeah.
And also teleports him basically wherever he's going. So it's going to be quite hard for Clutch to chase that down quickly. And Sorlag's Acid, I don't think the impact goes through the shield, but if he obviously stands on the puddles, then he's going to take that damage. So not quite as hard counter as it might have been as a pick in other matchups, but at the very least, you know, this character, this champion, is so scary in the right hands, and Toxic has been playing these big body champions for so long already, and to such a good degree. I'd be very surprised if he's not 100% ready for this pick.
Well, there is going to be this edge in that Sorlag and Ranger both have a means to do direct damage to Clutch through his shield, and that's as simple as that. 2 varying success rates, obviously, with Toxic being as stacked as he is already. Full armor, and even with full armor that's not overcharged, 100 armor by an absolute basic level. This is a great start for Toxic so far. I mean,
even though it is up now, though, so he still has plenty of that overcharged health ticking down, and 50 extra armor. This is one beefy robot to take down Silence. Lightning gun coming through, the barrier comes in, he's going for the chase. Oh! Now, that is one thing we haven't mentioned yet. You give Toxic a railgun and you will be deleted. Always ready to hit those tough shots. Always. Just like that, back to back. Can he make it sound any better?
You were saying. He lands the rocket. Very quick snap on the rail. I mean, the problem is, you've now given Toxic's aim a champion like Clutch.
He can be careful and go for these shots while completely barriered.
Bear in mind, very good pickup. Speaking of which, he's got that shield wall ready to go already. That 30-second cooldown means that it's quite generous and how frequently you get it back. Silence now heavily on the back foot. He's stacked up as well, so Toxic isn't going to be able to kill him for free. But with the momentum he's riding in this first round, heads him off near rail.
It doesn't then pick that up for free. You're going to take a little bit of damage in the process. Toxic's going to realize he's quite down there now. Already been quite a quick round, just under 2 minutes into this one, so plenty of the round left to go. Catches the mid-air very quickly. And a quick strafing left and right. Silence is going to keep him alive.
Oh, we can hear Sorlag. Heard a couple of those bunny hops.
Oh, going to attack another one. This is Sorlag, very tanky champion. He's going straight in. He has the barrier. He can afford to be aggressive.
I think is he going to pop it? No, he saves it. And now he's waiting for the asset to tick down. And now Silence is in big trouble. A clutch for the shield wall. You just can't fight back. You got to wait for the shield to disappear and then go in. But in that situation, it's easier said than done.
So this looks like a perfect champion to player combination right here, because you've got someone like Toxic that's been playing these big, heavy, hard-hitting champions for as long as I've been watching him play, and now you give him someone like Clutch, newly buffed, newly changed Clutch, just to make him that aggressive, that in your face.
It's a playstyle I feel like in some ways maybe he was always supposed to have, because the shield wall has complemented that so well. And now he's allowed to play that game, but just to the nth degree. Even 75 armor is unbelievable. Going in with the shield when he can still see where Silence is running. It's not going to be a free retreat at all. And he is in a bad situation. He is between a rock and a hard place right here. And he gets tagged by a rocket again.
We'll say, though, narrowly survived that encounter, though. If Silence was a little bit more accurate, he could have taken him down in that situation. But Toxic just has that raw health, but survived with barely anything at all. So Silence is definitely getting close to taking him down. But this recovery in between from Toxic just being so dangerous.
Slowly but surely, getting himself back up to healthy. 125 health, still going. Doesn't know that Silence is to the right. Gets that uncontested rail. Did manage to catch him off guard. But Toxic, looking to maybe be aggressive. If he comes around the corner, we may see another frag into shield wall.
Or the arrow comes down, so you can't really take that fight straight away.
Bear in mind, Silence has actually... You're using the shield wall just to not take free damage and to secure the Mega Health too. Very smart. That was a fantastic take. I mean, like, getting hit by a free rail and getting the Mega Health, it's a win-win.
Hourglasses, though, taking him down for 25 seconds, a recovery to 14. Just shaving off that 10 seconds in a match that can be as fast-paced as Duels, and they really get down to starting fight. Can be all the difference.
Whoa! Clutch just shooting by right there. Now he's in trouble. There goes the shield wall, and Silence waits for the rail to go down. Obviously, the second he fires the rail, the shield wall goes down momentarily, and Silence waiting for that opportunity to strike, and he got it. Threaded the needle.
That is it, though. Toxic's Clutch is now off the table. Good couple of rails coming out from Silence. Not quite sure if it's going to connect at the moment to finish him off, but Toxic still alive with that armor. Heavy armor coming up in a few seconds, but you know, Silence is, yeah, he's here to contest. If he can hit one more rail, he's going to die.
Oh, another chance to teleport to it. I wonder if he was actually going to try to at that last minute. Now Silence down to a Sorlag once again. Toxic, I mean, still an unbelievably accurate player.
Yeah, Mega Health's going to go the way of Sorlag, though. Oh, there's that lightning arm from below. Shredded down quite a lot of health, but not enough.
Yeah, wasn't looking to chase it too heavily. There's the LG, and his health is getting shredded, and another round going to Toxic.
Toxic just has that deadly aim, though. That just, you can imagine how stressful that must be to be on the receiving end of. You know, rails that you feel like you can't dodge, lightning guns that feel like just home in on you no matter what you do. Like, I can imagine, especially when you're playing someone that tanky and you see your health go down so fast. And what an amazing spawn for Toxic as well, though. I mean, looks like they were both quite fortunate there, so Silence is going to get himself the heavy armor and Toxic. Oh, indeed.
I think he nail jumped a little bit too high. He took an unnecessary rail for that one.
Still very much alive though.
Bear in mind with that ticking damage, I said that again, but the ticking damage that Sorlag can produce, he's going to be able to see where Toxic is on the map. That's why he headed him off there.
Oh, catches him on the way over.
Whoa.
Heavy armor up, yeah, there's no way Silence is going to let that one go. Toxic be able to trade this thing out though, so Mega Health comes through. Silence trying to top himself up with little bits of health here and there, but... Oh, there we go, another rail comes through. There we go, now Toxic's able to get himself a rocket launcher. This could be quite a deal breaker. He's down there. Next, another rail. Oh, the acid comes out, we can hear it.
And more importantly, he can see it. He can see that Clutch is going in for the kill, and they're going to trade that. Not quite!
Wow.
Alive on 6. He'd survived, didn't quite get the final tick. Well, actually did get the final tick, but just had the health to take it.
6 life remaining. Toxic able to keep himself alive despite being so massively down in that situation. Oh, Rift doesn't quite connect. Toxic just has that armor to sponge so he can survive that rail.
He's going to have a shield wall in the next fight. She's going to have Ghost Walk, but with that shield wall, he's going to see exactly where she is. They meet in the air. He can still see. Yep, that's it. Is he going to get the rail?
No, he misses it.
Misses it again. Back to back. Silence with a lifeline.
Have to be careful though. Clutch is that big target. You don't have to be missing him. Just as I can say that, she comes up from behind. 20 health left. Quite sure if you can survive the rail. There's that little health left. Oh, misses a shot on an jump padded Nyx.
Looked like it missed
Very
by
unlike Toxic to miss that.
Looks like it missed by a hair's length. Caught on the jump pad, but being really aggressive. That's a bit of respectable damage, but I guess not enough to dictate that he goes in at that moment.
Oh! Catra's on the way back again. Through the teleporter, Toxic hasn't quite seen her yet. Trying to get this barrier back online.
Getting that free heavy armor. As long as Toxic holds the sheer amount of armor that he's holding, he's able to fight. And wow, point blank does land that rail and just finishes the job. All he needed was a little bit of extra LG and that would have been it.
Makes you wonder if Silence thought he had less health remaining than he did, because Toxic was quite healthy there when Silence stayed there for the fight. Uh-oh, that could be a problem. Damage off that rail could be enough to sort of cement this momentum once again, because Toxic's going to pick up this mega health. Heavy armor's going to go the way of...
Oh, from the skies! He comes in from the top! And that's going to be... He's got way too much health. There is no way Silence was going to be able to whittle that down. And Toxic kind of feel like he's found his niche with this champion. Clutch really lets him play the game he wants to play, complements his accuracy perfectly, but at the same time, now he's got this ultimate big body playstyle.
Now, last week, just before we started last week, there was about... I want to say last Wednesday, perhaps, maybe last Tuesday, at like the absolute latest, was when they made those changes to Clutch. That he now gets those boost jumps. What would you call them?
Just a strafe dodge, really.
Yeah, dodge,
it's kind of designed
dodge.
as a dodge initially, but you can use it in conjunction with your forward movement. You can strafe in any of the 4 directions, front, back, left, right.
So it was about last Tuesday when they added that strafe dodge. Last Tuesday, I should say. And we started competition on Thursday, right? So 2 days of time with Clutch was all people had. And we were seeing him used sparingly, not quite as aggressively as we see him now, but 1 week. You literally gave these players 1 week, and look at what they're doing with this champion already. Making a massive amounts of difference, just full 1 champion victories here and there. You know, you put them on the front, and you've got just this aggressive point, champion to just take that first spot and just run the enemy into the ground. Or you put them at the back, and you have that reliable anchor on your team that you just have to worry about dealing with. And that's with 1 week of time.
I feel like what Clutch is going to do now in Duel specifically, which in some ways may be a first for the way Duel is played at the moment. I feel like Clutch in particular is going to demand certain team compositions on the flip side. On prediction of the opponent picking Clutch, I think people are going to have to start really looking at direct counters to Clutch, and we're going to now have to really start see people looking at counter picks, looking at what champions do really well against Clutch, and getting that champion on your team and make sure you're gelling with that champion really well. So when you inevitably face off against a Clutch like this, you have that answer. Because look, he wastes no time. He has gone straight into Clutch again.
But Blood Run on our next map. Wonder what this is, how this is going to pan out. Because let's be honest, we're seeing that the same team comp from
exactly the same. Yeah,
so
exactly the same.
Toxic, is he going to change, or is he going to do the same thing, because Toxic ran Ranger, Nyx, and Clutch last time. Is he going to go back to that Nyx? No! Back to the boy. Back to the Scale Bearer that we saw him put so much value into last week.
So right now, it's friendship ended with Scale Bearer. Well, not Scale Bearer, Sorlag. Clutch is now my best friend.
Poor Sorlag. She was such a valuable member of his team, and now I haven't seen it today. I mean, to be fair, this is just one series. These guys have already played, like, how many games to get here? Like, a lot of games just to get to this point of the tournament. So we don't know what he's picked before this point. And like you said, right, it can always be certain champions on certain maps. For the most part, it's maps dictate what you pick, it seems, you know, from a lot of these guys. So perhaps he just doesn't really think Sorlag is a good pick for this one particularly.
There's always a possibility, but I think on the flip side, Clutch has just seemed to complement him really well. But again, because he's gone in for the same team comp, we didn't really get to see Sorlag do a huge amount last time. We didn't really get to see Ranger do a lot last time. But I think out of all three members of the team, I think Ranger has the highest chance of at least being able to go toe-to-toe with Clutch, purely because...
There he is. He's wearing that's almost like wooden panels.
The wooden age Clutch.
Well, look at that tracking, that deadly damage already. Silence picked up the mega health. You'd never guess by looking at his bar.
Now he goes in for the shield wall just to try and remain a little bit safer, but to be honest, it just feels like right now, I feel like a lot of people, they just don't have this answer to Clutch. I think that he is currently almost running wild against a lot of opponents because he's such a unique champion that demands a specific, you have to really deal with him a specific way.
It's that strafe dodge coming into play though, trying to make himself really unpredictable to hit. Oh, that's going to connect. He can take one more, but isn't going to need to. Silence goes down. Heavy armor goes in the way of Toxic already. 40 seconds in, the first frag is on the board.
I think Silence right now, I think he stayed there because he might have thought that Toxic had a little bit less health than he did. Probably assumed that, well, even though I can't take a rail, if I hit him with mine, I'll get him. Even though, actually, if he even got that rail, he would have still been alive with a 16 HP.
Wow, Tribolt sort of zoning him away. You don't see that every game. Tribolt probably gets the least amount of use of any weapon we see so far.
The extra element as well, bear in mind, in those very sort of, no pun intended, clutch situations where they're sort of like going to exchange rails, and before you fire, you stand still for that split second. When Clutch is standing still, he's going to activate still defense. He's going to take even less damage when he's standing perfectly still, and he'll even win those rail fights, even with his massive stack.
So once again, Silence is put onto the Sorlag by herself. Let's come back. Oh, there we go. A lot of damage coming out from the LG from beneath. So suspending her into that mid-air.
At the very least, Silence was able to stay up top. If he got knocked down there, it was probably going to be the round over because he would have had nowhere to escape. But at least he was able to stay on the high ground.
Her tank is right. That's what Clutch has become. This maximum armor and health. Additionally onto what he's already got. Uh-oh. Oh, a direct rocket. Ouch.
Unbelievable prediction. Really good. Silence in a bit of trouble again. Looking to really get that rail. They're just going to trade Rocket for Tribolt at this stage, but with the mega health spawning, heavy armor soon to follow.
Oh, tagged him. The barrier comes up. The acid in response. Just trying to up through heavy armor. It's a good trade for Toxic.
Ooh.
Oh, that one just grazed by.
Almost hit him. Ever so slightly failed to connect. The danger as well as the champion advantage. We haven't really seen it put into practice that much in this series because of how much Toxic has been able to just take out all three champions every round. But we've almost got 2 minutes left. And if Clutch can stay tanky, it's going to be very hard to silence.
Clutch has a barrier. He just picked up heavy armor. I don't think he's going to care too much. I mean, look how little damage that rail did to him.
Gets an amazing trail of the LG and the health melts away. Toxic gets another round on the board.
Still had hold of his barrier too. Toxic just playing this so well. How do you shut down this scary, just hulking robot? Just wants nothing more than to just win by himself, especially when you're someone like Toxic that's just so used to playing these bigger champions. And is clearly used to the champion by now. He's put the time in, and once again, in an exact just a mirror of what happened last time, Silence gets hold of the mega health, but loses all of that extra health immediately thanks to a little bit of machine gun fire of all things.
See Toxic getting caught, but again, the second the Ghost Mode comes out, he knows exactly where he is, so it's going to be a mute point. Meets him on the other side with the rocket, but doesn't do enough damage to make it count, and Silence gets away. But I feel like that really is, like, you know, we said earlier, I don't think Clutch is particularly anti-meta, but he is very much anti-popular characters. Like, he does such an amazing job at dealing with the most traditional champions that we see picked. Nyx, this crucial key member of every single team comp. But hang on a minute. Oh, into the air.
Him from below, but the barrier comes through once again to save. Even though they took all that health already, back up to 150 HP
already. But as I was saying, it's a matter of the popular characters in Nyx, normally so key to every team comp. Clutch has such an answer for this champion. His shield wall comes back before her Ghost Walk, which means that when she Ghost Walks, he's pretty much always going to have it unless you force him to use it defensively. If you can force his shield out before he can use it when he wants, that's when you go in. Speaking of which, the fight begins. I mean, at this stage, he can't even Ghost Walk. Even if he had it available, he would not have been able to Ghost Walk there because Toxic would have been able to know exactly where he was anyway.
But even then, if Nyx is on a team and there's no Anarchy, it's a safe bet that Nyx is going to be coming out first. So you just chuck out Clutch first, and if that happens, bam, you've just started the matchup with this amazing answer to the character.
Absolutely. Clutch really kind of looks like that magical option.
I know the Toxic, let's not forget, he is one map up in this series. If he wins this one, he'll be qualifying again 2 weeks in a row. Sunday's playoffs.
Currently
He's
out
looking very strong to do so. Clean round. And ahead in round 2 as well.
Giving himself 5 extra rockets. Definitely better than nothing.
You can hear Teleporter being used, but nowhere near him now. Oh, good shot though from Silence. Good follow-up too. 3 in a row. Oh, and the barrier comes through to deny it.
Oh, 100 damage. That's so unfortunate. But the Toxic got to be super careful. He's only got 11. Oh, no!
I had a feeling that was going to happen. Silence needed to go for that heavy armor just to try and tank himself up to bring some momentum back. And the one time he chooses to go, gets that kill. The acid comes through. He's going to die. The acid, if anything, was going to take him out. And Silence gets the kill on the Clutch. And Scalebearer comes straight out.
Now we get to see more of Scalebearer. This really, you know, not going into this week. Scalebearer was Toxic's trump card. This was his character. Will he make it work again?
We'll have to wait and see with 2 minutes. Just about to come down, 69 health remaining.
Hang on, I can hear a bull rush. Oh no, and he zigged when he should have zagged. If it went right, maybe would have caught him.
Wasn't able to though. Mega health goes the way of Scalebearer. Heavy armor's most likely going to go the way of Sorlag. Going to boost himself up with the super nail gun. And plenty of health packs lying around as well. But remember, 2 minutes left to go. Toxic does have quite a commanding leading champion, so 2-1 right now.
Yeah, trying to take out Scalebearer when he's got a very high I mean, I know Sorlag does as well, but when he's got that really high natural health and armor pool.
Okay, he can hear that that's completely missed, so now Silence knows he hasn't got to worry about the bull rush for quite a while.
That's going to be good data.
Toxic just trying to relocate. Let's not forget that bull rush does only have a 30-second cooldown on it, so it's actually not that punishing.
Wow, Silence
Listen to those big hulking footsteps. Scalebearer, another one of those loud boys.
Coming up towards the left, but obviously Silence does not know yet. Trying to sort of control that middle. If he can control the heavy armor.
Oh, let's not forget though, the longer this map goes on, the more advantageous it's going to be for Toxic. 1 minute warning, just procs. Toxic's going to know he has that clock on his side now. Oh, the charge comes out.
Taking minimal damage, but at the same time, he's going to see those damage numbers. So now Silence, at the very least, knows where Toxic is. Trying to head him off.
Knows he's likely to be run away. Oh, he knows he's around there. Toxic trying to get away. He's getting chased, though.
Silence going in for the chase. I think he kind of has to, but he gets the heavy armor, which is the break he needs.
Oh, and the rail. Goes to it a little bit too often. Toxic picks up that health. 30 seconds. Toxic, is he just going to run away for 30 seconds? I mean, he's playing the right character to do so. That damage mitigation on the rush can be everything. It's
likely he's going to have the ball rush at least one more time, but will he even need it? Listening out for him. Can Silence catch him? No, going through the teleport. Has to try and head him off. Silence does not want to walk into a trap. Speaking of which, goes in and gets him.
That was a beautiful read from Silence, though. Seeing that he went through the teleport, instead of chasing him through, he was like, right, from the other end, where is he likely to go? made that perfect read, and Toxic fell victim to it completely. This could be a complete turnaround from Silence. He gets the mid-air frag on the rail, and Silence just absolutely outthinking Toxic at the very end.
I love the fact that that entire sequence began off the damage number tick of the acid as well. It definitely wasn't the damage. I mean,
it's using the champion to its advantage, man. That's exactly what you pick a champion to do.
In that last moment when he needed to chase, he had all the data he needed because he could see exactly where Toxic was on the map. He knew he'd gone in for the teleporter, headed him off, Toxic was not ready, and he just did more than enough damage to even things out. Catching Toxic really early, forcing the shield wall. Toxic, though, looking really weak. However, the rail's coming out again, and Toxic wastes no time. Silence gets fragged by the rail very quickly. I mean, 20 seconds in, he's already lost his Sorlag. Toxic, though, hasn't got a shield wall to save him, and he gets caught again. Silence manages to even things out, 1-1. A much faster round this time. Both players losing a champion each. Here comes that super nail gun, but obviously against the LG, it's going to be very hard to compete with. Oh,
no. Shot from behind. Toxic losing his clutch, though. That's going to be quite significant considering how much of a difference that champion has made before now. We haven't seen much of Toxic's Ranger yet, I'm sure. Got something up his sleeve waiting for Silence on this next. Actually, that's actually quite interesting that Silence went for that Sorlag first. Sort of saving this next in prediction of that clutch.
Perhaps the Sorlag was maybe to catch the clutch first, do some of that. If he catches a good spawn, maybe do some damage through the shield, trying to tread him down. On the flip side, he just made a really good comeback with the Sorlag. Maybe he was just sort of feeling the momentum. Either way, lost his Sorlag now.
Again though, Mega Health coming up soon. Both players looking to position themselves to try and contest for it, but Toxic eating a rail there. All but dishing one back out in return, going to the very least can get him that Mega Health for free. On the heavy armor control too, Silence with no armor whatsoever though. He's trying to wait for a little bit to spawn.
That's why it's going to be dangerous. And now it's going to be risky to try and command that armor. Yeah, already having to sort of double back. Taking the much safer armor collection.
Oh. Rail, 20 health remaining though, has to be really careful now. Prioritizing these pickups. Oh, Toxic sees him but misses the rail, you can see it barely.
Ever so slightly. That was so close to being on the money.
You see him crouching though, trying not to give away his footsteps. He knows he's listening out for it, we see that all too often.
Yeah, but you know Silence doesn't want to be heard at all. 2.5 minutes down.
Toxic really using the tri-bolt in this fashion quite often actually. Firing more shots with this weapon than I think anyone else has so far put together.
Wow, Toxic with the read anyway, even though he's invisible, headed him off regardless. Really nice little take there of the Mega Health. When you find players that catch a really good rhythm in between the two rockets, really sort of almost threading the needle in between the two, taking minimal damage and still securing that really important pickup. Silence, yep, Silence did not know he was there at all. Didn't do much damage in retaliation.
Seems like they really are, though, just trading shot for shot right now. Toxic is in all these ridiculous rails, but it's not quite enough to finish. He goes down. There's the Ghost Walk forced out. Mega Health comes out. Going to go in the way of Toxic for sure. Heavy armor up as well.
At this stage, he's been able to sort of confirm that. They do trade away again, but Silence taking so much damage. He's always able to get away. Both players able. Nice prediction rocket, but no! The barrier got in the way, but it didn't matter. That was almost a catastrophical barrier to get in the way of.
Back up to full health though is Silence, and Toxic left on this lone scale bearer.
Uh-oh, full speed. Oh, it ends just in front. And he is going to get that Ghost Walk to get away.
Silence down to the teleporter, but again went straight ahead. Should have gone left, but unfortunately just made the wrong read.
I think Silence's defensive game has worked absolute wonders on Blood Run. It's worked so well. Just remaining hard to pin down. Even though he gets tagged by the occasional rail, he's very rarely point blank. And if he is point blank, he's always got his Ghost Walk if he needs it. Bear in mind, Toxic hasn't got his clutch. He's not going to be able to find him anymore.
Oh. Planning on giving away where Toxic is. Oh, again, the Toxic is just hitting these rails from out of nowhere. Silence just really just running that clock really well right now, just making himself impossible to pin down. Hasn't got Ghost Walk for another 30 seconds, so he's just content sitting here.
10 seconds, actually. Silence can't afford to do anything. Just sit there pretty. Toxic will lose by a champion limit. Just like
that's
that.
going to be it. That's the danger. You know, when you have that Nyx left, she can run away like that.
Prepare to fight.
That round 3 goes down in the way of Silence.
I think it's actually looking really strong in the sense that you actually very rarely see people pick Blood Run with the anticipation of playing as much of a slow and calculated game. As we're seeing, normally it's a very explosive map. There's a lot of fighting taking place in the middle of the map, especially, bear in mind, again, crying out loud. Oh, dear me. I'm self-conscious about it now.
Silence. Just ultimately making you avoid it, which is making you say it more.
I know.
They've planted the seed.
The seed has been sown.
A Toxic, though, starting on this clutch once again. Looking like it's not going to be quite as fast-paced as we saw before. Still 30 seconds in. Heavy armor. That's crucial. Oh, that LG doing a lot of damage quite quickly though. Toxic will quite be able to finish it. Silence is just doing an amazing job of just running away though now. Like truly just swap things up. He's just not letting himself fall victim to such aggression.
I think he's quite clearly understood the game plan that Toxic is trying to enforce. And he's done and I was about to say, he's done everything he can to basically switch it, switch it on its head.
But fundamentally, it doesn't matter what your game plan is. If you get caught without Ghost Walk, and there's a barrier and clutch right in front of you, that's going to be tough.
Toxic catches on, but he hasn't got a lot of health. Very important rail to miss, I think.
Well, good. Rockets coming out from Silence just to stop him from topping himself up. Oh,
that was a great read.
Shot.
I think that was a really great read. He knew Toxic was going to be sitting in that blood puddle to try and get the health back. Part of that, I think, is because Silence himself has actually been using that blood pool to get health back regularly.
And Silence, I should say, immediately putting Toxic down into his final champion. Looking like an amazing map choice for Silence.
Toxic definitely having to fight for this one, going in for the LG, but the reduced damage! That was a telefrag.
That was wonderfully timed too, seeing him charge towards him, that lightning gun slowing him down, understands that, okay, right, now I'm just going to teleport to him. And even though he does take reduced damage, a telefrag is a telefrag.
That final play was ridiculous. He knew that Scalebearer was at a certain speed. He couldn't really do anything to slow himself down or speed up, and it was just a timing thing. Almost like a timing you think Silence has just practiced. He knew that if he threw the dire orb at that set time and teleported immediately, it would cover X amount of distance, which was just where Scalebearer was. It was just really perfectly calculated.
So it looks like today we're going to have another 2-1 on our hands as Blood Run goes in the way of Silence, despite Toxic taking the first map so convincingly. What do you reckon he's going to pick? Do you think we might see Corrupted Keep, considering he's playing Clutch, he's playing Scalebearer, very, very good champions on Corrupted Keep.
So following with the theme, whenever players pick a team of big champions and they really favor that pick, Corrupted Keep is almost always the map that we see because it just complements that style so well. Rails, again, on Blood Run and all of those maps are a nice answer for those chunky champions because you keep them at bay, you pick them off a little bit, so when they finally have that up-close confrontation, they don't have the just massive stack of health and armor. So if you give someone like Clutch, for example, if you pick him off with Rails, when he finally has to fight you, he's not got 200 health and 150 armor, for example. He's got much less than that, which means when you finally break the cracks and you get in between that shield wall, you're going to be doing a lot more bang for your buck. However,
no,
Toxic,
Ruins of Sarnath.
Ruins of Sarnath.
Now, Toxic, we've actually seen play this map.
Ooh, Slash.
Oh, that's very interesting. We see our first Slash of the day.
We always seem to see Slash picked on this stage as well.
The question is, who is he swapped out for this? Visor. Ah, so we're not seeing Ranger or Nyx coming out from inside.
This is a very unique team composition. Very, very, very unique. So we don't really see Slash picked ever. When we do see Slash picked, it's with limited success rates, I think. Whenever a team wins, when Slash is on the team so far, Slash isn't really the deciding factor. But on Ruins of Sarnath, what Slash can do is she can zip around the map unbelievably quickly because of the crouch slide. It's got a lot of turns and corridors, but lots of room to build up strafe jumping speed, and she can maintain that speed with the crouch slide and get around the map really fast because of it. You don't really see her picked because of her ability as such, even though it does work quite well. She definitely gets picked just because of her crouch slide more than anything else.
And for someone of her speed, and I don't want to say she has a tiny hitbox, but she obviously is a little bit smaller than the others, it seems. For someone of her speed and her mobility, she isn't that squishy. She has the same sort of health values as Blazkowicz.
She does.
Who is, you know, infinitely better at that 1v1 kill potential with his ability. But at the end of the day, the mobility on Slash is fast, very fast. But once again, Silence will be starting off with his Nyx that's been putting in so much work. Toxic starting things off strong with Clutch. Now let's not forget, Toxic did choose this map, so he's probably comfortable on it. He's
deliberately gone into this very specific team composition going with that Slash. And bear in mind, Toxic is a Quake 4 god. Slash with that Quake 4 movement. On some areas, it does make complete sense. The question is, will we get the chance to see it? Only time will tell. Already 30 seconds into this round, nothing's happened yet. But again, Nyx versus Clutch. A very good matchup for Clutch. Oh, double rails. Very important to not only actually catch 2 rails, but not take any in the process. Now Silence can be aggressive. He can try and catch Toxic before he has a chance to stack up, get those weapons. And as I've said that, here comes Toxic, being aggressive. Opts to pass through instead. Doesn't want to overextend. Silence is trying to finish him off. Misses the shot though. That could have been crucial. Unfortunately, it will not be. Toxic actually not immediately going down towards the heavy armor, but it does take it anyway. I wonder how passive this will be, because Clutch is definitely one of the biggest champions that when you catch someone weak, he can get in there and finish the frag super fast. Nyx normally can, but again, not without the Ghost Walk that's normally such a prominent factor that Clutch does shut down. He does have it up now though. Question is Toxic can get the chance to shut her down the way he did in the first map. Silence has just made this adjustment and playing this runaway game so much better. Yeah, pokes him with the rail. I think this is gonna be quite a reoccurring game plan, I think. Stay outside of the range and just pick him off with rails from a distance, while at the same time trying to stay as hard to hit as possible. You can see Silence when he's tagging those rails, he's moving all the time. He is never standing still. He doesn't want the trade. The trade will not work in her favor, because the second they trade, Clutch goes in. Toxic though standing still, so he's taking 64 damage, not 80. That's still defense doing work. We think that's 64 damage that's also being sponged by the armor value itself. Actually not really hurting Clutch whatsoever. Oh my days! He just flew straight through the air there. He's an intimidating champion. He just flies around, this big angry robot. Try to pick up on this armor though, we can see just how important it is to have armor in these squishy champions. You can see Toxic going through, but without getting the mega health, you can see how much of a struggle it is for Silence to stay on top of how much health Toxic has at all times, even when he gets himself back up. Just look at the difference in bars, however. That might be enough going in with the shield wall. Oh, he just picked up the heavy armor too. No Ghost Walk available. Oh, she doubled back. Toxic, if he was there, he would have got the kill guaranteed. No Ghost Walkers available at all, and now Silence is throwing a lifeline and is alive still. I think that was a strong read. Toxic did not expect him to double back, but misses the rail. The downtime means he has to get out of there. But Toxic looking to command that mega health, and there really wasn't much Silence was going to do to stop it. Not at his health. Oh no, I think Toxic's looking to secure that heavy armor as well. He is indeed. There it is, just picked it up, and look at those bars. Look at Toxic's health. Oh my lord. We're already 3 minutes 30 into this round as well. It's going to take so much work for Silence to chip away at this brick wall that is a fully stacked Clutch. He's going to have the shield wall again, forcing the invisibility out, but again, Toxic knows exactly where he's going to be. Heads him off with the rocket, catches 2, but then finishes the job with the rail. Now the pressure's on. But 1 minute 10. Look at how much hits Toxic took in the process, and look at how healthy he still is now. He's caught a fantastic spawn, gets the rail as well. Silence has such little health left. Toxic, no doubt, probably going to look to chase this if he can hear him. 1 minute warning, and Silence has lost his acid. We'll wait for a little while, and he has the barrier, so even if he does get caught out, he's going to have that escape option. Being up by the Mega, but Toxic has done so much damage, and the shield wall again. It's going to be so hard for Silence to do anything about this. Gets taken down once more. And I mean,
I'm ready to call this game. I don't see Silence being able to take out 3 champions in 30 seconds. If he does, I will be astounded, but it's not possible. Dire Orb does not connect, and Toxic just sticks to him like glue. And a clean round 1 in the final map today. Toxic looking super strong. Again, on this clutch, he just looks used to these kind of characters. And on this map, you know, he picked, let's not forget, this is a map that Toxic picked.
I think it's a good map for Clutch, particularly at the heavy armor location, or the 2 most likely locations.
Near the heavy Mega Health and Rocket too, ouch.
The 2 most likely scenarios you're going to have a major fight at Mega Health or heavy armor.
Rocket.
Really good aim on both parts there, but the 2 likely areas you're going to have a major fight in Duel on this map is heavy armor and Mega Health. Both locations complement his shield wall so well. If he catches you with shield wall in both of those areas, it's so hard to recover, particularly at heavy armor. There's nowhere to run.
Speaking of those, Silence is trying to strafe his way left and right to get through. The damage numbers through the walls is going to let Silence know exactly where he is. Still running away, just picked up the Mega Health though, so throwing a bit of a helping hand there. Or the heavy armor.
Oh no, just bullies his way into it. Takes the rail as well. And even though he didn't get a frag, that was a win for Toxic. He's now got the heavy armor. He did a bunch of damage.
They're going to cool down this barrier as soon as possible. Not a huge surprise considering how impactful that ability is being. Mega Health up any second too, and it looks like he's going to confirm that too. Toxic, how do you shut down a man of this health?
A good stream of Lightning Gun might do the trick. Again, getting that ticking damage. Giving Silence a little bit of a UAV in effect, but didn't do a huge amount. Didn't really stop Toxic from taking those 2 big pickups. But that's the main thing Toxic is doing a good job of, is just staying stacked, staying as chunky as possible. So when a fight happens, he is never in disadvantage, never.
To his credit though, this is the first champion of the second round. Silence is playing this at a much better pace.
Oh, I think Silence might have spotted him, but just didn't start the fight there. They were right next to each other, but they were just looking in the opposite direction. There's one rail. That's the start. Going in for the shield wall. He has the rocket again. Gets caught by the LG. Still taking a bunch of damage. Not enough to fight. 64. This is the first time Toxic's been relatively weak this entire map, really.
Oh, the read from Toxic that he was going straight to the armor. Mega Health was up and Toxic postponed it. He was like, no, I don't need this yet. He needs to get armor so he can actually fight me. So he went straight to the armor pickup and was ready for Silence.
Just fantastic map awareness. Bear in mind, he's not going to have the shield wall here, so he's not going to be able to track him down. But at the very least,
uh-oh, he's going in for the kill. He doesn't have a lot of health left, but there we go. If anything, it's just scaring him off. Mega Health could be up in a few seconds too, and this is it. Toxic has complete control over this map. Is Toxic able to pick up? There we go, yeah. I'd say Silence able to pick up the heavy armor underground. He's able to do so.
I feel like the longer this round goes, the longer Toxic is going to be able to play this hyper-defensive, wall-based game. Because if he can stay agile here and be hard to pin down, when a fight finally happens, he is stacked enough to win it. He's got more health, he's got more armor.
Oh, wow! For the drill!
I wonder if that was an executional error. Maybe he didn't mean to go for it. I mean, he did manage to track it, but would have done a lot more damage with the rail on deck rather than the drill. You're only going to tick
been trying to style on him a bit. Every day we see that drill put to use, it's mainly just the barrier or bust.
Unfortunately, he has been caught with no shield wall, and Silence goes in for the kill. I think using the drill at the top there definitely was a mistake.
Now we see Slash for the first time in this map. Let's see what Toxic's got. Let's not forget, Toxic was a Quake 4 god. Slash does have that crouch slide movement.
Seeing where the trail's gone, it's going to be a nice little where he is going to be. Checking out Toxic. Here comes just how fast Slash can move around the map. Maybe a little bit ready for potentially Silence, but just look how fast she can get to top speed.
It's a heavy armor, very much still on the map though. It's been up for a while now. Going in really quickly.
Have to remember that her ability gives a the plasma trail, I believe it's called, that speed boost. It's not really the area denial you see it used for in Duel, it's just how much speed it gives her. Just see how crisp this movement is with Slash. Definitely see this guy's played Quake 4 once or twice.
Indeed. Here we are though. Silence has access to Mega Health coming up any second now.
Oh, he's going in for the kill. Meets him in the air. Is it going to be enough? Has to watch out. Both players really weak, but Silence even weaker. And with sudden death on count, he's got to be careful now.
Just picked up the heavy armor, but not quite enough.
Oh,
that
no.
was unfortunate, blowing himself up and eating a ton of damage he just picked up from Mega Health.
Maybe quite an interesting matchup. Nyx versus Slash in a sudden death scenario. You definitely don't see this every day. Silence absolutely did not see him. So Toxic getting that advantage. Going in for it. Yep, Plasma Trail to be super aggressive, trying to head off and almost steal that Mega Health, but mistimed it by a fraction of a second perhaps. Wasn't able to take it. He's going to get the heavy armor though, so again with that 75 health. Slash definitely with a little bit more health and armor than her, I guess, fellow counterparts. You know, the other champions that have small hitboxes like her, but she has got that extra bit of health and armor that they don't have. See how fast he's able to navigate this map.
Oh, that's a good rail. Toxic option to get back though.
Look at how...
Making the prediction on the armor? No, not quite there.
Just look at how fast he's able to head her off. The amount of twists and turns Sarnath has as a map, I think Slash does complement it quite well.
Again, using that plasma trail just to confirm these big pickups.
Just to get her there a little bit quicker than normal, really. Here comes Toxic, super aggressive!
Oh, that Ghost Walk was so clutch, just narrowly saving himself.
That would have been an unbelievable sequence, but the reactions to go invincible, just immune the whole thing. Silence is still alive, but only just almost hit the rail.
The speed is just immense once you've got that circuit on deck. Look at how fast Toxic is able to go around and just control these big pickups. Incredible.
Oh, the missed rail.
Connect.
Is that going to get punished heavily? I don't think Silence is going to really poke that. He doesn't want to peek it too heavily.
The Mega Health will be up any second now. He has his plasma trail to deny.
Very useful was that even before he got a shot, he was able to force it, using the plasma trail to get the speed boost to go behind. Silence looking to go underground instead. Now heading him off near the heavy armor. You're going to see another fight. Doesn't want to overextend too much, but here comes Toxic, using that crouch slide movement to say unpredictable. No!
Oh no! What an unfortunate way for a sudden death to end just like that. That is unfortunate, but Toxic, this Slash pickup, look at the speed and the control in which he can just already just administer. He jumps a few times, crouch slides, and that's it, full speed ahead.
We can clearly see that
Need for speed.
Slash, it's all about the mobility. It's all about just how unbelievably quick she navigates this map in particular. She has all this space to build up her speed, and then she can maintain it through these twists and turns throughout the map. But that final suicide, I mean, contests her for most unfortunate suicide of the entire tournament so far.
I think so.
That was in sudden death and after so long, and he's now match point down. Clutch with that super shotgun, and he will annihilate.
Where are you going? You come back.
Wait,
ooh,
actually, no,
no.
where did she go?
Oh, no, the mid-air rail on the way down. Toxic, just like that. One champion up already. Sorlag is back on the battlefield.
But for how long? You look at how much stack Toxic has. He's getting that trail of LG going in for the rocket, but hang on, caught mid-air. The tick damage going to apply as well, and the acid frags. Still alive, but only just 8 health, 10 armor. Very risky.
That was an unfortunate misplay coming out from Toxic, though. Unfortunately, threw that one away. Toxic, though, goes straight back into Slash. You can see the speed. Trying to control this Mega Health already. Misses the rail. Uh-oh, going in with the super nail gun.
He's getting chased. Now Toxic with that Slash on hand again.
God damn, this guy with a rail gun.
What is that noise? That is loud. And
it is this thing that he's holding on to currently.
I wish he would attack with it again. Now here comes Toxic from the top. Look at the speed.
All the acid spit coming out. That's going to start ticking over. Even though she's super fast, he's going to know where she is for a little while. Oh, popping the Plasma Trail.
One of the major things Plasma Trail is going to do as well is just that area denial. Very hard to chase her, because obviously the Plasma Trail causes a damage over time area and explodes for massive damage. I don't think we're going to see it too much in a duel setting, but most of the time the opponent just won't be able to chase it down.
Oh, accidentally wanders straight into silence with the Sorlag, but that's the tracking on the LG that you want to see. Toxic absolutely annihilating that life bar and brings himself one champion away, qualifying once again for Sunday's playoffs. Just like that, it comes down to this final champion. Silence needs to desperately make this comeback happen, or he's going to be out this week and have to try again next week.
Getting the armor on deck, almost ready. I think I could watch Toxic move around on this map all day. She just flies around.
It's mesmerizing movement. It really is. But it's also so effective.
Oh. Yeah, doesn't quite chase that one down. This is a really tough situation for Silence. He can't afford to lose this champion, otherwise he is out. Toxic moves on. Ah, and he beats him to the mega health too. Silence though with a little bit of armor. However, they once again are going to meet, but she's she's so fast.
The speed, you Silence went straight towards it. It was like, okay, right, she's going to get this mega health. I'm going straight to the heavy armor, and Slash already beat him to it.
Caught him off the jump pad, and the sequence of the lightning gun. Toxic in quite fitting fashion. The Quake 4 champion will send him through to the Sunday playoffs. Really well played.
Now, I'm super happy that we got to see that, because Slash we basically don't get to see much of at all, but this time, normally when we tend to see her, it's kind of like, you know, every now and then she doesn't make a phenomenal difference. Like, whilst we have seen her be effective in the past, that's the first time I think we've truly seen her be like massively impactful for what she alone brings to the table.
And it's just sheer movement. And, you know, in some ways it was the ability because how fast she can move, but ultimately it really came down to just that crouch slide. And, you know, if you use the crouch slide really early, she can get that burst of speed really fast. But what a long series we had right here. It was well played from both players. That final pick to Ruins of Sarnath. I think going straight into that dedicated team comp where it was Ruins of Sarnath, and then it was Clutch and Slash together. I feel like he went into that map with a game plan. He knew exactly what team he wanted to rock, and he just executed it perfectly.
Indeed, and Slash, again, you know, Ruins of Sarnath being quite an open, wide-spaced duel map in comparison to some of the others. You do sort of have that space to run around. That's why we see Anarchy be so effective on that map as well, because of his speed and just how much he can cover. And Slash is very much the same thing, just on a less popular scope, I suppose. But this second map definitely went in the favor of Silence, was just doing a really good job of just setting down the pace, not actually for anything, just having a lot of places to run away, right? See, this is the map he played that really slow and patient style, and on Ruins of Sarnath, Toxic just did not let him do that.
I think that's a big part of that was just knowledge of how a matchup should be approached, and just knowing exactly how he wanted to play. So we're going to see Toxic move on into essentially the top six. That was still unbelievably sick. So good. But the mistake, how can we not talk about the mistake we saw in that sudden death of that second round that Toxic went up on, where unfortunately, in a really long drawn-out 1v1, the sudden death at the last possible minute, where right there, tries to go around the corner, hits the corner of the wall, and unfortunately, I feel like that was just foreshadowing for the rest of the series.
I think it was, but that is how it fell down. But Toxic, congratulations. We will be seeing him again on Sunday playoffs for 2 weeks in a row. He's managed to find himself there.
So, while we get our next match underway, we are going towards more of our matches to determine who makes it into our top 16 to play again on Sunday, to see who might qualify for regionals. While we get this next match underway, we're going to a quick break. Don't go anywhere, because we will be right back. Welcome back, everybody. This is week number 2 of the European qualifier for the Quake World Championship. And we have what I believe is our final series of the night. We are long into our bracket at this stage, and we have one more series to determine who's going to make it into our Sunday playoffs, and it's between Garpy and Hal. So it's going to be a good series as always.
Now, I do believe, unless I'm wrong, we have definitely seen both of these players at some point across the streams. Garpy, I believe it was Sacrifice. We saw him as part of Team Envico.
It was Envico, yes.
Envico, of course. Yeah, forgive me.
It was among Hell, Vu, and Hypno as well.
Now, Hal. We've definitely seen him before as well. I can't remember if that was Sacrifice or that was Duel.
I'm fairly certain it was against Agent.
I think
the series we had one match from. Agent ultimately won that. Speaking of Agent, we have another Clutch get picked. Clutch has really come into fruition, I think.
Yes, it was. It was Agent versus Hal. That's where we saw him last week.
So, again, looking at these team comps, Anarchy, Nyx, and Clutch, all three of those will navigate really well. And finally, we do see the Blaskovic pick again. So there's going to be some elements of shred there. We normally see that to really sort of shred down the weaker champions, or in many ways deal with the high health pool of larger champions. But Clutch, with that shield, is not one of those champions that you can shred so easily, because he's always going to have a shield wall when you've got dual wield, because his cooldown is 20 seconds shorter than yours.
The only chance you're going to have to catch Clutch without his barrier up when you're playing as Blaskovic is if he just makes a mistake and he just uses it at a really bad time.
Or if you force it out of him before you have a chance to use dual. So if you catch him with a couple of rails from distance and you force him to use his shield wall to not die from range,
but even then
you go in later.
If you use it against him at a distance and force it out of him, it still has quite a generous cooldown on it. And if you unless you're just going to force a fight twice within 30 seconds and you can stop him picking up those hourglasses or just waiting out that timer and avoiding you, then it's going to be quite dangerous. Whereas, Blaskovic has that sheer longer cooldown in his ability, which means that once they clash, Clutch is usually going to come out on top. But now you've got Clutch with an Anarchy and a Nyx before him. So you've gone for those kind of like those staple 2 picks, and you've just thrown a Clutch on that team. This is a scary thought.
Oh no!
Well, how about that? 7 seconds in.
That's a very fast way to start off. Catching him with the LG, getting some amazing spawns, but the damage reduction of the charge. Look how much health he's got left. They trade 1 for 1. I mean, in less than 20 seconds, one champion of each side has gone down.
I hope there's a bit of a taste of things to come for this series. We've seen so much passiveness today and caution, and obviously I understand that. It makes sense, these guys are playing for so much, but it's nice to see just a good old-fashioned slobber knocker every now and then.
Now Hal really looking to sort of control this high ground once again. Hits a rail, but Garpy still having a lot more health. Yeah, using that bull rush just to try and get to safety.
Oh, I thought it was going to go clean over the heavy armor at that point. But now we can see Garpy's gone back up to this Clutch. Ooh, ever slightly misses that. So shot was quite a difficult one to hit, it seems.
So Garpy's gone in for Clutch, not first this time.
I mean, again, you've got Clutch and Anarchy together. Anarchy still needs that sort of injection to just pop his health up, get it beyond that capacity. Clutch, you can kind of put him second to that, I think, is the exception.
It's always quite an interesting matchup when you see 2 large champions go toe-to-toe, because the occasional rail is not the be-all end-all of whether a fight should or shouldn't happen.
And this is a weird one, though, isn't it? Because Clutch can sponge all the gunshots in the world, all the damage, all the LG, all the rocket, whatever it is, but ultimately, Scalebearer's charge cannot be blocked by that barrier. If he hits him with that bull rush, he will go clean through it.
It's another one of getting a full speed charge. Oh, ends just in front, but gets 100 damage rocket anyway.
But getting hit by that direct, he still has armor to go. Garpy's so tanky.
Speaking of which, gets the mega health as well. Garpy just flying around, really trying not to get tagged too much.
Already gets caught. He does pick up the heavy armor. Is he going to get through, though?
No, here he comes.
Up relatively soon, but at the same time, we're going to see the charge, too.
Thing is, that bull rush going straight through the shield. Are we seeing it? Hasn't got it available!
What happened? Oh my lord, 7 health survived by one single shot. That LG would have done it.
The difference between who lived and died in that fight was 1 tick of a lightning gun. That is as close as it gets.
Oh, he's got the barrier and a rocket, and it's Blaskovic. I don't know if he can get away from this.
Oh no,
if he shoots.
Yep, if he misses the rail, he'll get away from it.
That was an unfortunate misplay, though. The barrier stays up as long as you aren't firing, but as soon as you shoot, it will drop down for a little while. I think if Garpy was a little bit more patient there and just waited out that dual wield, he may have survived.
Well, Garpy
unfortunately went for the rail.
He might not have had the shield time available. Maybe have thought if I can land this rail, it doesn't matter how long the shield's up for, I've won the round, but unfortunately missed the rail, so we'll never know.
Maybe, but it does bring it down to the final champion, though. Nyx versus Blazkowicz. See how much of a matchup this can tend to be, though. Just how fast she can get deleted if she gets caught off guard by a dual wield. 5 seconds away, he's going to become a lot more scary.
Absolutely. I reckon Garpy's going to have access to that Ghost Walk, though. So he's going to have to wait. Definitely an element of waiting out here is you wait for Blazkowicz to pop that dual wield. And then when you see it, you pop the Ghost mode to basically undo what he's done, make him waste it.
1.5 minutes left, though, ticking on this clock. Might go down to sudden death at this rate unless they find themselves a fight quickly. Not that sudden death's going to make too much of a difference anyway when they both have one champion left, but still.
Hits one rail. Garpy's weak. Going in for the dual wield.
Oh! Wait, what? What?
The frag. I believe the frag went to Hal.
Fight.
Oh, that is gotta be a nasty, bitter pill to swallow.
Well, he landed the LG, and that was what got the frag. But then the rocket that connected afterwards was just a mute point. It just didn't exist because the round to that stage was already over. A little bit fast to call, but as close as it gets.
I'm sure Hal will take that one, though. We find ourselves back once again to Ranger versus Anarchy.
Oh, caught him in the middle of his circle. Jumps but pushed him all the way back to where he started, taking all that damage as well.
Top some stuff back up again, though. Let's not forget, plenty of pickups around for these fast characters.
Oh, really aggressive start. Forced to use his, unfortunately forced to use his injection and just still stuck in the air. How? Much better start this time around. Garpy on clutch already.
Good read, he was going towards the rail, though. Let's not forget that Dirob does go clean through the barrier if he can get it.
Oh, tries to trade the rail for the rail. At this stage, he's going to know that the shield wall is down, though. Can't take another rail. Garpy's going to be looking for it.
Mega health up in just a few seconds.
Yeah, at this stage, Garpy's already got out there.
I remember. He's got the heavy armor, too. Look how tanky he just became.
I remember Ranger will do damage through the shield. Dirob negates it. Manages to hit it, but gets minimal damage. Only 33 versus clutch. That's just not enough.
Oh, there's the rail, though. Barrier is up. If he gets caught out, that can be low.
Definitely using the shield wall to survive there rather than to fight, I think. Hit him with the rail, but it might not be enough for 6 health. He is so weak!
Oh my word, Hal! How did he do that? 6 health left again. By the skin of his teeth, he just continues to survive.
He was just a confident man that he was going to get that rail, he was going to get the frag. It didn't matter how weak he was, and it paid out.
Well, this could be another one. No, he does get taken down. Garpy gets that rocket, but the Ghost Walk is down. That's a 40-second cooldown. If Hal can catch him early before he can get that back, that could be dangerous.
Even with the inevitable mega health, it's still 10 seconds away. If Hal gets a good bull rush, she will just be deleted. I think against Nyx, though, it's so easy for her to navigate. It's unlikely we're going to see a bull rush. I don't really see Garpy putting himself in that situation, knowing that this is the matchup he's currently facing.
Oh, it's a glancing hit. At the end of the day, that is Scale Bearer. Single rail when he's stacked up isn't going to make too much of a difference.
Fight near the heavy armor again, but it's did a good job of just basically deterring him, keeping him away. Using the aggressive Ghost Walk, trying to sort of safer advance and get that mega health.
And right now, Garpy is just really resting for control over his power-ups, but at the end of the day, 2 minutes left, and Hal does have that champion lead, 2-1. So if we still sort of play this runaway game, Hal is going to be the winner of the round.
It's definitely going to be hard for him to run away, though.
Again, not that's what he's going for. Obviously, you just have to be very careful when you approach these heavy-hitting characters. Well, but that one rail could be enough.
I mean, he's caught the bull rush, and he tags him in the backside, and now it's 1-1. That was a really nice play there. He caught the couple of rails, he knew he had the health to go in, aggressively chased it, because he was stuck in Bull Rush. I mean, that was all he could do. Take the limited damage if he could, but caught him on this.
Hanging around for the aggression. Oh, and Hal turned around just in case he did that. Made Garpy think twice about sticking around. Let's not forget, though, the winner of this series is going to move on to Sunday's playoffs, so this is their final match today. That's why guys have had to win a ton of games just to get to this point. They don't be wasting that now.
I think that's why you see like a real level of just cautiousness, because both players, there is so much on the line. A lot rides on this match. But a really important thing to note is that when we saw the Ghost Walk used just there by Garpy, Hal didn't use his dual wield. He still got it, which means the next time a fight happens, they're both going to have their abilities ready.
Oh, I thought that rocket was going to do it. Missed that follow-up rail. Garpy could have ended the round right then, right there.
I really think Hal is just waiting for the Ghost Walk that never came. Garpy now gets around on the board, but I think Hal was actually waiting for the invisibility, and when it would finish up, he would then use the dual wield. We do see that as well, where it's almost like a bait on a bait, where the Nyx will wait for the dual wield, but sometimes, if it's such a bad situation, the Nyx is forced to use it regardless, and at that stage, then we see the Blaskovic players go for dual wield, and it's guaranteed on the outside. But again, history repeats itself. That happened in round 1.
Yeah, it looks like we've accidentally played a replay of round 1 instead. Can we go back to the actual game, please?
Oh, taking 40 damage, but getting that heavy armor. Not really punished too heavily. Hal still super healthy.
Oh my word. I mean, what a lead already, though. Garpy. I mean, that's exactly what you want to start things off.
Eliminate the Ranger immediately.
Puts out the Scale Bearer that he's been outrunning very, I don't want to say easily, but he's definitely been getting the distance on the Scale Bearer quite consistently.
Hal really sitting pretty near that rail, just for the time being, to waste a bit of time.
Nailed by the rail. Far away, though. Hal's going to quite... I mean, it was a good attempt, but ultimately, it's going to take a little bit more than one shot. Hal has plenty of health, though. Picked up that mega health. If anything, it's just constantly keeping Garpy looking to top himself up. Because if you can catch Anarchy without full health and full shield, you will just annihilate him.
Well, if both players have the rail, that's really the game plan is. If you hit one of the larger champions with the rail, they don't really care. But if you hit Anarchy with the rail, I mean, look at how weak he is now. Even after the injection, he was almost killable right there. He had no armor behind him, so the rail would have fragged him at any strength. Minimum 80 damage versus a 77 HP Anarchy. That's not good maths if you're playing as Anarchy right there.
A cross-map direct rocket will do the trick.
Now at this stage, Garpy, if he can avoid getting hit, this is going to be a much better situation. $10. I mean, that's a long time to wait. 7 seconds on this heavy armor. But Hal not really looking to fight it. I think he's trying to get their mega health instead. And once again, they're going to trade it off.
And again, heavy armor. I mean, you can imagine just how important it is to have just heavy armor on the side of Anarchy. Something like Hal. I mean, look, he's always got the rocket or the rail out. It's one of the two.
Caught him just above. Undid some of the mega health right there, but still a little bit of work to do. Oh! Yeah, have to be super careful trying to dodge to his best ability. Just get out of there. Go back towards heavy armor. Tried to head him off. Got hit by one rail. Hal now actually quite weak.
You can already see Hal trying to run away, but we know he doesn't have his bull rush. If he wants to chase him, he can do that.
Impressive.
Nice!
Oh, wow,
Rail.
nice! He's going to know as well that Hal is quite weak.
10.
To this sort of general game plan of just waiting for those larger items. I think Garpy does not want to overextend here. He's got the advantage. You very rarely see people almost like risk giving it up. Nice little prediction.
Yeah, he knows he's going to go to that way for Hal.
Oh,
Once again, this is one of those longer rounds, but at the same time, Garpy wants to play this game. Garpy can. He's got the lead.
that rail has just made him go so fast. Going in for the bull rush. He does manage to catch him, but no! He just has too much health, and that is exactly why Garpy did not want to dive face first into a scale bearer with that much
I think it was
stack.
more that Hal just, he wasted no time. He found him there. He immediately jumped down the stairs to not give him that escape option, and he just forced him to commit to the fight.
That was
he
an
took it
amazing
with
play.
ease.
Fantastic play. Garpy, though, with plenty of health and armor on his own side. forcing the ball rush to escape, and now that's going to be down for 30 chunky seconds.
Oh, Garpy makes the read away. He's going to go. Is that going to be enough for health? And the single machine gun bullet is enough to take him down. 1 minute and 5 seconds left on the clock. And a clutch versus Blazkowicz.
I mean, we've said this,
somehow get rid of this.
Said this plenty of times, but this is a favorable matchup for Clutch. The shield will just negate his ability so much, and because there's 20 less seconds of cooldown, Clutch is never going to not have that.
Plus, we're at a point that Blazkowicz has that long cooldown with less than a minute to go on the clock. Oh my god, it isn't even going to matter. Garpy with that quick just flick to the rail.
Didn't even need the shield wall.
That's the classic. The classic. Get him in the air, get the rail out, and deliver that final shot.
Now, Garpy on the verge of needing only one more round. This is going to be a great start for him.
Fight.
I mean, just putting yourself a map up is always a comfortable sight, but doing it when you're this close to qualifying, even more so. Just taking as much of that pressure off your shoulders as possible.
Taking an early rail, actually getting a good prediction on the fact that Hal was going to teleport, but no payout. He did predict the Dire Orb teleport, but didn't get the rail. Really waiting for him, but opting to just not waste any more time. Get that rocket launcher.
Oh, rocket's over. But there's a Ranger, so that damage is going to be non-existent to himself. Mega health up. Garpy going to secure it. Mega armor going the way of Howl, though. Kind of thing that we see all the time.
Opted not to teleport to it. I think he really knew he was going to listen out for it. Again, we're seeing a lot of rails fail to connect this time.
Already a minute into this one, and already we're seeing a lot more misses than we have beforehand.
Speaking of misses, actually, misses that jump from bridge. Rail to bridge.
And Garpy's going to desperately need some armor. Again, you know, we talk about it all the time, but it never stops being true. Just the requirement to have armor at all times if you're playing as Anarchy. Just because how prominent rails are, you just need that armor to sponge that damage.
I feel like the round becomes a lot more explosive once that first champion goes down. Because when they both have their basic champions, as you can clearly see, there is a level of passiveness, you know, where both players, they do not want to put themselves in a situation where they give up a kill unnecessarily.
Can't really blame them though, considering
he just went straight past him. Almost went down. He could have easily got fragged there if he got hit by point blank. Now here we go. Garpy just became a little bit more dangerous with that heavy armor. Yeah, not even trying to push that one. Not interested. Oh, that really clutch ledge grab. Consistently seeing Garpy almost sort of farm some of these jumps, though, not quite making them.
You can hear up top, though, just how loud that's going to be when you're jumping around like that.
Unfortunately,
he's ready and waiting.
I think sometimes, though, when you miss those jumps, you just give up that really important positioning. Like, the fact that Hal is controlling bridge means that he's controlling the middle of the screen, he's controlling mega health, he's going to be able to control heavy, he's controlling basically all of the really important pickups. If he's got a rail in hand, he has eyes almost everywhere.
Oh, speaking of which, though, sort of wanders into that one.
I actually think Garpy has missed almost every single rail this round.
Oh, and again, over and over again, Garpy finds himself walking into these rails, hook, line, and sinker. Hal's getting the hit, but just isn't. I mean, he's not quite in range to follow up, but at the very least, he knows he's just taking away that chunky damage every time he nails Garpy with the rail.
He's putting Garpy in a situation where he does not want to fight. That's the important thing. Just stalling that clock down, but however, as each minute ticks away, as each second goes down, we get closer to sudden death. Now, in a sudden death situation, all it takes is one fight to go well for you, and you're going to win that entire round. Garpy now only has to win one round, so if he can play all the way to sudden death and then get that one good fight, he's going to be in a great spot.
Seen a lot of these rails missed, though, from Garpy. He's not quite on point.
He's definitely missed
this round as he was before.
He's definitely missed a lot of rails in this fight. I mean, make that one more. I feel like he's really going to kick himself, but obviously, I'm sure no one knows it more than he does. In these really clutch situations, these rails that you just miss by a hair's length, they really are the difference between winning and losing.
Mega health, though, and immediately runs as far away as possible, so Hal can't really catch him out there. Oh, gassed that one.
Yeah, manages to land one. Now he's got the advantage of health and armor. Heavy armor spawns as well, and Garpy does control this. Gets another rail. Hang on a minute, he smells blood.
misses that one. A bit more of a Hail Mary shot. I think he was just going to take the shot while he was moving on, just in case.
Well, they always say you miss every shot you don't take, and I think in some of these instances where there's no reason not to take a shot, just go for it.
Yeah, of course. Again, it always seems to stem down to Anarchy, though, this hit-and-run style. Anarchy just seems to be... This really is the way that people are starting to play this champion.
He's going in for the chase.
But again, this is what I'm talking about, though. Anarchy. Looks like all the Anarchy players are really starting to adopt this. Okay, immediately run away and make sure there's no space.
Speaking of which, they both collide, but again, with similar health and armor, you really can't call a winner in that one with 15 seconds left. Are they going to wait it out for sudden death?
This is going to sudden death, unless they just fight immediately and trade it out frag for frag. I don't see that happening with how this round has been going so far. Now, if Garpy can get this next frag, now sudden death is seconds away from starting. He's going to take this first map and put himself in so much more of a better situation.
Now, this is a dangerous territory for Hal. He is very weak. It doesn't even want to go towards the heavy armor. He knows the risk he takes going for it, especially with Garpy with a rail in hand waiting for him. Speaking of which, underneath him, and no doubt Hal's heard that. I don't think Hal's going to be interested in fighting this. Just give up.
I mean, just because Mega Health is up doesn't mean they both have to immediately go for it. If Hal knows he's unlikely to get it without taking a ton of damage in the meantime, then sometimes you just need to concede it.
Garpy gets another rail. He now knows he's done 160 damage. That's going to be fantastic for Hal, seeing as he hasn't got heavy armor or Mega Health. He's headed him off.
Does the other die, Rob? He just picked up a hit. There we go. He's thrown it away.
He has.
Hal's able to survive.
But he has given up the heavy armor. No, doesn't quite make the jump.
Garpy wastes some health in the meantime. Uh-oh. Gets the injection out of him.
Throughout this entire round, Garpy is still yet to have enough health to tank a rail. Now, funnily enough, he is the one in trouble, and Hal is stacked. I don't think Garpy...
He knows Hal is right on top of him.
Uh-oh.
Could have been, if that was a rail, that would have been the game.
Oh, catches the midair!
Read.
What a prediction rocket in the middle of the jump pad! But Hal still has all of this health to work with.
Heavy armor is up. You can see Hal, though, taking that teleporter exit. He's trying to catch one of those cheeky shots to pick up the heavy armor. Mega Health is up any second now.
Hal with a chunky amount of armor and health together. If he catches Garpy right now, he's going to be fantastic.
Well, Garpy did just get the Mega Health to help out, but did just eat himself a rail. A second one. Third one. And Hal just needs this to tie this up. This is still the first map.
Even though we're in sudden death, all Garpy needs is one more. Is he going to get the chance to do it? No, he's getting chased. And it's going to go through. I'm not sure. No! I was not sure whether he was going to get it, but he chases it down. All he needed was one more injection, and he would have had 81 HP, and then he would have been able to tank those rails.
Indeed, but that was just round 4. We are going down to the final round of map 1. I mean, who wants to put in all this effort and then lose this game and have to do it all over again? Neither of these guys.
I mean, this is only map 1. You said it yourself. It's gone on for so long, but it's because I feel like there is so much riding on this series. Another slow start. Hal being very patient, maybe catching a jump pad or catching him off guard in general. That's definitely a popular hiding spot. I feel like we're going to see history repeat itself right here.
I have a hunch you may be right. As both big pickups are about to spawn in just a few seconds' time, I assume it's going to be the standard. Garpy will take one and Hal will take the other.
Well,
oh, that was a good read.
A strength of Ranger on Blood Covenant. 2 places at once. 2 important pickups at the same time. But again, Garpy is going to stay as agile as possible. Definitely does not want to give up any more of this positioning or take too much unnecessary damage. We've seen a lot of a level of passiveness from both of these players that we haven't seen a huge amount all night. But now they've both got to win 1 round, so I feel like the passiveness might be accelerated. They have even more reason to watch out now. This is the rail ever so slightly. Garpy just getting out of there, taking that Mega Health and jumping.
But again, very much what we saw before. This hit and run, slow style. Oh no, they're forcing the fight this time. Actually could go down. Garpy's going to get that first frag, and the first time Hal decides to get really aggressive, he does suffer the consequences.
Just got caught mid-rocket jump. Marley was stuck in the air. Garpy hit him with a fantastic mid-air. And with only 5 HP left, any amount of lightning gun fire would have done the job. And now Garpy doesn't need to overextend too much.
Makes you wonder though, Garpy's been playing this sort of runaway style the whole time. I mean, if he can run away for 3 minutes, he's going to win the map. You know, this is Anarchy. This is arguably the best champion in the game to play this kind of strategy.
Especially on Blood Covenant, when he can make some of these little jumps that Scalebearer can't make. I mean, he can make some of them, but he has to sacrifice his Bull Rush to do it. There is that trick that's being recently discovered where you go for Bull Rush and then you cancel it to maintain the speed and immediately jump. You actually keep the speed and can make specific jumps, but that is a 30-second cooldown jump that you're taking every time.
And then you've got Anarchy who just does it in his sleep.
Exactly. Just get one good circle jump and you can basically make any jump that you want on this map. Hal with a huge amount of health, but no armor so far. So any damage he takes off rails from distance, which we know Garpy's going to be looking for, is going to be just complete uncontested damage.
Garpy can see him. The question is, does he follow up?
Oh.
No, Hal went for the rail. Unfortunately, missed it. Once again, we find it all comes down to those clutch rail shots that are hard. I mean, to be fair, he is shooting at an Anarchy. It's not like he's got an easy target.
Absolutely not. Minimal damage on the rocket, and again, more rails that are failing to connect. Hal is still alive with a bunch of health because those rails did not hit him. But Garpy, he can really afford to be the passive player here.
Where he's going in for the kill. He knows he's done a lot of damage. That's not quite enough. That's just the health pool from Scalebearer, but it does not matter as Garpy gets the frag in the end and finds himself now 3 champions up on Hal's lone Blaskovitz.
Hal has 1 minute and a half to take down 2 as a minimum champions when you've got this agile Anarchy, and no doubt we will see Garpy go for clutch if he loses this Anarchy. I think this is a lot to ask, but I mean, you can't count this guy out. Can't count anyone out.
We've seen comebacks all day in this exact same situation, but I mean, 1 minute only to do it. That's where it gets a little bit difficult, but he makes the read on the jump pad, and he gets the frag. 1 minute now. Now all he needs is one more frag just to even things out. So now it's not as much of an impossible task.
No, actually, Garpy's gone for Nyx instead of clutch. I think he favors his survivability with the Ghost Walk rather than the shield wall.
You can hear her running around though, you can tell. Hal is looking for his opportunity. Let's not forget 45 seconds left and 30 seconds on the dual wield. Unless he can pick up some hourglass, he's not actually going to have his ability back before the end of the round.
40 seconds to get a good piece of positioning.
Seconds. He's going to have one more dual wield to make this work. One more. No more, no less.
But at the same time, Nyx is going to have that Ghost Walk. He actually caught sight of him. He knows he's there. At this stage, Garpy is just going to stall the clock. Hal misses the rocket jump. So yeah, he's going to waste time trying to get back up now.
I'm not sure if it's possible at this point. 15 seconds left. I mean, we've seen how fast you can shred, but Garpy has just been doing such a good job of just avoiding combat the whole time.
And 5 seconds left. Garpy has a Ghost Walk. There really is nothing Hal can do to stop this.
That's it.
That's going to be a map. Blood Covenant goes to Garpy.
Really well fought. Definitely drew that one out, but you know that in itself is a strategy that we're seeing players go for. You know, they want to make it last as long as possible. They play for that safety. If they get that early hit, their reward is the ability to play like that. You don't see players doing that constantly when they're even. It's when they have that lead on champions, they realize, okay, cool, I've got the clock now. What are you going to do about it? And when they run those Nyx, they run the Anarchy, and they've just got the speed. And you need a very specific kind of champion to chase them down and keep up with them. I mean, they do what they've got to do.
I think it just comes down to how useful champions are on maps like that. I think, you know, on one hand you go, is he just going to go with Clutch? Because Clutch has loads of native health. It was after the Anarchy was taken out, I guess the read there was, what champion is he going to have to deal with? Because obviously, if Blaskovitz catches the Clutch on spawn, and he's got shield wall, yes, but if he has no weapons to get going, that shield wall is only going to keep him alive. It's not going to allow him to kill you, per se, unless maybe he goes with like the starting shotgun and you've not got much health. But that's a very situational circumstance. If you catch a good spawn, he's got shield wall and no weapons, the second that runs out, your dual wield will just annihilate Clutch, and that would have been 2 straight either way. I think we saw the Nyx because he just must have preferred the idea of running away, and if he finally got caught in a bad situation, he had that insurance policy of the Ghost Walk. Fundamentally, he didn't actually need it at the end there. He did not even need to use it, but the option that it was there, you know, the fact that he had that option if he needed it was clearly very important, and one of our slowest maps of the day did go down to Garpy, who now is 1 map up.
Now, speaking of the maps, we're going to see Hal have the opportunity to swap now, if he wants to. Now, normally, to counter this kind of like runaway defensive playstyle, we see players go to Corrupted Keep. The problem is, Garpy has a Clutch in his team, who adores this map like no other. So if he does go for the Corrupted Keep, Garpy, whilst he's going to lose that space, I mean, let's not even forget, just because he's won doesn't mean he's locked to those champions. Garpy can swap if he wants to. But, you know, let's say how goes to Corrupted Keep to stop him from having the space to just run away all game like that. We can see that Garpy is comfortable playing characters, champions I should say, like Clutch, who thrives on this map.
Well, I mean, we can sort of theory craft and predict potential maps that we might see, but on the flip side, I mean, we just saw Toxic versus Silence, and Toxic in that third map
He won because he picked Slash.
But he went
champions.
He went to the ruins of Sarnath and went with a very strange composition because of it, but it worked wonders. Now, you were saying we're on Corrupted Keep. This is the map that's been selected, so no doubt Garpy's gone back for Clutch, pretty much an exact copy of the team he went with last time. Hao's gone in for Scalebearer once again. Blakovic first as well, maybe predicting either shredding Anarchy.
We saw Ranger last time, because he's really thinking about this one. Clutch. Now, this is interesting. A Clutch of his own. So now he has an amazing team. Basically dealing with his own champions. And on the side of Garpy, we see Nyx, Anarchy, and Clutch. Now Hal has Scalebearer, Blaskovic, and a Clutch of his own now. Nope. So you're going to have Clutch to deal with, Nyx, and potentially his own Clutch, maybe? I mean, they pop barrier, you pop barrier.
Two Clutches are very strange because they will essentially just block each other's damage off. It's not really something that you rarely see, to be honest. You don't really see it all that often. When it comes to Clutches, it's just sometimes they'll try and almost just disengage it, or they'll just stay there and outweigh it, because at the end of the day, if you manage to get one good rocket, it's still going to be good for you because you've got the shield regardless. It's definitely a strange exchange. I do wonder if we'll see it, but I reckon do we reckon we'll see Blaskovic picked first, because that will potentially shred Anarchy really early. If he goes with Clutch and again catches a good spawn before Clutch can get going and has dual wield, we might see that put to use.
Not quite sure. I think it'll still be Anarchy first from Garpy. Yep, it is going to be. Just obviously, you know, if you've got this champion, you may as well put them first just to start stacking up that health. But looks like he has actually gone for Blaskovic first.
Done a nice amount of damage already. Garpy having to get out of there, Hal on the chase, but not looking to overextend too much just yet.
Teleport go through. We've already seen how opting to go for that teleporter can be quite dangerous, as it puts you in a situation that you haven't got as many escape options as other places.
Once again, they're going to trade. Mega health for the heavy armor, as always. Both players, nice amount of weapons, but Garpy's still without a LG. It's one thing to factor in right now. He only has the rocket launcher, and he gets caught by the dual-wield LG right as I talked about it.
That was just instant death, like immediate death when you're stuck as Anarchy in the open like that.
Garpy gets the rocket launcher, but that's not going to be enough. His Clutch goes down immediately, down to his Nyx. Hao looking really strong on this map. Oh, misses ever so slightly. Just out of the teleporter, milliseconds ahead.
Catching on a lightning gun though, Garpy does have that ghost walk to escape. Looks like he's popped it.
Chasing him with the LG, getting minimal ticks of it so far, but Hao still lots of health. This has been a very, very good round for him so far.
Indeed, 1 minute 40 in and already one champion left to go. That's what I mean though, right? I mean, when you don't have the space to run away and Hal can go to those fights, he will thrive on it.
Caught him up behind. Nyx is not going to have access to that Ghost Walk anymore. So if Hal catches him and activates dual wield, is he going to go for it? Opts not to instead. I think he didn't want to sort of get caught activating it, just in case. But he's now forced onto a Scalebearer. Oh, definitely not enough health to do that one. Maybe Garpy thought I'll sort of stay there, dedicate to it. Maybe I can catch Hal trying to take the mega health. Either way, it didn't work out. Hal gets around on the board.
He does, but again, you know, I mean, he did pick this map. This is quite common. We see that whoever it was that picked the map will then take the first round. That's what you kind of expect, right? If they go for that map, they really want to play that they might feel really comfortable on, but it looks like Garpy's going to be starting off with Clutch this time instead of Anarchy to try and deal with this Blaskovic. He doesn't want to get caught out, I think, in the open or up close without access to that barrier.
I feel like going with Clutch first is good, because if you both start at the exact same time, the chance of being caught at the very beginning when you've got no weapons and your enemy has every weapon they could ever want to frag you, I think catching him early just eliminates that risk. You're both not going to maximize the amount of weapons you've got. Going in with the dual wield. Shield wall comes out. But it didn't last for very long. How Garpy is not in a good situation at all, and how really well played with that double heavy machine gun.
Indeed, but that's the thing though, this is that map. There is no rail. That is your go-to answer for long-range instant damage, that machine gun. You can use it at baskets and you're dual wielding and you're just adding so much damage as he can do. Just wonderfully played.
Very quick disengage, but no doubt we might see a fight again. Right now, this Blaskovic pick is just working wonders for him.
Boy, makes sure the winner's going to come out of that teleporter. Garpy goes down.
Plenty of this round left to go, but Garpy... It's a weird thing with Anarchy on this map, because in one way, he has lots of room to run around and still rotate around quite freely. But at the same time, it's very close quarters compared to a lot of these other maps. Here comes Hal again, really keeping him in check. On the flip side, though, Garpy has almost got the cover advantage back there. Lots of room, walks straight into a missile, doesn't get anything off of his dual wield. And his Scale Bearer and Anarchy again.
Oh, the charge comes out with the bull rush. Oh, an instant frag. Garpy with no problems taking down that Scale Bearer. Now Clutch is left alone.
Does manage to get the rocket, though. That's definitely going to be the important thing. Clutch having a rocket launcher is absolutely going to be priority number one. Get that weapon.
Now there's going to be Clutch versus Anarchy and Nyx. Two squishy champions that he just wants to get point blank and not let them breathe. Garpy's been doing such a good job of just running away with this character, with this Anarchy.
They're definitely going back and forth. I foresee a final round situation once again. Blood Covenant went down to the absolute wire.
I mean, you'd hope so when it's this will be the last series of the day. Garpy's go down as long as possible.
Oh wow, going in with the orbital drill. Can he get it though? Going in for the range, trying to use the last of the time to just try and take some free damage. That orbital drill kind of almost acts as a lightning gun in itself, but it has so much more range than the lightning gun. But because of it, it ticks down 5 instead of 7 damage.
Armor goes the way of Garpy though, that's pretty huge. Now it's got the mega health, but Elite Barrier was caught down there because he did opted to go for the drill instead.
Garpy can afford to be patient. He's the one sitting on 2 champions, Hal with 1. And it's gone down to a timeout before. We know both of these players are not shy of that hyper-defensive strategy. Hal, though, looking to go in. But one thing Garpy's doing an amazing job of, when he sees the shield wall, he actually runs away. He tries to outlast it. And then when the shield wall is down, he then looks to potentially fight. But while the shield's up, he'll just run away from it.
That's how you used to fight Clutch, right? You used to see him pop the shield and you just run away and let it expire. Now, if Clutch wants to stop you doing that, he has to actively chase you with his strafe dodge.
Yeah, I mean, at least he can do it now, which he definitely couldn't do before. But Anarchy in particular, most champions can't really run away so effectively, but Anarchy is still so fast. That almost hit!
Always pop the barrier. That's really good for Garpy.
But again, Garpy just forced to outweigh it. Just wait for it to disappear, then fight again.
Bigger than mega health goes the way of Hal. Clutch is going to be nice and topped up.
Snags up that heavy armor. 1 minute warning. Hal needs to make something happen in 55 seconds, otherwise he's going to lose this round.
Oh, lightning gun comes out. I don't think he quite has the barrier ready, but he is Clutch. You can see just how much health he has.
Hal took so much damage there. I mean, to be honest, Garpy doesn't even need to push this too much because he's got 40 seconds. If he can just keep Hal weak to a point where Hal doesn't want to fight, Garpy's going to win due to just the lack of time.
He's got 30 seconds left to go, though. Hal is going to be aggressive in chasing this.
Going in for that heavy armor, very important.
Because him sort of in the middle, he's going to have a glancing of him. Oh, he's got that rocket. And once again, Garpy content running away, going for this timeout style. He does have that champion limit.
He just needs to do it for 15 more seconds, make that 10 seconds. Looking likely he's going to run away. I don't see Hal catching him.
He's trying though, you can hear him.
Just doing damage, but it's not enough. Garpy is just too stacked in that situation. And it's 1-1.
That's what he wants to go for though. That is what he needs. This is that Garpy style that we're seeing him really go to. Even on Corrupted Keep, right? This map that is usually quite hard to do that. Still able to do the same thing.
You don't really see an Anarchy run away the whole game on Corrupted Keep because he normally just gets caught in a really bad spot. Going in with the dual wield, but just soaking up every ounce of it and almost getting knocked off the map. Hang on a minute, getting the LG. How survives? I was convinced Garpy was going to secure that one, but How managed to fight back. Almost got knocked off the map as well. Catching an amazing spawn. How already taking out 2 champions. Down to his Nyx already. Nyx is going to try and really chase this down. I think he has to make something going, and that, I mean... Okay, so we just saw one of the slowest rounds ever. And to answer back, we saw a 40-second round from How.
This happens quite a lot in Quake, it seems. That you can really just drag it down to 5 minutes, a sudden death if you've got the right mobility, or you can just say, I've had enough of this. Instant kill.
2 guns, BJ. And that's it. Oh, and speaking of which, not even 10 seconds in, Garpy gets a frag. On Blaskovic.
You're ready, right? That goes to show you can play passive for 4 minutes, but this is why these players are so careful all the time, because this is how quickly you can turn around. This is case in point why you have to be this careful, because if you get caught out of position for a few seconds in the wrong situation, you will instantly die.
So that map, right, so round 2 went to timeout, right? Just to put things into perspective, they went into timeout on round 2, and then the next round
later on round 4,
it was a 5th, literally under a 5th of the time the next round was. How fast can the turnaround be if you just get caught out of position? I mean, that's the thing about Quake. There is no room to stop. You have to be on the ball at all times. If you slip up in the slightest, you risk losing the whole round.
But some slip-ups you won't even see, right? You won't even know they've happened. Like, if you forget the timer on health, if you forget the timer on armor, you know, you won't see that on face value. But if you make that kind of mistake, it can make all the difference. And Garpy gets that frag. Now he has this Anarchy versus Clutch by himself once again. And he's caught him on spawn. He knows he has no weapons. And there we go, Garpy. Match point again. In the same time round 2 took, 2 rounds have finished, and we're now on match point Garpy.
Not only was that an amazing spawn because he just caught him with the LG on deck, but he was nowhere near the rocket, right? So if you catch him on a spawn and he can't get the rocket launcher, Clutch really can't do much to you. And he caught that rocket as well. Now, just like that, it's match point for Garpy. Both players being super aggressive. Garpy gets this frag, which he does manage to achieve.
Okay, now, this is disastrous, because both times Anarchy has died, Blaskovic has been the champion to kill him, and now Blaskovic is off the table. He is eliminated out of this game. So, Howl is going to have to do what he has been struggling to do, and take out this champion now with either Scale Bearer or Clutch. But right now, Garpy, he smells blood. Once he's being really aggressive. I mean, I think maybe Howl just wasn't expecting that level of aggression out of him this early. I mean, Garpy with that sudden adjustment.
It's just a change of pace. It's an insane change of pace. Heading him off with the rocket, doing big damage. Here comes Garpy again, gets Howl one more time. And Howl now is down to his final champion in Clutch, but this is a big order to fulfill.
This is going to be tough. 4 minutes to go to make this comeback. Clutch by himself.
Just a tri-bolt and a lightning gun in hand, using the shield wall to just try and survive. But even with the injection, does he even need it? Using it just to keep himself topped up and getting that heavy armor. Now he's on maximum stack. If he catches Hal out of position, it's unlikely now that Hal will be in danger when he's out of position because he's got so much health, and likely now he's got the rocket launcher. So Clutch does have every ounce of weaponry he needs to be dangerous. It's just against 3 champions. This comeback is a big deal, and it's going to be not easy to achieve at all. Taking all this damage, here comes the lightning gun, forced to use his shield wall. Anarchy goes down, but 2 more champions left to go. Gets the mega health. Okay, 30 seconds.
But the mega health is the catalyst, I think, here, though. He took out Anarchy, he was a champion that was giving him a lot of problems, and he was
the super shotgun! Oh, and he kills himself. How tries to meet him in the air, but he just had that. The amount of damage he did with that super shotgun was ridiculous. With 30 health left, he had to go for an up-close rocket. He couldn't tank it, and Garpy moves on. I mean, that was a very abnormal map. We saw the slowest, one of the slowest rounds we've seen by far, and then the next 3 rounds that followed were almost the exact same amount of time that that entire single round took.
It just goes to show you, though, how fast these guys can swap out how they want to play. The first map, the whole map, like the whole map of map 1, Garpy played the slowest possible, aside from that very first frag with the gauntlet. He played as slow as he physically could, to the point that he kept winning on timeouts and sudden deaths and stuff like that. But it all came down to like really just slow-paced, drawn out. I'm Anarchy. I've got all the space in the world to work with. And he would win that way. That's also how he won the first round of map 2. But then for the final rounds he needed to win, he swapped it up completely and then went full offense. That's how explosive this game can be.
I think some of the best players, if you're going to qualify for something as high stature as, you know, trying to make it to the region. I mean, that's it, the Quake World Championships, that $1 million prize pot. If you're going to be one of those superb players, you need to be able to play multiple game plans is the word I'm looking for. If you can't adapt to the situation that you're in, you know.
But Hal did
there.
a good job of starting to do it, but ultimately, because Garpy took that first map, but that's why it came down to the final round as well. That was 2 maps back to back. Like, again, this will be a 2-0 result. You know, it will go on record as 2-0, but it was two maps that were last round really close, almost last champion for the most part. So that's the kind of stuff we need to be paying attention to.
Well, this does mean that Garpy will be moving on to the Sunday matches, of which he will try and face off against the rest of his competition, trying to see who makes it into the regionals, because the regionals is where things get really important. If you qualify at regionals, you will make it to QuakeCon, which is the venue for the Quake World Championship Finals, playing for that $1 million pot. That final suicide was just really heartbreaking as well.
It was indeed, but I do believe that brings us to an end. We've had a really nice long evening of Quake, top level from start to finish. And again, we got through a 500-man bracket today, so you know, best of luck to anyone that made Sunday finals. Remember to follow ESL Quake on Twitter, and obviously use hashtag QWC and Quake just for anything to do with the tournaments. You want to see who's going to win, predict who you think is going to win in Sacrifice this weekend or in Duels at the playoffs this weekend. Let us know and get involved. But I do believe after some hard-fought matches, we might be done for the evening.
So by no means does that mean Quake is finished for the week. That just means that the Thursday matches to initially qualify for the Sunday playoffs has now ended for week number 2. We'll see 16 of EU's strongest players in week 2 this Sunday to see who's going to qualify for the regionals to meet the already qualified 8 players. But Sacrifice is left to play. This will be the final Sacrifice qualifier, and it's taking place on Saturday. We will see you then for an entire day full of Sacrifice to see who makes it into the regionals in the team game mode. But that's everything from us. Thank you very much for watching. Take care, and we'll see you on Saturday.